ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back, everybody, to ESL Pro League. Back for the first time in a week. We took one off for the Star Ladder event that was in Kiev, Ukraine. That was won by FaZe, but we have returned, and we're so happy to be here. I've got my favorite dolls lined up next to me. I got Henry, I got Chad. How's everyone doing?
It's a bit dark here today.
Bit worse for wear.
Worse for wear?
After that event, yeah.
Actually, I do have a question for you, Henry.
Go on.
All right, so remember we were in Poland in Katowice. Chad, you remember this as well.
Yeah.
It was Carmack who told us that Poland has the best pickles that he's ever had in the entire world. But I know that we shared, we had some in Ukraine as well.
We did, yeah.
How was it?
I would say they're actually almost better. They're a lot more inventive the way they use them. So yeah, it was actually quite impressive to see that. So yeah, I'd say overall Ukraine was better.
Yeah, you obviously weren't there to experience
And
the
I
pickles.
also didn't watch the event because it wasn't on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Do you exclusively watch events on YouTube?
He signed an exclusive contract.
Okay, fair enough.
Interesting. Well, because it has been a week break, we will bring up those standings. We'll refresh everyone on where we're at heading into the second half of the season. This is match week 7, so you can see SK still at the top in North America, Cloud9, NRG, Liquid, Optic, and I mean CLG. They had the phenomenal performance in Star Ladders. Very, very surprising. They're down at 8.
Crazy, right? How good they were.
Yeah, they really have shot up the standings. I think they're in the top 20 now as well for the world rankings in HTV.
Yeah, they looked solid overall. Ricky was actually very impressive for that
from
team.
0 to hero. These are Europe. North and Astralis, the two Danish teams at the top. Navi's there, Mouse Sports, Hellraisers. FaZe, your Star Ladder champions in 6th, but still a lot of big names missing from that playoff race.
Yeah, well, like Virtus.pro, they're just outside there. NIP on a bit of a resurgence at the moment. Fnatic, you wouldn't be expecting to see them down there. G2 as well. We did see some good things from G2. I know Henry was on that G2 hype train.
I was maybe a little bit too invested in the hype train. I saw in the group stages after the playoffs arrived. You could see the drop off in form.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's why Swiss system lends itself to these kind of honeymoon period teams. Like they're great for best of ones, but as soon as the best of 3 comes in, maybe some of the maps removed, and they can people can prepare for you. You kind of see how to struggle a bit more there.
I'm a bit over Swiss.
Are you?
Yeah, we need a double bit of variety. 3 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Well, this is the schedule for today. We're gonna have LDLC versus Virtus.pro on 2 maps to begin with, and then Heroic and Fnatic to end the evening. That'll be on a variety of maps as well. 4 different maps tonight, boys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess Virtus.pro, they need to prove themselves after that week.
Yeah, good God, right?
Yeah, what the hell
this is
happened
dire.
there?
This is very dire for the VP side. SK as well now, both of those teams, 2 events in a row, they've dropped out in the group stage. That's no fun at all. Yeah,
it's kind of strange if you think about the form from Vegas, then to Katowice, and then up to Ukraine as well. That's kind of nuts how they've gone downhill.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of expect it out of VP at times. They're up and down, but SK for certain is the shocker. We're going to bring it up, though. Another shocking series of standings is our fantasy league that we have going on. Having a lot of fun doing this. All right. Yeah, is it Chat, Hank?
I think so. Like, I think I can come back from this. It's okay. My team this week's pretty special.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah, copied yours.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, this is a funny story. I set my lineup, and Henry decided to copy my exact same lineup, but when he went to go do it, he was told he didn't have enough funds
It's crazy, right?
Everyone's
just against me.
Yeah, so
even something with the leader of the pack, and she's been up the top for quite a while now.
Most of the season, I believe it has been. It's not bad.
Lauren's been absolutely smashing through the fantasy.
She's got that solid. It's the pick of Dupree. He's really the anchor of this team. I think he's been in there every week.
It's a good pick, to be fair.
Probably Lauren's favorite player, I would say.
I think so as well. Well, who is this?
This
Matt.
is Matthew. He's in number 2, and he lets everyone know about it.
I haven't even touched the team yet.
All right. Well, apparently this is going to change at some point. Flamey, Elige, Cold, Device, FNX. That's not bad.
I think he could be almost too late because it does lock. So.
Yeah, he could be too late.
Look who has 5 players.
Oh, and
for the first week, he throws a spanner in the works there.
Who are those people?
They're from Luminosity.
Oh, there you go.
What are you doing? Get out. Is this what are you doing this here for? What you see in these guys that made you pick them up?
Apparently they called the PKO guy Pickle. So.
Oh, really? A man after my own heart, I see.
I thought, hey, why not?
Another pickle.
Here we go.
This is mine. Yeah, this is the burning bush.
Pickle juice will do that.
Yeah.
Back to the pickles.
Apex, Elige, Russian, Oscar. The surprise pick of Oscar. I'm surprised that I didn't see him on any of the top teams. He's a man. He's an army.
He's an army. He's a sleeper.
To be fair, we saw him last week. He wasn't actually AWPing. Chris J was. Maybe it was just Nuke. We saw him play a couple of times, and he was actually not on the main AWP role. Just a little note for you there.
Yeah, that doesn't worry me.
Confident? That doesn't worry you at all?
No, not at all. Not at all. I have a lot of confidence in Oscar. He's going to do big things for me. But, I mean, speaking to that up thing, we'll see if Mitch has anything to say about it. We're going to toss him over to him at the stand-up.
Thank you very much, Moses, and hello, everybody. Last weekend, we saw FaZe finally best Astralis over at the Star Ladder Finals. After several attempts to beat the Danes, this of course includes their attempt at IEM Katowice last month. Now they've finally managed to come out on top. With Inferno wrapping up the tournament with an overtime situation, it went all the way down to the wire, and FaZe managed to win out over Astralis 19-17. Nico was awarded MVP of the tournament. Taking their defeat in their stride, however, Astralis is already looking ahead to IEM Sydney with ambitions to take home the trophy. Which brings us to our poll for today. With IEM Sydney coming up, will FaZe and Astralis again butt heads in the finals? You can head over towards our social media channels and let us know what you think. In the meantime, though, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a bit of a week off, so let's refresh our memories with the top plays of the last week of the ESL Pro League.
Neo lurks in the smoke. He knows the bomb's ticking away fast. He knows someone's trying to defuse. Does he have time for this, though? Here's the defuse. It's stopped. Neo's in there. He gets himself two. One more for Neo, and that is the round for Virtus.pro.
You're going to see a bit more of an aggressive push comes in, but he gets the quick scope, and he got Dizzy jumping. So he's able to follow it through to the second, and then a no scope as well on a CJ. Oh my god, and then he hits ZQK as well.
Unsure what's going their way, but RPK adjusts so well on the angle. Going to swing out and find Pasha, but now the short play comes in. There's still players in torch, but the spray is so good from RPK. He has decided everything on towards this, and that's his ace as well.
Flamey's down. Guardian's lost his wingman now. He needs to do it on his own. Two very low health opponents on the map. One goes down, now looking for one more. Guardian makes it happen through the top of the box.
As you can see, the smoke starting to come in. So he's the master, and there's the first headshot, looking for more.
He's very, very good with this gun. Knows they're going to be closer.
The flash means they've got to be there. Lines up the headshots. He's got number 3. Bomb down as well. There's the 4th. Nico nearly goes for a Deagle ace.
I did tell him.
You did tell him what? What?
Nico was good with the Deagle. You weren't listening to that?
No. I tune out
attention?
the casters. I mute that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, those were the top 5 plays, but now we've got some tweets, maybe some top 5 tweets, one could say, of some LDLC stuff. Well, this is actually Stickle. I remember Alu throwing his shoe across the hotel lobby and screaming he doesn't need it because he can't walk anyway. Fins and alcohol.
He was in a rough stay that night, not gonna lie.
I don't know.
Vegas.
I mean, he was a champion. One could say he partied like a champion.
Look,
yeah.
Here at ESL, we don't condone binge drinking.
We don't?
Who said he was drinking? I think that's just
because of
high on
alcohol
life.
In the,
Oh, was it? Did it say that?
Stickle
Okay,
did say it.
yeah, fair enough.
On the other hand, LDLC is boot camping at the moment. This is Tuanu. Takes him 2 days off after the boot camp, get focused, and they have Copenhagen Games coming up.
And Virtus.pro tonight.
Virtus.pro what?
Tonight.
Tonight. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, they do.
Keep up, Jason. I know it's hard.
Listen, boys. Ukraine was rough. My first time there. It was interesting experience.
I spent the time snowboarding.
Yeah, you did. How was that?
In the French Alps.
That sounds cool.
It was lots of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was this your first time snowboarding, or is it?
No, I went in Canada.
All right.
Yeah, earlier in the year. I'm not very good at it.
No bruises to speak of.
Probably some bruises.
Okay.
Fell a few times. Tried some sick jumps.
I would love to see Chad going for some 1080s style snowboarding.
That was such a great game.
It was a good game. Nintendo 64 is the best.
First game I had on
ever.
the 64. That was great.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Yeah.
Wave Races it was also well.
Not as relevant.
Did you play Yoshi's Story?
But Yoshi's Story, no, I didn't.
No,
Sorry.
okay, all right.
Didn't really come off
Yoshi, isn't it Yoshi?
Yeah, okay, Adidas.
Well, let's get to Counter-Strike.
Back to the CS. Yeah, come on. Come on, boys.
Back to the Counter-Strike. Like they said tonight, we do have LDLC taking on Virtus.pro. That is going to be on Nuke and Inferno. I mean, let's just open it up because we already touched on VP. Atrocious pair of tournaments that they've put on the board.
That was
for us.
probably the worst one of all time. In recent memory, at least, of Virtus.pro.
At least they didn't lose to Easy Skins.
Well, no, I meant from them specifically. No, we don't have to open up your past to get that in there. Yeah, like Virtus.pro, they actually played these maps over a Star Ladder, and they got absolutely wrecked on them as well.
Hammered.
Inferno lost those 16-2 to Fnatic, which obviously losing Fnatic on Inferno, it's going to happen, but 16-2 didn't even arrive there whatsoever. Then 16-5 against NIP as well. Just didn't look like anyone turned up for the team. This is like, we're expecting like these kind of inconsistencies from Virtus.pro these days, but I've never seen them fall off that dramatically.
It's the severity of these losses that's really frightening.
It's like there's no one arrived whatsoever.
Were these, I know you were snowboarding in the French Alps, but did you get to see any of these games from VP?
I tuned in from time to time. I saw the results. I saw that Bali only had like 9 kills
over
problem. 3 maps or something like that, which is just unheard of. But with VP, I find it so difficult to rule these guys out. Even when they're in a match and they're losing, I always sit there and go, oh, you know, there's still another half, or they'll turn it on and they'll come back. But you're right, the severity of these losses is a damning sign. But at the same time, I think VP is a mental unit where everyone has to be on or no one's on. I think that's one of the big factors for these guys. So maybe, you know, they just weren't feeling it. I know at a $300,000 tournament, you should just be feeling it, but I can never count these guys out. Coming in tonight, you know, they're still my favorite against LDLC.
But we normally associate these kind of losses with the online games for Virtus.pro. That's normally, they have a really big tournament, do really well, come back online, and they suck at that point. Now they've had a really bad event. Do they come back? Do they have any sort of form coming off that? Do they have to kind of pick themselves up? I'm not really sure.
Well, we'll see if there's any indication tonight. This is some of the VP highlights you can see. I mean, one of the things, remember last year, they had a very long, prolonged period, you know, towards the bottom, like basically the start of the year towards about July is when they were not playing well. Do we expect this slump to be long? Is this going to be a quick bounce back, you think?
Well, we've got the major coming up as well. Are these guys coming to Cologne, do we know?
Yes, they're invited, yeah.
That's going to be a nice place to get back into form, I think. That's one of the big events they normally do very well at, to be fair. They're constantly making semi-finals or finals at that one. So we can always assume they're going to bounce back, but after those kind of defeats, I'm not so sure. It seems like they really were struggling. They're nothing. You saw those clips there. They were losing 13-1, and to get the second round, Neo had to get a 3-on-1 with a Tech-9, right? It's kind of just suggests how bad it was going for them.
I'd put a pie on it. They'll bounce back. They have a break now. They get to recharge the batteries and stuff.
Okay, you can't just throw out, I'll put a pie on it.
Yeah, I know, because it's so ludicrous now, these silly pie bets that anyone can make one for no apparent reason. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate here, Jason. The pie bets are done.
Yeah, I'm aboard that train. I've been on that train for quite some time.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, they have a lot of time at home now. You can spend time with their families, recharge the batteries, bounce back for Cologne. They're not going to Sydney.
Right.
In terms of that, they're just going to have online matches.
Well, Australia kind of haunts them, right? That's last time they were there. They kind of had a real rough time.
Didn't they win it?
They won the event.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. I remember them losing this
They did lose to Renegades, Henry. You are correct.
That's
they did lose to Renegades.
That's exactly what I was going about.
16-4 on Inferno. So you do have a great memory.
Yeah,
well, you know, they had
a point somewhere, you know.
Had to throw a bone to the home crowd team for sure. Okay. We've got LDLC up on the screen now as well. I mean, these guys have been pretty surprising. Have they actually like impressed us, or is this just more surprising in the sense that we expected them to be at the bottom?
They're doing better than expected.
They were. I'd say the last 3 weeks or so, they kind of plateaued. It seems like they were doing really well, and players like Maniac, we talked about him a lot, looking like they had some great form. We were surprised at how well they were playing, but now it seems like the results are more on par with what we expected. They were at the beginning of Pro League, they were kind of splitting series of good teams and stuff like that. Now they seem to be consistently losing. I think the last games they've lost 6 in a row. So
yeah, so they took a map off FaZe, they took a map off Mouse Sports, they took a map off Heroic, and they beat Hellraisers 2-0, well,
yes.
or both maps in the series.
Sure.
So those are where their wins have come from. But yeah, they did lose 2-0 to an embattled NIP, or one that's coming off a roster change. Fnatic and Astralis, you would expect them to lose both those games. So to take the maps off, I guess so far, other than FaZe, that's the only real surprising win there. All the other ones you would kind of predict them not to necessarily go a 1-1, but they definitely could go a 1-1.
Sure.
So I think it's just so hard to know what to expect from a team like this.
They're a bit of a sleeper team, aren't they? They turn up, no one's going to be doing too much homework on them, but they have got very talented players. We've seen great form from Alex recently. He's looked very good indeed, I think. Like last week especially, or the week before last, he looked like lights out. He was actually carrying them at points as well. Talked about Maniac, and then obviously the tactical mastermind who was going about existence. He's got a nice kind of a little group to work with there, and I'm sure they can always sneak in a map here or there, but they're not going to be competing to qualify for the finals, I don't think.
Well, it will be interesting to see what they do at Copenhagen Games, and at the risk of throwing both of you under the bus, do either you know which teams are going to that outside of LDLC?
I think like Tricked are going, and teams like that. Epsilon. It's like they're kind of like tier 2, tier 3.
A godsend mix with Pit.
Right, so yeah, I'd consider LDLC kind of front runners for that then.
Well, yeah, you'd expect kind of them at least in the top, 4 or 5 teams.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that'll be an interesting gauge of where they're at, but also we can gauge where they're going to be at is in this matchup that they have against Virtus.pro. So what we're going to do is send it over to your casters. That's going to be Pansy and Uber are going to take us away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Obviously, scintillating discussion to start us off here. The lighting's all kind of interesting tonight, Lauren.
Well, I'm looking tanned for once. I like it.
Got some nice down lighting on you.
Yeah, the darker the better at this point, just Yeah, it's not too good right now for me.
Let's talk about these two teams, because not to preempt you, but okay, like we talked about Virtus.pro being trash at Star Ladder. They got 9 rounds in their last 3 maps, like sort out, boys. But also LDLC have actually had a really average weekend. And then one of the tweets we saw earlier on from one of their players, I think Twano, was just saying, yeah, we're gonna have a break now. We're gonna move on. The thing is, what they didn't really mention is they lost best of 3s to Tricked and a team called Ranks. I mean, like at best a tier 2 team from France, right? So neither of these two teams have had a very good run as of late. LDLC at least has been home and been able to sort that stuff out. They've actually just moved into a gaming house recently, so they've got the facilities at least to have used this time off and not at LAN to hopefully add something to their game, because VP, they're wounded, Lauren.
No, you're right, but it's hard to get over the fact it should still be VP no matter what. LDLC are still the outlier here, but they're a team that's very interesting to watch. If they're going to have any tricks up their sleeve, it's time to kind of bring them out a little bit as well, because they're going into the Copenhagen Games and such. So there's a lot to be seen from these guys. A lot of talent there. There's no overlooking it. Alex is having outstanding performances. Twanu's being relatively consistent to a degree with that AWP. And we're seeing a lot coming out from them. So, you know, if there's danger to be afoot or, a upset potential, this certainly does have the possibility of it. But it's how hard does VP really take that loss that they suffered over at Star Ladder?
Well, I mean, you know, you can brush off online results to a degree, Lauren, as long as they don't get you relegated or anything ridiculous like that, looking at UVP. But at LAN, that's a bit of a different story there. That's definitely an event they would have wanted to be strong in. Now, Bialy going to take a quick vent dive to start this one off here, but not all of VP get through Squeaky unscathed. Taz, it's a bullet to the head, but VP are wasting no time in getting to the lower bomb site.
No, 3 players, no armor though. They've got the molly still on Neo, Snacks with a flash, and the afterplant positions are into play. Now it's retake time for LDLC, but no kit on board either. Full armor for them, so fights galore about to kick in, and they're not winning those. Until then, Maniac's gonna bite back a little bit towards Bialy, but time is ticking, and that is the important factor here. And now in a 2v2, with Twanu so low, this is looking less and less possible.
VP playing hide the Glockage. They've actually switched over the USPs at the moment, but Snacks can't really connect him. This dude managed to catch him off guard. That's a bit of a blooper, and now Pasha has to do it all himself. He's used to lifting small children, of course, trying to look after one at home, but he can't lift his team through this round. It's going to be the defuse for Twanu. You know, I'm kind of missing the bomb defuse thing up in the corner. It doesn't
really
feel like the same game anymore.
I really liked it.
People call it cringe. People don't like it, but actually I like it as an addition.
I don't think it needs to be like that graphic form, you know what I mean? But I like the concept of it. I think it's quite a cool idea.
At least they don't have casters like, yep, I know, they're not going to get it.
No, it's actually really cool. I think it's quite a nice little thing. So I was looking like, hashtag ESL Pro League, eh? That's not it.
That's where we are, yeah.
That's not it, but no, it's quite a nice little feature. But Mistu there having 4 kills that round, if I'm not mistaken. So good job from him to play that retake off as well as he did, even though VP were in a decent position. There was a couple of whiff shots there that you wouldn't kind of put to the players that did it, but still, victims aside and calling out players aside, Snacks going to find some work there with just a P250, no armor here, just pistols upgraded.
Oh, your surprise voice sounds so convincing, Lauren. It's Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Sort yourself out. Pasha finds one as well with the pistol. Now Snacks actually is the biggest gun on the side of VP, and he makes it work. It was salvaged, just picked up an existence, and Alex now look to even the score. The 2v1 situation, but Pasha's managed to get himself an M4, but no good will come of it. He falls.
Yeah, silly me. I did forget what happened at Star Ladder. We all saw it.
You totally had me on board with that, Lauren.
I know.
Everything.
Hook, line, and sinker and all that. But no, yeah, this game sometimes. Pistols, I think it needs to be addressed soon, doesn't it? Let's be honest. It's got to the point where, players like to have a little moan normally. They have a little whinge about it, but yeah, they're starting to get a little bit more vocal.
I mean, yeah. People like Vendetta have borrowed the straight jacket we put Yanko in at Cologne, I think it was, and he just had to use it full time now. He can't handle it anymore. He's losing it. He's losing it.
And let's keep eyes on VP this round. Only 1 smoke left, so they're going to be kind of to the point on this hit, it seems. So they have got great outside control already. But there is one man looking for a way to keep this under wraps, but Maniac can only cover so many angles. There's only so many places, but he's going to take his time to pounce. Looks for Taz, but quickly gets exchanged as Snacks will swing out for it. So a 1-for-1 trade out, and VP have plenty of ground now gained.
Yeah, and this is really good positioning for VP. Look how Pasha's managed to make his way in towards upper bomb site via the rafters. There actually be another player from VP flanking him through Crow's Nest. They should be able to get the 2v1 on towards Alex here, and they do. They don't suffer too much damage. That's not a mistake they can afford to make at this start of the round. But now Twanu's been essentially forced out of the site. He knows that to push in will be certain death. There's going to be a player waiting above him. It's a molly to try and delay any sort of plant, but it's too late.
Yeah, the angles of approach being cut down one by one. Smoke out there towards the main hut entrance. You can see them just funneled in at this point. Pasha and Neo going to be doing the big damage between them, and now Mistu left with almost no options here. Most angles covered. Time to probably back away and consider how they can maybe handle that outer push. Almost all players just having so much presence there. And yes, this is already looking quite nice for VP on the recovery this round. 3 players left alive, good for them to keep their money, try and keep it as robust as possible. You can see the other players down on 3.6. They can drop it out and spread out the wealth. If they'd lost any more, it could have been a bit of a pickle.
The buck sort of stops with players like Maniac in that particular round playing Mini there, because if he goes down, Virtus.pro can pretty much just wedge their way in towards Heaven and have that upside control there, which is just ridiculously powerful as that T-sided position. So they get that one now. We're going to have a couple smokes towards out of here. Whether they fake it or not, a lot of teams actually throw these outer smokes every single round. VP are one of them to indicate or to keep the enemies guessing. They could go towards Secret or towards Warehouse at any time, but it might again be another sort of rafter execute here, Lauren, as they make the way around the side.
If it's working so far, why change? You know that LDLC will probably be on a lesser buy. They still at least have 1 gun in the mix at this point, which is with Alex.
Oh, spotted.
Resistance does, yeah, catch a glimpse. So I think he's got a good idea of what's coming his way now. They've worked it out pretty well, but even if you understand what's going on, it might be quite tricky to handle. And at the moment, the lights are going on off in the studio. Very distracting.
We've got our proper lights on now, Lauren.
Oh, proper lights? Oh, I won't look as tan. That's awful. Nice little boost, though, looking in towards Kroos. A little bit of a peek up and above. Pasha finding a whole new world up there and messing up a whole other molly. So slow stuff from VP, taking their time here to clear out everything they can. And why not? You don't know where these 5.7s are hiding. We know the strength that comes with these pistols at close range. Maybe too much, and I don't disagree at that sort of statement. But yeah, VP looking like they might be heading down Secret at this point. 45 seconds left. They've got decent control building, but they still need to clear the site. Simple as that.
And it's really hard for LDLC to know definitively where VP are going to come from here. Players that are sat up on upper can be picked off by players like Pasha, and the rest of VP is going to make their way down in towards the lower levels. And that was a flash for Pasha. He doesn't really use it at all there. A second one comes in. Here's the peak. Spots an ult on the side. There, Alex is going to push forward out of hut to find him. That's going to weaken the Virtus.pro presence and the ability to keep players from LDLC on the upper side.
Good ding from Mistu there as well, and no one checks for the vents on the other side. Maybe a bit of communication lacking at that point, because he was already kind of taking contact there as well. This now makes a bit of a problem. There's 2 players left for VP against the 4 of LDLC. Now the bomb might be planted, but there's surrounding players, but Bialy's trying his best. Finds Maniac, but it's all on him now in a 1v3. 2 guns recovered, but no kit on LDLC because they were still on that weaker buy.
Yeah, they've got armor as well, so that grenade from Bialy won't really get as much damage done as he would otherwise like. It hardly does anything, if I'm honest. He forced to face the music and he goes down. That's the second time in the space of 4 rounds that VP have been put in a 1vx scenario with 1 player in ramp room having to stop a defuse.
We've got to highlight as well, there's been 3 players individually having big rounds. This round it was Alex before he saw Existence, and then prior to that in the pistol is Mistu. So
yeah, 4 Ks for both Alex and Existence there, yeah.
Yeah, kind of individually seeming to be able to, you know, do the work. Maybe that boot camp just, you know, individually get themselves into the game, play, you know, put in their hours, going through the motions of it all. It's not a bad thing to see, and of course they have the mind of Existence there with him. Maniac certainly not too shy to have his opinion as well. So VP this round though, back onto the pistols. We saw before they got, if not mistaken, I think it was either 2 or 3 kills, if not more, and Existence kind of saved them from that. And there's a couple of moments here and there where it got pretty hairy. So at the end of the day, we'll see if VP can maybe bring something out again. And Snack's going to be tendering.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, though, for him to get through. They're already kind of spamming towards the doorway.
I like this early CT player into vent here. He's expecting a vent dive, and you can't see it as VP. So if you go for some sort of late or staggered vent dive, you're almost 9 times out of 10 going to die in that case. Mistu going to stop the bomb plant. No chance of Passion to get there. He's been all over the map so far. Twanu also getting involved.
Lovely.
Nicely done between the 2 of them there. 4 kills for Mistu. Yeah, it's individual prowess so far shining for LDLC, and credit to them. It only took them 1 round to get the read on Virtus.pro's outside play.
Now, the money's not perfect yet for LDLC. It's good at the moment, but they, you know, once you're on that CT side, the way that you see Nuke going is if they get that real big buffer building up and they get that money in their favor, constant utility coming in, so they never, you know, get away from having the mollies and everything they need to hinder those early approaches from VP. Now, if VP break their money at some point, you can see that switch up happening. But again, it seems like a rinse and repeat here for Virtus.pro. And the nade going to be landing well. Twanu now going to be kind of greeted by that line of smoke there. Molly goes in, but it's not going to cover the entirety of the entrance towards Secret. Hopefully it doesn't bank on that, because already a lot of players going down there.
Hopefully no one from LDLC fully banks on that one here. Mistu's going to respond, and Taz of my fantasy team is 0-5. That's a side note.
Didn't you get rid of him?
I probably should have.
I tried to help you out, bud.
You did? No, it's fine, it's fine. You can't help everyone. Sometimes people just don't want to take good advice. Now, Existence is sitting way back in CT spawn. This is really interesting. So this is another adaptation to Virtus.pro's play towards their upper rafters and to get in towards Heaven. So that's really interesting, but it also does preclude him from being involved in a lot of the play in the lower levels. It's going to take him a long time to get here, Lauren, if VP want to pull the trigger soon. It looks like they might want to, but Neo's gunned down.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Mister. He's been a bit of a god at holding this lower area, always being a nuisance, whether it be in the vents, playing down by control room. really doing nicely. So now VP still looking for their opportunities here, still looking for their way in, but they've run out of utility now. They're down to just flashes. Molotov used. Taz spams through. Twan, who's aware of this now, goes for the fight and he wins it. Nicely done. But he does get picked up eventually. But now the hit towards upper looks like it's coming in, and finally VP are actually landing shots. Snacks and Bialy just turning the tide a little bit, but there's still just Snacks alive. And with the players stacking up for LDLC, they were well aware of what was going on, and Virtus.pro just kind of don't have much bite to the bark at the moment.
The thing is, Virtus.pro are actually up against one of the... Honestly, he was heralded as one of the greatest tacticians in Counter-Strike. Existence used to be very drilled and very sort of robotic about the way he sort of laid down the strategies, but you can see how this team is responding directly to the stimulus that Virtus.pro are providing. Let's watch outer more, let's play passive on the outside of the map, then let's respond with these plays in towards lower side.
And I want to see the difference now. This round won't be a huge, I guess, tell of it. This is nice, though. Oh maybe dunked. Not. Ouch. No, because they finally got the op on Twanu, so that means they can be more active outside here, because normally they kind of don't play it as actively. Oh, he's going to spot a player. Taz flashed up there. You can see the animation, hand over the face, not having a good time. The old nothing dance coming through. So
half dab?
No.
Because you got one hand over the face. The other.
No.
Okay.
No.
I tried. Misty, though,
so
up on
hard.
high. He's going to be able to clean this one pretty easy there as well. Interesting little play, I think, was from Neo early in the round. He goes for the vent dive, but he drops down in towards vents and has his knife out. Now, you can't get an insta-kill on someone as they come down the ladder with that knife, can you? Doesn't count as you backstabbing them? I don't think so. Because he sat on the ladder, right? Because obviously,
maybe, I don't know.
If you sit on the ladder with a weapon, obviously it completely wrecks your accuracy. Taz is Bond right now. Yeah, a rough game for him so far, and Neo as well hasn't really been able to make much of an impact himself.
And we're seeing VP looking a little different here. They've not gone for the same outer hit, maybe aware that AWP's now into place. I think they saw it in the last round when Twanu picked up Taz and such. So maybe this is a response to that, or it could just be another look for VP, and I don't really mind them going for something a little different, but Twanu's already connected towards Taz, but there is a reply, finally from VP trading out evenly, but it's still a 3v3, and for now, Existence going to keep his hand in the game. At this point, it's just Passion now. Worked his way in, got an angle, can't find the shot. Maniac from up above in Rafters going to just hammer home that scoreline now. 7-1. Didn't recover the AWP, but they've got plenty of money on Existence. He could drop out someone if they want the AWP in, or they can buy it themselves. No big problem there. There it is. Drop comes in. Maniac going to gift that one over. And the money just seems completely here, there, and everywhere for Virtus.pro. It's not a nice buy here. You've got a UMP coming out. Bialy, just a Glock? No, there we go. I was about to say, please don't just sit on that. There we go, fine. It's still not perfect, and this could be a nice time for Twanu if he's in the right position for it.
I feel like we'd be remiss if we didn't mention to everyone who's maybe not familiar with VP that they're an excellent team on Nuke T side. Quite often, they're able to really rush down enemy teams and get themselves, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rounds on their tar, but this has been a muted performance from VP. The red and the white not looking as bright today.
This is the thing, they're known as the master of fakes, right? The team that can always pull teams into whichever position they want them to be in, make them uncomfortable. VP known for this, but right now we're seeing limited amounts of it so far.
This position again.
I don't mind it. I think it's fine.
Do you think it puts you too far away from being able to respond to a lower execute?
No, you've seen VP trying to utilize that area several rounds in a row. Why not do it? You don't have Twanu out there at the moment, so if you look at who's holding outer, I think you've got basically Maniac and Existence from very unique positions. So I don't mind it as like a secondary piece.
VP still don't know that Existence is going here, by the way, because they haven't spotted him yet. Last round was actually Twanu with the 5-7 who cut down VP, got the flash on towards Taz and traded out, and then Maniac got involved. So they haven't seen Existence play from that CT spawn area yet.
And again, time is going to be a factor here. Virtus.pro running this quite low. If Twanu makes an impact, maybe gets a kill, possibly 2, and then falls back, you're running out of options towards ramp. But it doesn't look like that's where VP want to go. Usher towards outside, creeping his way back over. It looks like a bit of a hit coming in right about now, possibly towards upper. You got 2 players in good position. Maniac just turns the flash, comes back around. Nice shot from Pasha. That's the reply you want. Alex finds 2 where he shouldn't have been able to, but good positioning from him leaves Bialy all alone in a 1v3, and he's not going to pull that off. Existence finally pawns himself back into relevance from that position quite far out, and he does just fine. 8-1 again. LDLC keeping enough players up. Look at the money now. This is what I was talking about when the CT side money gets really robust, especially on this map. It's so hard to break back in, especially when you're mollied out, naded out for so long. It's hard to define anything on this map.
And without oversimplifying the situation, I'd be interested to see how many rounds of these have been with Virtus.pro losing the first player, not getting that first kill, because quite often we're seeing players in 1v3, 1v2 situations at the very least to try and win these rounds out for the polls, and that's just putting the odds against you. they're losing out on the early trades. It's not efficient trading into getting map control and getting these bomb sites, because the LDLC, they back up and they force Virtus.pro to commit 2, 3, even more players to trying to get map control in those crucial areas like these bomb sites. Mistu again, ready for the vent dive.
Maniac caught out here. Molly oh, Jesus.
Matthew?
And somehow still alive, though. That's the more... I don't know how he's still alive, and he's still on the run. And Alex just goes on the flank, and it's not pretty. And it's not fun, especially if you're staring down that sort of gun work there. So Alex just finds the time. It wasn't a beautiful shot, but it does the job. Now Pasha just kind of slowly creeping to his doom. 9-1, your VP now sat there going, well, this isn't fun, is it?
This is straight bollocks for them.
Yeah, this isn't good stuff. Even on the turn here on the half, you need at least enough to suffer through maybe a pistol. You know what I mean? You need those 3 rounds beside you somewhere, maybe 2 at least.
Well, the point of playing the T side first, ideally, is to give yourself a buffer, Lauren, to deal with the enemy team getting some lucky T rounds or some forced by wins or something like that. Yeah,
Taz, please.
I'm actually going to lose to Henry this week in the fantasy standings. Now, that's the worst.
I'm not much of a partaker of calling people out for their scoreline, because sometimes it doesn't really matter if you're winning the rounds, right? So all that aside, it doesn't really matter. But look at this from Twanu. He lines him up, knocks him down, 2 back-to-back for him. But he did so much damage across the board as well there. I think he almost connected 3 shots. He killed 1 and shot through 2 others, if not mistaken. If we can watch this again, yeah, there you go. That was 2 players behind. The follow-up was outstanding on Neo. And yeah, this is a shutout again.
Yeah, 20 doesn't give a stuff about your point about player kills and deaths, mate.
No, he likes getting them.
Doesn't give a crap. 7-1-6 for him right now, that last round, plumping up his score nicely. But so far, it's been Mistu and Alex performing admirably for LDLC here, heading into the 12th round. And VP, well, you can see it for yourself on the scoreboard. It has been a grind for them so far, and they've gotten very little. But now they come back in with an AWP for Pasha. We see they handed it around a little bit. Snacks and Neo have had a go, but now it's time for him, and he finds 20 to open up.
Don't mind VP cutting a bit of a different figure here, something maybe they needed. Find a way back through. Existence gets the tag from the locker room, but Pasha was still convinced of up above. But Existence just switches up position, catches out Bialy, and Pasha a little slow to respond accordingly. Gets a glimpse, misses the shot. A little bit uncharacteristic there, but still, VP hold the numbers. But the aggression, those instant wanting to trade from LDLC are keeping them in this game so relevantly. But Alex caught in the middle of nowhere now. Didn't expect that, and Maniac, timing on the flank could work out well. He holds his nerve.
Love it.
Doesn't pull the trigger yet. Mister needs to be careful. Somehow he handles that frag. And you got to be careful. Taz finally has a kill, so you got to be wary of... Oh, no, he did he just jump?
It was trade. Oh, can't get any more.
Was that the mouse wheel thing?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he... I don't think he intended to jump at that point, so it could have been... If you have jump on mouse wheel, guys, which... You have that, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
You play with that, so sometimes it can be a little bit sensitive if you're responding quickly.
I'm just more amazed that he was able to land and still smash a shot. When I saw him turn, it looked like he was still kind of mid-air dropping down, but
Maniac,
still.
Oh, it's so clever for him to hold the shot there, because he actually, instead of taking the fight, which he could have or could not have won, he gave himself a crossfire with the player on top of Hut. It didn't play out, though. He actually had to trade and get a kill 1v2. Bialy, okay. Going to play in here.
And there's a response already. So Pasha goes for the odd 1 round. Oh, now this is an issue. I'll come back to that in a second. Twan, who's now surrounded all fronts. Molly comes in, burning alive, can't take one with him. That's a problem. Good pressure there. I was going to say the difference being Mistu then pushed up towards outside. First time we've seen a little bit of aggression on that. Doesn't work out well, but somehow Alex around the back again. Finds one, but he can't follow up. That could have been the bomb down, but Existence is quick to get there. And now this means that Bialy's slowed down a little, recovers the bomb, and now has to be careful. There's Existence gone. Spam to smoke, not there anymore.
How much health is Existence on? 22. Needs to be a little bit careful about how he drops down from rafters. He's done that. Actually, you're going to go straight towards lower here. I like Maniac being here, by the way, and not committed directly to the lower side or the upper side. It's kind of in between. A little bit easier for him to rotate, but he's given away the positioning here. If he takes if he just takes a full-out duel with Bialy, he can possibly win an out if he doesn't get headshot immediately, obviously. But he doesn't want to take his chances. Existence... Even if he doesn't win this 1v1 necessarily. Oh, hello, he picks that one out. Bialy caught with a grenade in his hand. Virtus.pro still being held to just those 2 rounds. And their economy has not been given a chance to grow, whereas LDLC, it's young money, cash money billionaires.
Got to say here, Existence, not exactly known for the, the fragging side. The man was always a cerebral player, always known for that kind of, what he can do as an in-game leader. But this is a nice individual game from him, and these haven't been like filler kills as such. These have been quite impactful frags. He's been playing quite tough positions as well, so nice to watch that one out and see how he's playing off the back of it. But for VP on the other side, a bit of a switch. Not really seeing many individuals, hammering home the kills, but still, we know these guys had a very rough tournament recently. Maybe that's still in the back of their minds, just not feeling it, not hitting the shots, not playing the game out as they'd like to. Neo just ducking away, somehow makes it out, and Twanu finding it terribly awkward right now because he just hopes we weren't watching these shots.
We were. We saw
it all. We've seen everything now.
And Misty, just in towards Secret. They're expecting VP want to extend in that direction. He plays a bit more of a passive position, but Existence finds Taz on the outside, and that is just a desperation bomb plant there for VP. All they could really do was to try and get down there. Bialy wins on the outer side, but there's no chance he can interact with the defuser here. The bomb was planted for lower. It's just for the extra cash to give VP a vital injection of fiscal variety coming to the last round of the half. Lauren, they get themselves some AKs and a bit of utility on top.
Well, maybe we finally see a little bit of a turnaround, but I don't know. You got to hope they get this round just for the buffer, just for the ability of being able to come back a bit. And this might be the old smoke wall outside. Didn't work so well early game, but now they've got a bit more to play. We've got the mollies there. They can clear out corners. And yeah, look at it. Beautifully placed. Back to back to back to back. All the way down. So a couple of players already getting down towards Secret. Generally, though, it's been Mistu down there, yeah, and he's here again. He's been having a brilliant performance. Very, you know,
a lot of his KDs because of his success in that part of the map.
And I really like the way he's playing. He's quite varied. He doesn't just play one spot. He's showing, you know, variety in how he's holding downstairs, making it hard to work for VP. But it's gonna be hard for him to do more than, you know, maybe a 1-for-1 trade out here. We'll see how much he can achieve if they actually go for all this.
VP, oh, hello. Still going to make their way here through Secret. They're looking just to get, you know, multi-peak scenarios to try and overwhelm players one by one here, but LDLC can respond to this. They've spotted so many of these VP players.
Yeah, nades not even hitting that much. He's still okay here. 3 nades later, finally goes down, but he took one with him. Quick call for the rotate as well. Twanu going for a bit of a dangerous route, no disputing that. Going to be sat in the vents, burning alive. Backs away from it though. And Bialy's going to break through for VP. So now this is good. The addition of the mollies is helping them out here, clearing out the corners, getting them into better positions. Bombs now planted. The after plants, you've got 2 players here by the new room, and Twanu just claims snacks. Now they're both in the same spot. Both already spotted, and Twanu! What was that? So quick, and now Bialy left in the 1v2.
Twani won't be ready for this, but you can see Bialy was sandwiched on either side. Existence at least was covering it. Twani wasn't looking, he was looking towards the site. LDLC, in a pinch, make sure they cover their ankles perfectly, and this is a very interesting turn of events, Lauren. LDLC, 13 to do at halftime, and Virtus.pro, a very quiet T-side.
2 very different teams in 2 very different positions here. LDLC boot camping, getting ready for Copenhagen Games. Virtus.pro coming back off of a very bad loss recently. Let's see if they can recover in that second half.
Can they indeed? It's going to be the Polish side now, switching across to CT. They've got a long way back to go. Let's see what they can get done. Well, the white fur of the grizzled polar bears is looking pretty matted right now, Lauren. The comeback from Kiev pretty darn wounded straight into the ravenous walls of LDLC, who've really shown them up in the first half here on Nuke.
Nice intro.
Thanks. I worked on it.
That's good. That was very wordy. Like it, Mitch.
Ravenous.
But no, yeah, you're absolutely spot on. This has not been a good start here for VP by any margin. Known for their ability to define those T sides, to be incredibly controlling in how they play it, force the opponents to be uncomfortable and have to play to their tune. This time it was not the case. LDLC were having none of it, not listening at all. And of course, the scoreline sits drastically in their favor, 13-2. There's always a chance of recovery for VP, but it's a slender margin. When there's no room for errors, when there's almost no room for how this game can play out. But, you know, Nuke is still one of those maps you can say it's CT-sided to a degree, but you expect more than this.
Yeah, I mean, there's just more options available right now for T-sides. And to be fair, the T-side approach to this map is much more evolved than perhaps it even used to be, especially on the inception of this map. So VP really needs to dig deep here. Starts off well. Pasha finds existence. It's going to be Team LDLC en masse here towards ramp.
Nice little quick shoulder peek from Maniac. Love that play. Baited out the shot, came in close, got the job done. But the bomb plant isn't going to be too smooth just yet. There's still players around, and Bialy being one of them, going to make it hard work. Tuanu going to fall to his hand now. 3 players remain. So LDLC have the site, kind of. 2 players, Maniac and Alex. Bomb not planted either.
You can switch upper here pretty comfortably. They've baited so much activity here from LDLC in the lower side, and Alex was in a bit of a fulcrum position at the observation deck now. On his own in that 1v4, and Virtus.pro start off, this was, well, absolutely necessary to win here. There was no other choice. VP lose that round, they are done like a dog's dinner, but they're going to bring it back now. UMP. MP9 in there as well. So a little bit to work with here. Oh, good
Taz.
Lord, Taz. Get some kills, plump that score up, give me the fantasy points, let's go.
He's gone for the infamous female gaming weapon. I like it. Taz, all about diversity here in the Pro League. Bring it on, let's go, Taz. He's gone for the CLG red colours too. Everything's working. I like the way he doesn't actually have a kill on this gun either. Check out the stat track. It's the first time, but he's ready for it. Ah, the lag's going well too.
It's all planned.
It's all planned here.
Done.
I love it. But good early damage coming through from the nades as well. Look at that. Shredding them down. But I really hope Taz gets a kill with this. It would make me very, very happy. It may not equate to much in the round overall, but my happiness is key.
Oh dear, Bialy now. It's going to be pretty comfortable work for him. He can peek up and get 3 straightforward kills on towards LDLC. Just they're trying to work the out. There's no smoke there. There's no pretense to LDLC's movement here. They're on mass. Get the kill. Get in there, Taz. Get him with... Oh, Lord, he goes down. You know what? I see that a lot too.
I like
That's
that,
okay.
though. You know what? I like that from Taz. It's one of those where he's like, not hitting anything anyway. Sod it. I'm going for the P90.
It's the ultimate tilt buy.
No, the best thing is Snacks picked it up and dropped it back out to him. Don't you worry, Taz. Round 2 incoming. Let's peek back on that one, please. Can we have a P90 cam?
Oh,
you know, I was loving those pictures when they're doing the bomb plants over a star ladder. What I want is if there's ever a P90 bot, bang on that.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
Lovely. Nice camera work, guys. Shout out to you, observers. I like it.
I'm sure there's nothing...
You don't lose this round, though, do you, Taz?
There's nothing nefarious to this, I'm sure.
Off we go. No, here we go.
What is this? What is this?
There was a player...
Oh, no! My
There was a player
God.
next to him!
2 rounds in a row, and this time, there's no way Taz is getting that back. He is full tilt. No, sorry. This is forced by round for LDLC. They've got a plant. They've got a P90.
They've got a P90. Why watching Alex?
God help
Observers.
me. Alex is about to get... He's about to get jiggy with it. Look at that. Oh, he's going to pick up the rifle. No, it's traded out. Pasha finds him. And that's the round.
Can we get a replay of that Taz moment, possibly? Because he saw the player when he came up. I don't know if that was for by the windows or the bars on it. I don't know why he didn't see the player. So he was literally just smashing his face into, I think it was existence up there with just a Glock.
Do you expect a player up there that late in the round? No one goes there anyway on the CT side.
Not setting up smokes, so they had nothing. But still, like it's a bit weird. But I'm certainly saw him. I don't know.
Taz has decided to eschew the attempt at getting aggressive with the SMG. This time he's going to go for an M4. So
look, he's already won my heart. All right, it doesn't matter how many kills he's got. He's fine now. He can do what he likes. And they've got the utility, which is the important part here, Mitch. And they've got the double orb.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays into the round for Virtus.pro. It's Neo and Pasha both having now, so no stacks action, interestingly enough. I mean, after that last round, I wouldn't be surprised if Taz just picked it up and ran at them and tried to no-scope them, but that's just how this game has been. If you just joined us, it was LDLC with an incredibly strong CT side, and now they need to close it out. But VP still standing their way. Existence. This is an interesting challenge.
It's
this is very cocky.
Neo!
And there was no crossfire on Neo either, so Neo doesn't get punished for taking that 1v1 challenge. He's afraid of dying. Regardless, Snacks finds Existence. He's playing up closer. And LDLC are down to 3 players. Don't question, Lauren. Just let it take you away.
Look, honestly, I'm a huge fan of Neo, but right now, those missed shots have just blown my mind. And he's one of the last 2 players standing.
It's not because it's objectively bad. It's because it's just not what we expect from a player of Neo's caliber.
It was bad. You're trying to be a nice guy.
We'll
get to the round.
Definitely not what we expect of Neo, though.
No.
Given his pedigree, which is sparkling.
Is in a tricky spot here. He can't retake like one-to-one fights. He's going to try and find a way to be relevant to this round. Oh, and now he's spotted, tries to take a quick fight on it, but he's not going to get it done. It's Neo now, 1v3. AWP, clutch tight. 26 seconds for LDLC. Bomb was still out, and I'm wondering if Bialy possibly saw that. Now, I'm not certain. That's the shot you want to hit. Now, 2 more need to follow. Spots the gun barrel. He knows that. Molly goes down. He knows the timing. Neo can win these.
They're going lower. No, they're going to push him actually through the hut. This could be nasty. 7 seconds left in the round, and 20 drops the bomb. But Maniac keeps them alive in that round. What an interesting play. I was actually surprised they didn't both just casually vent dive because they didn't realize that Neo wasn't peeking in towards hut or anything, but they challenged him out. They knew they kind of had to win that one, but I don't know why we're showing this, but this was an unfortunate series of missed shots here for Neo there as well. Just not quite on point. Happens. Again, like Existence, I think it was Existence challenging him out. That's a very ballsy play from Existence, who doesn't have he doesn't have a teammate in a revenge frag position there necessarily, and I think Snacks or someone was playing really up close there, so that's dangerous to peek like that.
Yeah, but I don't mind it if you're feeling it, you know what I mean? If it's one of those games you're like, I know I'm on point here, run with it a bit. It's good to see
flair in your game, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing at all.
Navi right now.
It was like we watched COG when you saw them playing, like that, you know, during that Starlight event, they were feeling. You could see they were on point. They were just, you know, taking these shots. They were taking fights, so you just wouldn't see normally. I don't mind it. Sure, it worked out well because Neo missed 3 sitters, right? That's another factor. But the only reason I'm discussing it right now is because we're down to pistols for VP, and this could be where it all breaks down.
And not even Taz's new Mercedes can carry VP out of this one. It's going to be an impossible round for them to bring back, essentially, with just these pistols, no armor, no utility, no nothing. Like I said, there's no smoke and mirrors here, literally. They have to work with just what they have. A minute left in the round, and LDLC are yet to plant the bomb. They're posturing tenaciously, tentatively around the outside of the map. There's Twinu in Existence. They're not sure about the presence down on the lower. There's a lot of potential for VP to stack pistols just past Secret and down in those lower halls. And they want to keep their guns. They do not want to give Virtus.pro anything here because they can break them after this round. And that's Maniac to take down Bialy. It might be the upper sight hit here. And Taz can get the jump on Alex. He does. CZ works out, picks himself up an AK, but that's all he's going to get. LDLC go to match point here. Virtus.pro with only a small amount of money coming into this round. It's going to be enough to get the most of what they need, but they're going to be, I guess, short on things like utility. They need to stop some of these aggressive rushes. Molotovs are lacking.
Yeah, that's the big difference. That's always the game changer for me is mollies. You always need to molly out. Yeah. They probably have at least one. There's probably Bialy, I guess, and I'm hoping he's the one who just mollies out towards the squeaky door to just deny pushes. They've got a couple of nades here and there.
You can't stop vent push.
No, not.
Oh, sorry, you can't stop
like a ramp push, ramp. Yeah, there's plenty of things, and Snacks is just going to go and try and make the difference himself.
Oh no!
He's right next to him. No, and Alex just comes out of the smoke in the better position. No trade available either. Somehow Alex just decides to go from walking through the middle of the smoke, but instantly LDLC flex their way towards the upper bomb site. Taz does claim 2, but in the back quickly you can see Neo trying to find another to turn the tide to a better situation to their favor, but it wasn't the case. And now it's just Pasha looking down against 2 players here, about to get that bomb planted.
So many times we see that molly fail and Kobe straight down the hole, but you can see what happens when it actually is executed properly. Pasha cannot get up into heaven. No bomb plant yet. LDLC have not attempted to plant, despite having the Molotov there, because they don't know exactly where Pasha is. They have no idea. And that's why Misty's so intently looking in towards lobby. 55 seconds left. Now, this could go wrong. LDLC, if they don't get any more information about where Pasha goes and they go for a plant on the exposed upper side, Pasha can quickly 1-2 buckle my shoe this one and keep Virtus.pro in the game. But Pasha also doesn't know where they are. He's spotted. He sees the head. Existence going to go for a plant behind the silo anyway, but Misty wins out the duel. And LDLC, they dominate Virtus.pro coming back from Kiev. It's a very good look right now for this mix of French, Belgians, and a Swiss player. Nice opening from the Wolves, Lauren.
Yeah, this is worrying times for VP. Let's be honest here. This win could have put them in a really good position. They could have gone up 2 spots there, even more, put themselves in a competitive spot. But this is what we kind of theorized and we discussed, and especially the desk did as well. Sadly for VP, this is what can happen. They seem to have been kind of crumbling during that offline event over at StarLadder, and it's not seemed to have rebounded too well here.
Yeah. Pressure might be getting to them. Maybe it's just a really full schedule. Either way, we'll still get to see more of these 2 teams tonight. But for now, it's over to the desk to discuss what we just witnessed.
Well, what can you say about that one? Blowout from LDLC. That's very surprising.
Didn't nail the delivery there.
Not nail the delivery. But no, boys, on a more serious note.
Yeah.
Very quickly, I mean, VP found himself in a bit of a pickle that game.
Just exactly. Shut up. Just more of the same there from Virtus.pro. That's exactly what we saw the weekend. Looking really disjointed. Lots of weird approaches to situations, like going into bomb sites 1 by 1. No one going for refrags. Just overall looked very poor, uninspired CS. And this is a major problem for them now. Like we thought it might be a bit of a rut from the kind of the LAN season and maybe just have too many events. But that transition to online play as well, you'd expect teams to look better online. And they've arguably looked worse there. They're playing against much weaker opposition. They've lost like NIP and Fnatic at the LANs right now. They're losing to LDLC. This is really bad news.
I mean, we were watching this, and how many times did we just say, what the hell are they doing? I mean,
it was sloppy as well early. Like the first 7 rounds of the game, both teams looked like they couldn't hit the simplest shots. They would choke spamming. Like Snacks in the vent with the USP. He wasn't anywhere near the guy, but you don't really have to try that hard in the vent to shoot someone. It's not a very difficult shot. There were some weird times where things just didn't look like they should. Like it was all over the place. Higgledy-piggledy, one might say.
Someone might say that, yeah. I'm not sure who, but someone might.
There is maybe one person out there who would say that.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, let's not take anything away from LDLC, right? This is a huge victory for them.
Yeah.
Mistu, one of the players we don't really talk about the desk that much. Like, he's not one of the big names of the team. He actually gets 26 frags there, like close to the 30 bomb against Virtus.pro. And a massive victory, not even that many rounds played. 16-5. It wasn't like a really deep game. Getting 26 frags, that's really influential for a player.
Your boy Alex had some big rounds?
He was good. He's like, we've been calling him out for the last few weeks, being like much better than we would kind of expect from someone like that. And he gets 20 kills as well. Very crisp aim, I have to say, from that young man. Looking quite special at the moment.
It's the British blood.
That's what I'm thinking. British Counter-Strike pumping through his veins. Like,
I don't know about that one.
Coming back, maybe?
Seems a bit of a reach.
Counter-Strike's coming home?
That's on like higgledy-piggledy levels.
I don't know. I think British Counter-Strike's going to be a big deal this year. What do you reckon?
And on that note.
Yeah, it's about that time, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, this is now... How do they recover for game 2? Because this was just
It's Inferno next, right?
Yes.
Patch's birthday. Maybe they could give him a win.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe he's doing some celebrating.
They were known as one of like when the new iteration of Inferno first came out, they were known to be very, very strong in it, right? But now I'm not so sure that's going to be the case. Overall, the fragging ability and general Counter-Strike we're seeing from LDLC looks much stronger than what Virtus.pro presenting at the moment. I'm not sure they can bounce back. I'm sure the scoreline will be close in the next map, but still, my man would be on LDLC from what I've just seen. So who knows? Maybe it's just a warm-up game. Maybe the first time they've played since they got back from Ukraine, and just getting into the swing of things.
We've all been a little bit under the weather since Ukraine.
Yeah.
Well, I think we do actually have the highlights ready, I was told. I don't know if we're going to be doing that. Yeah, that was not quick. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we'll be just sending this one to break. So we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if VP can bounce back.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
VP dropped big the first map. It was on Nuke. It was a 5-16 loss for them. A map that's considered their best, but LDLC bested them on it. Now we move on to Inferno. I've still got Henry. I've still got Chad.
Just about.
Just about.
I was just going to say, speaking of big, they're playing Gambit in the Mountain Dew League quarterfinal bracket thing at the moment.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think they're on the third map.
All right. Is that all you got? What's the score?
I had it here. I accidentally closed it. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at?
But they are playing.
Bus.
That's all we're playing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, all I know is they're 1-1 and they're on the 3rd map.
All right, cool.
I can tell you other teams. I just like the big segue.
Yeah, you liked the big thing.
Yeah. If they're on Inferno, that would have been even better.
Yeah. Let's moving along. Moving back to VV versus LDLC.
VV.
Second map is going to be Inferno.
VV.
Did I say VV? I meant VP.
Parlez-vous français?
Anyway, let's get into it, shall we?
Chad's a mess today, isn't he? He hasn't even traveled.
Let's talk about, we'll continue with Virtus.pro's current form. They actually played Inferno against Fnatic at the event, and they got absolutely wrecked, 16-2. They didn't look like they turned up whatsoever. Didn't look like they turned up to that game just then as well. I feel like it's going to be more of the same. LDLC arguably looked like the much better side tonight. So
that actually reminds me, I mean, the last 2 games that VP has played on Nuke have been 16-5 losses.
That's right, NIP, and that one just there. It's not great, is
Interesting. No, it's not.
And, yeah.
They haven't won a lot of rounds in their games of Counter-Strike, have they?
No, they have not.
Haven't won a lot of rounds at all.
No, I mean, that's the big thing. Inferno as well, they look good on it for some period of time. So this will be interesting because, I mean, this is where they have that aggressive banana control. Very few other teams can kind of match that kind of aggression in the way they play it. So, yeah, big task for LDLC, but none of that's going to matter if we saw VP players, doing the things we saw on Nuke.
The thing with VP is, right, you normally go, okay, anyone in this team can stand up and be countered and have a really good impact and get a lot of multi-frags or be the carry in that particular map. Right now, it seems like nobody on VP is able to get anything done. So to get out of that, someone maybe has to stand up.
It's rare to see Neo drop off like he is right now.
Well, is it just Neo? Like,
well, no, everyone is right now. But I'm saying just especially someone like him, right? You can expect him to be never like the absolute best on the team. Sometimes he has amazing clutches and that sort of thing. You never expect him to be right at the bottom of the scoreboard like he was last time. He only had like 6 frags in total on the last map, and that's a bit of a problem. If he's dropping off and no one else is stepping up, I'm not really sure what the game plan is going forward. Like you said, they are used to having lots of aggression towards Banana, but if no one's hitting any shots, that calculated aggression could be shut down quite a lot. Like the fact that LDLC would have watched these demos. This is big for them in the Pro League. They want to make sure they're picking up 2-0 here. They'll be watching their demos and knowing that's a possibility to come through. And a team like LDLC with in-game leaders like Existence, they'll be having flashbangs ready for them, especially to shut down that aggression towards Banana. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to actually carry them through this.
I mean, this is that typical case, right, where it's, the team that is the underdog, LDLC, having more incentive to look into VP than VP has into doing the other.
They wouldn't have bothered, would they?
Yeah, they wouldn't have, would they?
I would say for VP right now, if they're feeling uninspired and, they're maybe a bit over, being competing at the moment, they maybe want to break. I don't know. I'm completely talking out of my ass here. I've got no idea, but that's what it looks like to me. Okay. So what I would say is maybe just mix things up, be a little bit fresh. Just they all know how to play Counter-Strike, right? Maybe mix up the bomb sites. Maybe try and change
switch
some
players. You're saying?
Yeah, just try and mix things around just to kind of make it feel a little bit different because it can get stale after a while. They play so many tournaments. You run the same strategy over and over again. Difficult to constantly reinvent the wheel.
I would like them to see kind of what we saw from Astralis in the first few weeks of Pro League when they first started playing Inferno. They did that real loose play style on the T side, like 4 players just picking an area, getting some apartments control, then doing a fast explosion towards quad. Instead of doing like really spread out defaults, trying to do the executions, why not just go in as a wolf pack and try and out-aim them instead of trying to do really methodical Counter-Strike. That would be, for me, in this current state they're in, the most beneficial way to approach these situations. To try and, like, pound for pound, Virtus.pro are always going to have a better team in terms of firepower against LDLC, right? So why not just utilize that, stick together, have the refrag, keep things real simple, and kind of base it off gut instincts and just getting picks, like, as a team. I think that's going to be the best.
To build on that, that's not a bad idea because what we did see on Nuke, they were getting the opening picks and finding territory in that yard area. Nuke is a bit different to Inferno in the sense you'd be flanked all the time, but it seemed like they'd get that kill, then they'd be moving in during that transition period. The LDLC guys would just look for kills and make trades and make it very difficult for them. They do what Henry's saying, to go for explosions and go as a team, keeping it very simple, and it's just about fragging at that point. It's not about, positional play or faking or doing anything like that. It's just taking the bomb site as a unit, making the trade frags, and hopefully having the
That was a massive problem on Nuke, the trades. They keep going to situations that they'll spread out the defaults. One person would commit without anyone there with them, miss this shot, and then that's normally fine if you're hitting absolutely everything. In the current form they're in, just stick together and hopefully refrag and just overwhelm them with
the trades and
exactly. Just keep it super simple.
We are changing server right now. The teams are trying to, from what I can see, they're trying to decide on a server.
So what Chad is saying is we have a bit of delay. We've a bit of time to fill, so we're gonna talk counter, as they say.
Okay.
We're gonna fill some time. Let's talk about Chad. We have IEM Sydney coming up. I know we have the qualifiers for the Australian.
The final team was decided just the other day. I think it was Monday, so that was yesterday.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Okay. So it was Chiefs versus Tainted Mind in the grand finals.
Tainted Mind, I haven't heard of them. Any big names in there?
They used to be called Athletico, but they recently moved on to so the League of Legends organizations basically have the majority of top Counter-Strike teams in Australia at this point in time, and Chiefs and Tainted Minds, as far as I'm aware, are both League of Legends teams.
Any players we would have heard of in that one?
Tux is on one of them.
Tux, yeah.
Yep.
Tux and Malta, Alistair. There was one more who I'm forgetting. Inns. They all played. They played at a minor before, I think.
Okay, cool.
I could be completely wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. No, Tux couldn't have played at a minor. I'm wrong. Anyway,
there you go.
They played at some events. They have a fifth. His name's Pex.
Pex, I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, have you?
Yeah.
Really?
I think so.
I thought the interesting thing, Chad, was when I asked you about this before the show didn't start, I said, which one were you favored going into it? And you said Tan Mines.
Yeah, because
well,
they have Infrequent and Liaz, and I think they're probably two of the best players in Australia at the moment.
Okay.
Infrequent's an AWPer. He's a really good AWPer.
Does that include Australian players who are currently overseas?
Yeah, no.
No.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm talking about currently competing in Australia. Yeah, that's it. That's
the yeah, no thing.
And Liaz is a really good player. He reminds me of JKS and the way he approaches the game. He's quite methodical, can win a lot of clutches. He's a really good multi-fragger. Yep. Similar kind of player to him. And they have been, I guess the best team in Australia ever since Renegades and Winterfox. Those kind of guys weren't there. They kind of were winning the majority of the titles last year. But Chiefs, they got rid of Lightstep. I don't know, maybe I
heard of him. Yeah.
He then replaced him with Pex. He was part of the older generation Lightstep, and now they have Tux doing the in-game leading and stuff. I think, and them looking like a much better unit. That Chiefs.
So they've gone younger. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's always the way. I think you need to get in that new generation, the younger kids, because they just have that spark.
Yeah. What do you think about the Winterfox thing? They're going to be back in Australia soon, it seems like. Or they're back there
in Australia.
They
can't get back to the
States. They can't get back to the States.
Yeah.
Because did they lose the org or the deal for
No, they apparently can't contact their manager. He's just...
nice.
Yeah, he's just done a bit of a Scott Valencia. Just slime balled
That's a reference game right there.
So did they have a house out there?
Yeah, in Vegas.
And it's just fallen apart. Everything's gone
Well, they went home because they had to. Yeah. Oh, we can't talk too much about this.
Right. Well, forget that.
The IRS might be watching. They might never be allowed back in.
Yeah. All right, the headline is something's happened.
So they had to go home. They can't get back at the moment. So we'll actually just...
They might not be able to play in Pro League.
Yeah, they might have to forfeit their last 4 or 5 matches.
And that means they get relegated, which means that even if they weren't having these organization problems, I would more than assume that they would get dropped from the org if they didn't stay in Pro League.
Sounds a bit of a mess, doesn't it?
It's not good for the majority New Zealand side, New Zealand.
You know, we could call this. It's a vegetable. We would call it. You want to take that one away, Henry?
Jason.
It's a cucumber, isn't it?
I think it's been done to death.
It's been done.
It's been done to death. What's not done is the match, and the players are joining the server. They are ready to go, so we're going to send it over to Pansy and Uber.
Very quick exit from their desk segment. I like your style, Moses. And we're back, of course. LDLC. Oh, no. All right. Keep your headset back on, son. We've got a game to play. No. We're going to be jumping into Inferno, Lauren. It's going to be Virtus.pro. A bit of an average start, let's be honest here. I like LDLC on this map. I think, those bursts of CT-sided aggression we saw from LDLC on that previous map that really actually gave them, a great half, also works on this map. Especially players like Maniac who can play small sites and lurk and be put in those positions where he can sort of be, again, like a fulcrum or a pivot point for the team. They've been good to watch on this map so far. Their Fnatic game was good. I think they played Envious or someone further down the track and it wasn't so great. But I'm pretty sure they're not 0-0-0 on this map. I'll give you the big tip.
LDLC are fine, right? They're doing more than expected, but they're okay. Now, VP, the last of their 4 games, let's not include this one coming up, they haven't been able to get more than 5 rounds.
Yeah.
In any of their last 4 games. So
in the space of that game, yeah, not all together, right?
Yeah. So it's been rough for them overall. They've just been having bad games. Now I think Chad might brought up a nice point there about the break. Everyone needs it. Everyone knows these guys do have families. They've got other things going on as well. But you can burn out pretty easy. So we'll see if that becomes maybe an issue down the line. But for now, what we do know is it's Inferno, and VP will be on the CT side, of course, and LDLC on the T side to try and bring this one through. And a lovely nade to start off with. Look at that damage. You don't see that every day.
No, the salvo is pretty effective. However, Piali is already felled by a quick push. Oh, okay, Pasha gets himself a quick double. There might be more, but Existence actually preempts his push back around the stack. So that's even the odds, actually, after the round began. It's now 3v3. Pasha had done well to get 2 kills, but he had no backup. The smoke was there as well.
Oh, it was lovely.
You like that, Lauren?
Yeah, the problem is that they've got Taz now down by T stairs, so they're kind of pinched here. They have to fight their way out of one of the directions. It's just pick your poison, right? They've got a big bit of time. Taz going to find the bomb there as well, so that goes down. And just Tuanu and Alex left to try and battle their way back in. But this should be first round on the board for VP, but that's opened up a chance. And now that's going to force Snacks to have to keep in mind that A could be a possibility. He'll probably just face mid just to get the info. If Let's see if he does. I think he will do. Yeah, he's going to have to do it. Yeah, he's just face mid. All right, I don't see them. And now he's going to position accordingly off the back of what he can find out here.
Decision time here. Does he go into apps? Does he try and back away? Does he peek mid again? He actually gets the peek and the kill as well. That's big. That's now cut down. LDLC to half the number. There's some maths for you on air, Alex. Take note. It's going to be the 1v2 here for Twanu. And he does have a flash. Even a smoke here. So we can isolate Snacks potentially. You know, if there's a smoke over towards CT Arch or top mid, he can get himself a couple of moments alone with Snacks, but I see Snacks is also making himself scarce.
Oh, that's a shot now. This becomes a problem. 1v1, neither has armor, and Twanu has a flash. Bomb planted, and he's readjusted slightly. Playing the site. Begging Neo to come walking in. Gets the tag, spots him out. Now Neo knows his position. Flash time. Flash to the right. Turns it, goes back in. Neo has to back away. Time's ticking, Mitch.
200 bones. Is it well spent? Well, so far, Twanu's kept himself alive with that flash, and now he's playing hide and go seek. Neo's going to challenge this one, but it's so frustrating. There's a lot in his way. He finally finds a head of Twanu, but there is no kit. Still should be time. I'd commit to that, you know. No Star Series hype here. He gets it done.
Job done. I thought maybe he could have, you know, dodged around there even more. But Pasha at the start here, what a laser-like shot coming out. Those two back-to-back were big. But considering that round got so close even then is kind of terrifying, right? Getting it down to a 1v1 that's a matter of seconds.
Well, they had a flank on Banana. That's the problem. But Taz, in that position, was not really supposed to peek for an elongated period of time. He's supposed to get a backstep kill and then back away and just hold that. And then let Virtus.pro maybe go for some aggression from Banana or just wait and try and communicate movements. But with Taz dying there, it kind of unraveled Virtus.pro's play. It could have been a really round-ending one right there and then, but still, VP get the round now into the second. LDLC force up, and they've actually got a pretty decent force with the bomb plant and the 1v1 situation. 3 UMPs. It's almost even arsenals between these two teams.
Yeah, buying on this round is pretty important and quite a big factor for LDLC. They got them low. Why not? Why not force into it? Break them down early.
They got more utility than VP have.
Yeah, and I don't know if Bialy's spotted this out yet. Now he has seen the info. Alex isn't backing away, but maybe he should have rethought that.
He got too far ahead of the rest of his team.
Still, Twanu's caught out Neo. They know Bialy's still close, but Bialy, of course you do that. Why not? Now he's got the bomb. Now he's got the position. And Existence and Mistu are going to have to try and work their way back in, but it's going to be tough.
Existence is like, can I molly anything here? Is there any value in even using this? Well, he uses it anyway, and Pasha guns him down. I mean, it's going to be taken from his lifeless body regardless. So Virtus.pro comfortable in that round. And good response from Bialy to deal with that aggression from up on high. Alex saw him backing away and pushed him. The problem was that it wasn't the appropriate window for LDLC to get a refrag on Alex because there were 2, maybe 3 steps behind of him as he barreled down those corridors.
Yeah, it was a nice try, but one man unraveled everything there. Now Pasha and Neo gonna have a little peek down mid, have a little look. Nade to follow. Didn't do any damage.
Wow.
CS:GO.
What's the nature of that architecture of that little canal, Lauren? Nade proof, of course. Now Taz is in a great position. He actually sees Alex get through the smoke, but he's spraying bullets everywhere. Now he's going to go face-to-face with his captor, but it's not Mistu catching him. He's caught with them. And now Snacks is going to be able to get himself 2 quick kills. No. Existence, that's a mess. But as the smoke clears, it's just a 1v3.
Ah, easy stuff. No armor. No worries. Gets a little ledge here. This is nice. Here. That's a lovely shot, Existence.
Does he expect 2, though? Oh. Oh, Kevin. Rough round for him.
Although it does slightly terrify me when they're like flashing themselves in a 1v2 just to get the kill. Just slightly, you know, it's fine because it works out, but you think, what if he turned that flash? What if he just turned around and banged him out, you down to a 1v1? You know what I mean? It's like, oh.
Yeah, go away, plant bomb, get a hidey hole.
It's a little spooky, but...
Sit graveyard,
yeah.
Just be a punk.
But the main thing is that VP got through the first 3 rounds. They get them on the board. It wasn't the cleanest, but it's fine. It's more than they got in the last game.
Crucially, they stifled that second round force from LDLC. That's really what's let them get into this position.
Is this fast from LDLC? I think they're just going to go face mid. Yeah, they're going in dry mid. This is dangerous.
They can play ahead of their utility here, though, Lauren. If they actually get that bomb site control, that's big. They've saved themselves quite a lot of smokes here. So the afterplant will be positive for them if they can break through, but they've been stopped. They've been slowed down. They've been corralled together here at the top of mid. 4 players for LDLC all together, and Alex is going to go down now. Neo opts not to peek in for more kills. He's happy to back away here. Maybe go for another one later on, but LDLC now This could get nasty for them.
What is that? What is that? I don't get it. Pasha does follow up well. He stops it before it starts, but I'm not sure if I'm feeling that.
That's super aggressive from Snacks. I mean, maybe you don't expect the play to be right there. Maybe you don't expect to exit the smoke as soon as you do. Those kind of situations, you really have to rely on the split-second decision-making and reflex to win out. And in CSGO, sometimes you just get a bad spray.
Mistu now in the 1v3, though. Going to be tricky. Let's look at the positions. Bialy's the one who's going to have to handle this. There's no one there other than him, and he does just fine. Well played to Bialy. So far, he's been a bit of a... I guess he's a stopping factor when they do go towards anywhere near the apps. He had a brilliant round on that force-up. He was one of the players who was able to back away and really hinder the progress, and he's done well here as well, just to hold that one down, not allow anyone through. And LDLC just need to suffer. It's how it is. That's what you get. And I'm hoping there's a bit of a plan here, a little bit of something, maybe an apps piece. This is what I want to look at. You know, Existence, when you're in this team, you kind of expect him to bring something out, but VP could just go aggressive. They've got that 3-man play towards B this time. A little bit of a different look here.
Interesting. Yeah, I always find that sort of front apps play really interesting from teams. It's so dangerous to do it as a CT side now. Many teams just ignore it completely. They don't even have anyone posted boiler. Bialy takes a pretty big chunk of damage there as Alex just tried to spam the Tech-9 down the hallway. I don't know if he just turned anti-flash or if he just thought he was peeking behind the corner. He gets taken a little bit low, as says Mistu, and we'd be remiss if we don't mention here, remind you that LDLC aren't working with much in the weaponry department, so they will try and get a little bit aggressive and take as much real estate for free as they possibly can.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep my eyes on Swanu, Existence, and Alex. I'm wondering if there's a set piece about to come through. But
not a lot big spread of nades across them. It might be a real budget set piece, Lauren, but only 2 smokes here to work with.
Yeah, I'm waiting for their chances, though. Alex gets spotted out by Boiler, a bit of a problem. This might encourage it.
It's pretty far forward to be playing as that CT player in some cases. Neo's definitely feeling confident. Maybe knows he's up against pistols, wants to catch them early.
Right. So one smoke out towards deep quad side, but it's actually left a bit of a gap there. Neo can see possibly the feet coming through from Boiler, so they're going to know that no one's actually pushed yet, if they even want to respond at all. Now, Existence still has his smoke. That could be the one to the site. So they're going to try and wrap site through short. And this has worked out well. Just putting some Maniac found Bialy. Now Twanu goes down, but the problem is that now Pasha is isolated on the site. No backup there because the smoke came in from Existence. Push forward from Existence to get the gun. Gets over to Graveyard, and the bomb will go down. But let's look who remains. Snacks and Taz straight through the smoke, and that's dangerous. There's guns in the LDLC hands, and going alone, no trading potential. And now it's just Taz.
They have 2 players. The bomber's just planted. They also have a kid to work with. So for VP, it's not necessarily required that they barrel down like that. LDLC, 2 smokes were used, and that second one there pretty much guaranteed them the kill. Taz just aggressing through it in such a big way. Oh, Snacks earlier on, perhaps. Either way, it's Taz now on the screens. Spray down. Misty's very low, but he's got Tech-9. He's expendable at this stage. He does go down, but Taz cannot find any more. Twiny's able to respond when communication was there. And LDLC win a round that, well, ideally shouldn't be winning here. Fortunately for VP, 4-round buffer. They have a little bit of money to work with, but you can see the impact of their T side, losing rounds, but getting a lot of casualties, keeping the money low for VP. This is the first round they've lost in the entire game, and already 2 players down to pistols, and Bialy has to go with an SMG.
And just a quick note from elsewhere, I know Chad was very invested in the big game. They actually managed to beat Gambit.
Oh,
so they
did.
do
Nice.
win out the series 2-1. There you go, a little bit of an update. But
good to see
all that aside,
Gobby and Legia back. Hopefully they make it through.
Yep. Moving to their team house soon, from what I hear. That's on the card, so they could be back in the mix. And Maniac, lovely little opening. Can't follow, though. Neo's there to get the job done. Big stack towards apps pays off for VP.
Yeah, I love it. I love that little change, because a lot of teams really don't like to play that far forward. It's so risky, but double stack. No problem here. Snacks, that's dancing with the devil. They're a little bit close to the smoke, and the shots come through. Traces were spotted, but it doesn't really matter. Now it's going to be Taz up above. He trades that one out. That's not good enough for VP at this stage. Pasha through the smoke. Maybe there was a gap there. And perhaps there was. Just going to let him even the numbers up, and Twani goes for the fake. There was a gap in the smoke, so Pasha, easy kill for him. Twani wants to renew that one.
I think he saw him.
Oh, that would explain why he was so damn invested into scoping it around the corner, but Neo managed to find him, Lauren. VP bring it back. There was a chance for LDLC, but they can still keep the money low here. That's the positive part. VP are not riding high, fiscally speaking.
No, certainly not. You can see it. Taz.
Okay, 2 AKs in this round. They're going to force it.
Yeah, they're going for this one. They're
Jolly
having
good.
some close rounds, LDLC, but it feels like they just don't seem as robust in this. VP are playing a very strange game, very aggressive on occasion. That early damage down Banana is huge here. Existence left on only 34 HP, and he's one of the players with the AKs, but it seems though LDLC just want to quicken the pace. Good flash, actually, forcing Snacks a little further back, and this lag is just brilliant. I really enjoy it. What a lovely feature. And Pasha with a quick flank. Molly down. A little bit of a birthday treat waiting on the other side.
Not ideal for LDLC. That now, actually, they weren't necessarily committed to this play, to be honest, but now they kind of are. Pasha gets the spray down. It's 2 plays to 4. Bomb drops. Mistu finds him, but the damage has been done. It's quite a toll to count on the side of LDLC, and it's just Alex left. Smoke is going to prevent him from getting the bomb. And now, you feel bad. The miniature violins coming out for Alex, who can do nothing but wistfully look through the smoke to where the bomb is and hope he had it in his clutches. But there's 3 very angry poles on the other side of it. And there's more smoke, because why not? They know Alex is in CT, in T-spawn, they just smoke him out.
He's just going to have a great time.
Come at me, he says.
40 seconds to chill out and stare at smokes.
2 things about VP I've been enjoying so far, Lauren. First of all, they're pretty quick to peek that top mid, hard peek, and actually go for a quick flank on Banana. They've done this round. They've actually done it 3 rounds out of 7 so far. And that play aggressively in towards CT apartments is something I actually praised LDLC for using, just with Maniac on his own. We're seeing a double stack now, and this is really nice from Passion. This is why you do need to keep yourself with an anchor, you know, maybe in towards that T-spawn or something like that. LDLC have been caught with their pants down a couple too many times, but they were committed. It was the Tech 9 with a mix of AKs. It was a bit of an aggressive rush. They got slowed down and boxed in, and it's well played for the CTs.
Neo, that's not P90, mate.
No.
Why are you not treating me to this? This is all I want to see.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that kind of investment. And we saw what happened with Taz.
But the thing is, as well, in this round, you look at LDLC, there's no way, right? There's no way. 1 flash on Existence, he's back in like T-spawn, down by T-stairs, just going to set them up over mid. So if VP did get aggressive, that's basically to maybe get them a frag, get them something back. He actually did flash top Banana on this before. That was where he used the flash. So maybe waiting on that smoke to go. There's the flash, there's the rush. So it is a planned bit, to be fair. It doesn't do much. Maniac's going to find Taz, but beyond that, oh, lovely stuff from Existence. Connecting that, no problem. Only gets the SMG, though, so not exactly what you want. Faking the pop flash, still goes on it. Does make 1 turn, but doesn't get the job completed eventually.
So the first kill there as well, one of the probably more integral parts of what LDLC were trying to orchestrate there. Lauren, we sat quite a few players back in towards T-spawn, right? There was a smoke deep in towards mid. They were smoked essentially from entering mid. They had Alex sort of lurking over towards second mid. But the problem is you give Virtus.pro that mid control by sitting back and giving that up. Why are you playing a player in second mid near the hay bale cart, you know, towards apartments when VP can quite easily peek in a second mid, or at least that connector between the 2 mids and find that kill? That was, I'm pretty sure LDLC were hoping to try and get Alex into a position at least to assist with getting a trade or even some sort of backstab scenario, but he was spotted out first, and that really took a lot of the wind out of LDLC's sails, as they realized then they had minimal map control, they were a player down, they had stuff all weapon-wise, and VP were encroaching fast.
No, I don't dispute it. There's a lot of flaws so far in the LDLC game plan, and I think it's hard to handle VP at the moment. They're playing a very erratic style almost, at least to what I've seen from them in comparison to what I've seen from them before. You look at their old Inferno games, they seemed a little bit more stable, a little bit more kind of scripted, right? You had your generic B holes, you had everything like that, but at the moment VP have just gone, screw it, let's play to our potential here. And you can see it, you know, just very aggressive throughout the map, constantly looking for fights. And if they're, you know, winning it, why not? It's a problem when they're not hitting it, when they're not trading well, when all these sort of things pile up. This is a tactical pause for LDLC. Maybe good practice for them as well with the land coming up. Why not try and have a little bit of a consider how do we adapt? How do we get better into this matchup? Because so far they've hit a bit of a brick wall. Yeah, in fairness, LDLC's T-side on Inferno has been notably weak. And one of the reasons why I've sort of, you know, want to mention the LDLC was sort of strong in Inferno in general is because their CT side was that good. Because they really expertly weaved in a lot of that aggression that we get really excited about seeing from CT sides. They don't turtle. If you turtle on this map, you get out-rotated, you get out-maneuvered, and you get forced to save more rounds than not. Yeah. That's something you don't want to do as a CT side. So that's what LDLC were very good at doing, right? Preventing themselves from getting corralled in and gaining information through some aggressive plays. So let's see, we're back into the game now. It's round number 9, 7-1 for Virtus.pro. Looking a lot better for them now. Neo, sort yourself out, buddy.
And he's in the
that's
flower
a nice
box
way
now.
to do it.
Yeah, you can do it. This is, I guess, safer in case there's an early peak top mid. I don't know why there would be, because there's a player watching from quad, but you never know.
So no, I like a little bit of, you know, bit of variety, bit of spice, a bit of spicy
Variety
play.
is the spice of life, Lauren.
So I've heard. So I have heard.
So what's
However,
the secret sauce of life, though?
pushing up B, getting 2 frags, apparently, because Existence has just done it all himself. How has he managed this? And it's weird, because they've had to change up positions here, VP, because Neo was one of the players over by B at the start of this, and I really like their aggression, the way they played Banana before. But yeah, that's not worked out this time for the 2 players who were there, which was Snacks and Taz. A bit of a brute force approach from LDLC, and what a way it's worked out. Sight under control.
You see Maniac, he plays this lurk role here quite effectively. Now, this would have been really nice in a fake scenario if Maniac had even had the bomb or something like that. They're drawn a VP across there. But this is still fine. He's in a position to backstab now. He needs to be careful not to make noise. He needs to expect VP to be playing from this position. Bialy doesn't know he's there. Oh, it's too easy. Maniac there. Nicely done, and this is nasty for VP. They've lost everyone. 4 players still stand for LDLC. This is a good opportunity for them to start to build on their economy. As VP, look at this. Look at their money, Lauren. It's in the dumpster.
These rounds have been close. There's no pretending that that's not been the case. Even on the ecoed up rounds where LDLC have barely had anything, it's been close. And what is this buy?
All right.
All right, CSGO. Calm down.
It's going to be a Slam Pain Supernova from Pasha. Looking forward to that.
I can't believe you just said that.
We'll see where he plays it.
I like that wallbang. And I wonder if he uses the new smoke, well, not new smoke, but smoke that people worked out that you can do that kind of sits on the left side of top of apps, and you get to see the feet as they cross through. A little peek of that, a little work out of it. I like to play apps, I do.
You like the wallbang because every time it comes up, you say, I like that wallbang.
I do, I really do. Love a bit of it.
It's like these old age partnerships, Lauren, you know, we kind of become predictable to one another.
I'm not red eye yet, you know, just repeating myself constantly. It's not there yet.
Drop it and leave it alone, Mitch. Don't poke it. Let it sit. Neo, though, finds Alex. He made a peek in towards Boilers there. That's that CT aggression they're weaving in. Virtus.pro are doing that well, as teams should on this map if they want to make it one of their crowning jewels, Lauren. But now, still, LDLC have numbers. They've got the weapons. They've still got a bit of utility, but a lot of that, to be fair, has been drawn out of them, or at least they've expended, and they have no map control to show for it.
Existence
That's the problem.
Is that Rush's smoke? No. Oh, I was really excited. I thought that was
CT
Rush
one.
smoke. It's a little shorter than that. It sits a little bit closer.
If you combine the one that we just saw Existence throw with the CT Arch one, you isolate those players and force them into library or in the corner or in like a one and done. Cool. It is nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
We see that actually from a fair few teams. So it's good to see a smoke from Rush that teams actually use because quite a lot of them he's quite esoteric. Regardless, Taz, good opening on Misty there as well. He was not in position for the refrag. Twanu wasn't able to save or at least get something back in that situation.
Snacks.
And Snacks is in control, Lauren. It's Existence in a 1v5.
Snacksy baby doing terrible things here. Nicely predicted on the player running through Speedway. I like it. I like it a lot. 8-2. And somehow, even on that sort of buy, they still managed to pull off the round. That's kind of scary. And LDLC seemed just a little lackluster. Where are the heavy hitters? Where's the big firepower? Where's Alex gone? He's on 2-10. You know, last game we had Existence top fragging, or not necessarily.
Someone back
the
in the 7th row. UKCS.
How dare you?
You just hear that.
You can't. No.
Well, look, I called him French in the last game. When I said it was like French, Belgian. Yeah, basically. No, to be fair, I mean, we have to call him a UK player, Lauren, because he's British.
He doesn't even like it. He doesn't like being.
So he wants to be called a French player?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
What's his identity?
I won't assume his identity. I won't do it.
This is 2017. We have a lot of politics based around that exact issue.
Why do you think I've got a job, Mitch? Anyway.
Oh, you're killing me, Lauren, every time.
All right, LDLC taking over apps control. Last time around, if you throw your minds back to the very early kind of start of this game when we saw that second round force spike coming out, it was this man who thwarted it all. Now 3 players wait on the precipice of hitting the site. He sees it coming through. Quick smoke in. Oh, he's going to get caught with flash in hand. Alex this time will win out, and well, I guess you speak his name and he does arrive. That's 2 for him. And that's a big bit of impact. Now, Pasha a little bit worried him about the back, a little bit cautious if someone had maybe come around there, but Snacks is it now under control. And it's on to take him back to this side.
Pasha's playing the edge of the smoke here, so he's hoping for, as soon as that clears, to get the peak. No. Oh, okay. He didn't realize he was poking around the corner. Existence is a wallbang just on the corner of the brickwork. And the rendering falls, and so does Pasha now. It's 2 for VP. LDLC are finding some crucial rounds here. It's not too late in the half for this to be happening. They're pressuring heavily onto this VP economy, and now the aforementioned to have to save.
Are you okay, Mitch?
I'm good.
Why? What's up?
I'm good.
What's up?
I don't know. I want to see a little bit more from LDLC, to be honest with you. I like this round, but to be fair, when Alex jumps in and gets 2 kills, like, I want to see a little bit more in the tactical side of things, because if you think about it, right, this round was one from Alex getting 2 kills off balcony.
I just hit my elbow on the casting desk.
The prior, like one of the other rounds.
Not swearing is so difficult right now.
It's not that funny when you hit your funny mode, is it? Far from humorous.
Sweet Jesus. All right, I'm fine. Back in the game.
Jeez, you're so PG-13 right now. Anyway, yeah, so 2 out of 3 of the rounds LDLC have won have been from an initial pick from balcony when they push in towards apartments. Maniac got it with the P250, I think, when LDLC were on like a pistol force or something like that. So we actually haven't seen them execute, I guess, any sort of real strategically involved play on the T side yet. Alex just pushed, honestly, nothing against him, but he pushed out of apartments and just skilled 2 kills there. It wasn't like there was any real push and pull going on there. Nothing too subtle. But now Bialy again is going to have to receive. He's getting pressured a lot, but that's an earlier smoke now. He won't be caught with it in his hands.
No, but Twanu's already found a kill. That's on towards Taz, so maybe weakening a little bit of this hold now. Playing on the very verge of that smoke, though, was Snacks, and you still got one more behind him. Bit of a boost possibly coming in here. Yeah, so boosting up Pasha to watch that push in towards B. They could maybe leave him there, because this is going to be probably a hit towards A. If you look at the smokes that are being lined up right about now, good timing on the smoke to dissipate throughout middle. As we are seeing a little bit of a look towards mid. Alex creeping his way out of Boiler. But doesn't see much.
Okay, but there's some control here. Oh, hello, Existence. Again, seems to be opening things up here quite nicely. He and Mistu are working on B, but this time Pasha's in this position yet again. The boost, will it work out? I think it will. Yeah, Pasha finds Mistu. His position is given away. Existence now got to challenge it to trade. And that's still pretty darn good for LDLC. They've got time. They've got the bomb. They've got CT smoked off.
Yeah, and we know retakes are difficult on this one, but let's see if Neo and Bialy can do much about this. Neo can spot out one by Nubox. Not so new anymore, but still, gotta be careful. Existence, though, makes the play happen through by Ruins. And there is the close to that book. Twanu with the orb there, finding Neo. Not too much of a problem.
8-4. This is LDLC now starting to pull those rounds through. This could end up being pretty stellar, half from them, if they keep this up. And you can see VP, again, another very average round, economically speaking. It's just pistols, and it's barely more than that. CZ for Pasha, MP9 for Neo, Grenade for Bialy. What do they do with these?
They win these sort of rounds, let's be honest. They've had some curious ones recently. The shotgun Nova buy worked out for them. To be fair, the Nova did nothing, but still. And now it is that shambolic buy, so we'll see. Eyes towards it. LDLC know what they're up against. You can see the posture that they're taking in this. Quite passive, quite calm, collective, and waiting to see if VP make the first move. And Maniac might have a good read on this. Neo could be walking into a bit of a trap here. And there it is. Clean, clinical, and precise. Maniac not going to let a bullet go to waste. As now 4 players remain from VP, and they might have just worked out this stack.
Still time to work with here for LDLC. Over a minute. And Alex and Maniac don't realise it's a full stack on this B side. Now, how do LDLC glean this knowledge without actually taking, you know, losses and damage as a result? Well, they're just sort of peeking one by one. This is actually clinical. However, Snack springs forth. He's only able to get him 1. And the stack doesn't work out. LDLC pressure with 3 players, and it's enough to deal with the entirety of Virtus.pro wielding nothing but those pistols and a little bit of upgrade here and there. The money was saved, but it doesn't go far for VP. And now, if they fail to win this round, again, this is nasty. I mean, the round loss bonus is ticking over, so it should be able to work a little bit, but it won't be optimal buys from here on out. Lost a few on the trot, and LDLC are armed to the teeth.
And what is this aggression from VP straight down? What is going on here? I don't get me wrong, I'm a big advocate for aggression throughout this map. Neo about to put on a bit of a masterclass, but
just had to sit and watch that happen.
I don't know what their plan was, but LDLC just stood there like, oh, this is thank you. This is a lovely way to close out this half, or go towards closing out this half, should I say? But I like mid aggression when it's correctly utilized.
This is literally, this one round is worth essentially 2 for VP here. They really need to be careful. They let LDLC sort of build that economy up even more. I saw them run down mid, and last time they did this, they did it against an LDLC. They just had pistols to work with. They also smoked deep mid, so they used it to get position before the gunfight actually started. This time, a rough push all the way down. You can see Existence Twanu, Maniac, and Mr. will finding kills, and now Snacks. It's a sad story. He's trying to hold his gun for the next round because the rest of his team clearly don't seem to respect the weaponry to enough of a degree to maintain it. And I think being a VP fan just makes these rounds just that much harder to watch from you here. They tried to go for something different. CT aggression, right? You walk such a knife edge, Lauren, when you try and orchestrate something like that.
You're right, that is the thing. It can either work out and everyone goes, oh, what a great plan, or it goes wrong. It's like, why would you do that? Now, I don't know what their plan was to get around the fact that if LDLC are at T-stairs, how do we approach it? You know, is it one of those just didn't land their shots, got caught out? I don't know. You can review that, but look at the money now. It swings and roundabouts, isn't it? They finally have the good buy, and now they're back down to nothing. They
bought down to like 100, maybe 500 was on Taz last round or whatever. So yeah, round loss bonus is really the only thing that keeps them afloat here. It's the only reason why they actually don't have stuff all coming into this round. And it still could work for them, of course. They're playing that CT side. They've got a lot of utility. That's the bonus for them. And we've seen the Mag 7 play quite well by VP on the CT side. It was actually Pasha playing it towards top mid on the CT Arch side last time that happened.
Ooh, Snacks. Will they expect him here? Yeah, well, there goes the molly. Shoulder peek.
On your bike, mate. On your bike. There it is. Straight into the open. Ooh, okay.
Still gets one on the way out.
Trades out. Super worthwhile if you're being put in such a compromising position.
Well, no one's getting out of here alive, it seems. BI is well going to find Maniac. Neo gives it a good go towards Apps, but he can't quite get the connection he wanted in the end. And now it's down to Biani and Pasha. Now, Pasha, sadly for him, didn't quite get a gun. And you can see Existence so aware that he'd want that, but he has managed to pick up the UMP that was off his fallen teammate just by sandbags.
All right. Pasha's the sole B player. There's only one player at A, and Biali, he's down. Alex just comes straight in. Guess where he comes from? Of course, he works in from that balcony. He says, skeet, skeet, mother flopper, and jumps onto the side. Now, Pasha deals with Existence. Has the CZ, but now needs to challenge. His top mid is smoked, as you can see via the minimap, and LDLC will have a very comfortable plant. Pasha's got no choice but to challenge it. It's a bullet to the back of the brain. A very good round from Alex there. And a resurgence from the side of LDLC at the end of that half. It's 8-7. The next half is going to be quite the competitive one, so stick around. We'll be back with that shortly. It's been quite the spicy affair thus far here, Lauren. LDLC versus Virtus.pro. The first half started off very slow for the Central European mix, but they bring it back there towards half-time, and this is going to make the CT side for LDLC, which I think is by far their strongest side, very interesting now in the second half.
Yeah, LDLC really brought down the hammer in those last couple of rounds. They really ground it back out, and Virtus.pro, you look at this, you look at the scoreline, it was 8-3, it was looking good, it was looking pretty decent. And then things started to get a little bit weird. You know, Existence was the player to make impact frags. There was that strange aggressive rush down mid that just seemed to go nowhere. So yeah, this halftime, hopefully VP mentally get their heads back in the game here, because That wasn't ideal, but still, you know, there's a lot to be seen. There's a good start for them. If they get off to another good start, you might see a bit of a matchup now.
Yeah, I was actually being slightly critical of LDLC in terms of how they were orchestrating some of their T-side rounds, saying, well, look, guys, you know, 2 of the 3 rounds you've won there were definitely by, you know, individual players opening up sites and maybe less of the execution side of things. It's hard. It's something that's hard to put together on Inferno, but once you get to the point on the T side where you can force early rotations and pressure that fact of the CT side, that's when you start to make some progress. But they've done well. 7 rounds now, and they can go into the CT side going, we win a pistol here. We are pretty much light at the end of the tunnel coming towards us.
Yeah. It's all about the start now for VP. Didn't particularly have a brilliant run on their T side when we look at Nuke, let's be fair. But there's room for recovery. LDLC aren't perfect. They're not exactly, you know, the team you look at to be flawless on CT sides yet. They're certainly a contender in this. But, you know, on paper, you still got to put VP first and foremost, even though those results are just so severely lacking at the moment. But still, you can see the pistol rounds on the horizon now. Bit of a utility buy-up from VP. I want to see where that molly and all that utility gets placed. Always interested in that one. But still, on the other side, full armor for LDLC. So they've got the plan in mind as to how they want to approach this one. Just take those fights, win it out. And very, very... Ooh, that's a very passive hold in Arch. Is he just... Okay, so Twan is just waiting to see if they stack somewhere or rush somewhere fast so he can be a quick rotate. Now, Maniac's actually peeking very actively down Banana right now, so he's going to have the full information. All right, I don't see anyone. Now, VP can do the age-old, all right, run through apps, make a bucket load of noise, run back down mid, hit B. It's still a possibility, it's just a lot of effort, right? It's a long way to hope that people read into it. Now, the fact they're using the utility kind of implies that's not the case. They just want to go for that hit through short, flash up, smoke up. Here we go, they're going for the hit. Pasha goes for the bomb plant without securing it, but the trades come out, but not effectively for VP. And it's a massacre. Only Bialy gets left. The rest of his teammates just got caught up in the blender. And there it is.
He has the bomb. There's a molly here as well, so we can secure one side of this bomb side and actually have a little bit of space, but there's a risk in him even pulling that one out and throwing it, but he now chooses to do it from a safe position. He wants to challenge existence. He knows he's there now. What can he do? This is a pretty important battle, and existence is justifiably giving ground. There's no need to pick this 1v1. They've got a little bit of time, but no kit. They need to go pretty soon.
Yeah, they do. Bialy, yeah, pinched in the end. Maniac taking his time to go all the way around apps. No problem there for him. And the defuse to follow. Not shortly, of course. Not too shortly. So, I don't know. That was, again, it looks like VP just kind of made up their minds as to what they wanted to do and just ran for it. I don't know why Pasha maybe didn't consider. There could be someone maybe on balcony, maybe missed timing.
We saw them pull a similar play, albeit on a gun round against Envious in the overtime, when they had those like multiple overtimes we were casting. And they went for this push on towards the side. And it looked really weird at the start because they sort of pushed on and just went for the plant and then were hoping just to play contact whilst the bomb was being planted. It actually didn't work out, but it almost did. VP are the kind of team that can play when they put themselves in this position, but you always roll the dice to a degree, Lauren.
Yeah, not a small degree either, but all right, this round, it's what can we do? Can we get a bomb plant? Can we get damage? Can we achieve anything? P250 is definitely strong, but not an easy one. Existence, got to be careful here, mind your head. Bialy would be happy to take that one off, and, well, he's going to spot the bomb out now. Pasha walking up so handily towards that might imply there's someone closer, and there was. So far, LDLC handling this very well, not being flustered, not losing out on anyone. Maniac, don't feed. Stop feeding, please. Or just hit the shot. This is awkward now.
It's more of a domestic aid effort, I think, there as well. He was feeding, but it was to save lives there. So LDLC now put themselves out in front here for this time for most of the game, and VP can at least buy into this round. They can see they've got a little bit to work with. And those AKs are there now. LDLC, do they go for a little cheeky sit on these Famuses? They've got no choice, really. That's what they kind of bought in. So hoping to give themselves a buffer if they lose out in this round, and they can probably buy a little bit in the next. Twan has an AWP. All right, what have you got here, LDLC? They often go for that little bit of banana aggression. I want to see if VP can punish that yet.
And again, what do I know? Pasha, Neo, Taz, all stacked up on the right side of the stairs. Now, this is nice. So you've got Twanu facing down mid, allowing Alex to push out. Now, he didn't get the frag. That's a bit of a shame, but I prefer the theory behind that than the two players aggressively pushing down mid themselves, just hoping they hit the shot. That was a better theory-crafted plan there. Now, Mistu does find snacks, so he at least evens it out a bit here. But he took a bit of damage for it, and they haven't really seen much of what VP are up to, really. So again, they're kind of having to just play to whatever VP want to do. And everyone knows how VP like to play these T sides, pulling people everywhere, being very kind of, I guess, sneaky with how they like to approach it. So at this point, playing up mid, nothing too new or fancy about this one. They know where that molly came from. Is how much can Twanu do on the push-up here? He's actually facing towards CT Arch. They've already pushed up short. He does tag the bomb, but doesn't get the kill, and he can't back away from it. And now Existence and Maniac, you might as well save.
Should force the save here. I mean, this is what happens. If you split 2 and 2, if you don't have an early cheated rotate over, you're going to be forced into a situation like this, where you're almost always at a man advantage if the T side is coordinated. And it was a little bit unfortunate there as well, because see LDLC were trying to back away and actually save some time. You could see one player, I think 20 was backing away towards CT Arch. Yeah. The other was trying to get in towards the pit and just trying to buy some time, but it takes too long. Like I've said before, it takes 17 seconds to get from the fountain in B over towards top of mid, or conversely in front of the A side. It's just too long. You can't buy time when you've got a T side already pushing in towards you. It just doesn't work. Sadly.
Yeah. And this map, I think, as a discussion point, is probably one of the harder maps to play retake on either side. They're both equally almost as difficult. So at this point, looking at it, what do we have left for LDLC here, money-wise? A couple on 3K. A Force is going to come out to try and supplement what they have. Certainly viable. They know that VP, yeah, they're going to get a good buy, but their money's not in the perfect place just yet. 9-9 is the scoreline. And we do have a bit of a stack towards B, at least 3-man stack towards B, maybe just for the early utility, make up for the deficit they're currently suffering with. And Alex going to have to lock it down with Mistu on their own over by A.
Twanu, that's a nice shot. Pasha exposed himself for one moment too long now. And actually gives a little bit more potential for B control here, at least Banana. For LDLC, they got numbers advantage at the very least for the 1v2, but VP have already made good inroads over towards A. Neo's down, so LDLC now probably going to rotate out from B as quickly as they can. And this is good because VP are being waylaid by a single smoke. It's holding them up, and now the gunshots are coming through it. Alex knows he's going to be on for young and old as that smoke clears. And now rapidly, Maniac's trying to join the rest of his team at A.
What is this from VP? They just kind of hit the brakes. They just didn't know what to do with themselves. The smokes were there, but...
Yeah, one smoke, you see, it completely stopped them dead.
Massively so. Huge issue for them there to try and make actually anything build from the back of that short play. Alex was being brazen on top of the boxes.
Absolutely.
And now 10-9. We saw the money was in... that was a bit of a force-up from ODOC. They were just kind of buying around what they had left over. That opening pick from Twanu definitely helped down on Banana, but now VP's money said it was already in a little bit of a tougher situation. Now you can see it broken. Down to Glocks, 1 Tech 9. Eagles not checking corners, and well, they get 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, that's more than maybe you expect VP to get in that case. And Existence has got to be careful. It was a 2-man face. He put himself in that. It's rudimentary, Mighty Watson, and there it is. Mistu at least is able to shut that down and get the spray, but LDLC lose 3 players in a round that VP come in severely underarmed. That's going to prevent this side from building a bit more economy on top of that. You can see that Mistu doesn't have maybe as much money as he'd like to. Existence has to buy into that as well. There's opportunities here for LDLC to be developing buffers, but they're winning rounds, and that's more important here, especially when the first half was so one-sided, especially at the beginning.
It's Twani this run. Is he going for Peak of Banana? I think he might be. Maniac sitting very close then. Got to be a little cautious. No, he's over in Apps, actually. And I don't mind this. I like Orpus showing a little bit of variety. You got Mistu helping him out, so... It's always tough to hold out either of these angles just because they can always push into bedroom and split your attention either way, and you always get kind of left in that awkward off angle just hoping they've come towards you. So you can see them actually working together on that, just playing off the back of each other. Ooh, Bialy a little late to get on the boost, and that did mean that Maniac was able to find Pasha, so VP losing out on the early man is actually a big deficit.
That hurts, that one. That was an opportunity for VP to at least get a trade, and this is okay for Tees. You know, more than happy to go 1-for-1 if you can get that site control. You're almost always going to outnumber, but this has been the cheeky little early rotate from Alex here. Now, VP should think, we don't have to commit to this. We're not locked in. We've got a minute to work with. We've actually got enough utility to execute something at top of mid here. But they're not going for it. And I like this as well. LDLC on the A side are pushed into Apps. So they're a long way forward. I love this. I really do. So VP now going to execute. It's going to be a 3v4 situation. So definitely an opportunity for LDLC to take this one away. The smoke is up. This doesn't tell VP much. This gives them a chance to get up a little bit closer, but this is 3 smokes here. and they don't get any closer to the site. It might have been smoked out by LDLC. That would make a lot of sense. And now Taz, well, he gives himself away. Now it's contact play. This is interesting CS right now. Alex kills his teammate. He shoots across, and he catches out Existence. That's not ideal. Now Maniac needs to make up for the blunder, and he's going to try and work in from behind the pillar, and it works nicely. Maniac, beautiful round from him. 3 kills. Misty and Existence pick it up, or Alex may have scuttled their ship before it even got sailing.
Yeah, and look at the scoreline now. It's just seemed to have swung right around after the first half being, you know, quite tense at the start, looking like VP, all right, maybe they're back on this, maybe they started to, you know, feel the game out a bit. And then suddenly the resurgence from LDLC, and now VP have barely been able to scrape together a round. Money's broken again, lots of smokes. What do you plan to do with them? Oh, Twanu, lovely.
That's a beautiful opening. This is just what you need now as well. This is putting more and more pressure now on VP, who are slowly starting to fall further and further behind.
Yeah, really well played out. Now, VP going to put up some of those smokes and maybe just go for a balcony play. Just trying to get the bomb down, probably. Try and get a bit more money in their pocket, because they seem to be severely lacking it.
Get a bit of something, something. 3-round lead for LDLC now. They've really started to expand this quite beautifully. And it'll be 13-9 by the end of this if all goes the way it should. Sometimes, though, it doesn't. Snacks drops in. I believe it was spotted. Some shots went in his direction. So now LDLC set up. Twani finds him there. Beautiful opening. And Misty here at Graveyard. So we can peek over towards a push from Quad. And Alex will smoke it on top of the molly here. Again, that's all they need to do. That smoke really hurt VP in the past. And you see, look, Bialy and Taz are stuck behind it. How can you push smoke against a team that's got such better weapons? And you just can't. Virtus.pro, all their options are being stripped from them one by one. Like candy from a baby.
With one smoke.
It's ridiculous.
It hinders it all.
Well, they get the player on balcony as well,
of
so that one smoke is so much more devastating, I suppose.
Yeah. So now Taz, one deagle, hope and a dream maybe. Maybe a prayer, who knows. And that prayer's just been taken from him. 13-9 now. VP going to be able to get a buy going pretty soon for themselves, and here it is. Let's see what they can scrape into this round. And there's the opening shot from Twanu. Quick as you like, love it. Not too bad at all.
They're the you know, the dust 2 mid shots that you really want to open a round up. I mean, you just release so much pressure early on. By making that one pick, Twanu's looking pretty darn good in this game, Lauren. I have to say, he's playing AWP, he's playing it on Inferno as well, which is definitely not one of the more prominent maps for that particular weapon, but he's making it work. He's molding it to his needs. Now Maniac's going to be caught in the corner. Taz will pick this. Maniac, anti-flash for now. Gets Taz. That's the trade there. But LDLC are losing players out of the map. Twanu a little bit big for his booties, perhaps, Lauren. And maybe LDLC losing ground over on the ace site now. They've got 2 players to work with and need to spread them thinly across the map. But Maniac's going to have to rotate here. After 2 kills, he's satisfied that the B job is done. Alex can heal. Through the box. No good. Snacks catches in there. It's a headshot. So Maniac was being waited for. Neo just around the corner, Lauren. And it will be Virtus.pro to finally break back into this one here. But LDLC, unlike last half, their economy has been allowed to blossom a little bit more over these winning rounds.
Yeah, it really has. They've got far more to play with. You look at the kind of amount they've been able to build up. Full utility still, all back in hands with Twanu. On the other side, we aren't seeing ops. We aren't seeing that just yet. They're still just recovering VP. This is, you know, a very new thing to them, actually picking up rounds on their T side. But be a little bit careful, though. VP that time, you know, picked up the pace. Now it looks like a very big B here. Look at these mollies going down. Taz, a bit of a barbecue here, and Maniac unable to back away. Still takes the fight and wins it.
Just needed a P90, Lauren. That would have made all the difference. However, a lot of a Maniac. Maybe just not aware of his health, maybe not aware of the encroaching flames. There's a lot of Molotovs used there, and VP get themselves that 1 kill. It's just the one right now. But there's going to be a rotate over towards B. Now, this is a good position for VP. You can play that 4v2A hit. Again, I'd like to see him do that here. It worked really nicely last time. They actually got the 2 entry frags and didn't lose anything, so had 4 players up and forced to save a 2-gun save from LDLC. That's a possibility here. And already, Snacks has gone deep down mid to see if that's a possibility. Oh, is it? Yep, smoke and fade away. It is.
Yeah, but actually, it's like the double fake, right? This is what VP are known for. Show a little by B with the smokes, but then maybe look towards A for a second. So people like Twanu catch a glimpse, and then they might start calling, guys, well, you know, just call one up mid.
What's the play? We don't know anything more about B.
Exactly. Now, Alex hasn't actually rotated yet. Neither has Existence. So this is actually pretty smart from LDLC to not overread it, to not over-rotate, and now the bomb's very alone. Alex takes that opportunity to push the bomb, and he does. He finds it, Snacks, sure. He gets the shot towards Twanu, but...
The bomb.
Yeah, Alex is going to get an advanced spot as well. He can now face down Banana. Snacks will probably just shoulder peek in. Oh no, he doesn't even slide into that one. No, Alex gets a freebie on that. Well played out in the end from LDLC, not to over-rotate, not to kind of worry too much about what could be coming. They just stayed where they were.
What do? You drop... No, you don't drop a couple Tech9s out to your team. You just buy an AK here and have your teammates buy up what they can. This is a gambit from Virtus.pro. This is a big one, actually. They're really going for it here. This is the force to keep themselves away from that potential tiebreaker at the very least here. They want to win this round, and they want to break LDLC down and make it a 16-14. But I tell you what, that's wishful thinking, considering how this T-side has gone for the Pulse so far, Lauren.
No, I tend to agree. It's been a bit here, there, and everywhere. Shambolic, you might call it. A couple of the rounds they picked up, sheer aggression, winning 1-to-1 fights. Cool. You can't bank on that every round. That's the one thing you can never just depend on, is that everyone's just going to win a very aggressive fight. LDLC playing a far more robust game so far, and it's not something I expected to say at the start of this game, if I'm honest.
But it's good.
Yeah, no, I'm not against it. I like seeing. I was a big advocate for LDLC at the start of this season. I liked Twanu's plays. I got to see him playing.
You had him in your fantasy team week 1. Yeah, I remember that. You were talking to me about this young up-and-comer that I had no idea about.
I genuinely think he's a very good AWPer. I don't think he gets rated as highly as he should. I think there's plenty of progress to be made yet until we can put him anywhere higher than, you know, just a good player. But so far, holding his own here, and I think VP kind of suffering at the hands of this. And I don't think anyone's surprised to see it being VP, really. They've had a very, very rocky road at the moment. Normally, it's always kind of then followed the sentence, but it's online. So, you know, it doesn't really matter. But the problem is now the offline results aren't looking so great. This is when, you know, problems might arise. But for now, you know, that's not to be worried about yet. VP...
No fire and brimstone quite yet.
No. They're fine. They are just fine-ish. VP now down to 1 smoke, 1 flash, and it looks like, again, the hit towards short going to come through. Nice connection from Stacks. That's the shot you need. But Alex is still there in Graveyard. Sprays a little wildly, but he's still going. And now support's arrived, but Pasha and Neo not going to go down without a fight.
They're going to get themselves a bomb plant here as well, and they'll be able to salvage some of the fallen weapons. So it's going to be 2 VP players with armor, helmets, and rifles. Now, Neo's very low. That's a concern. And Pasha only has HG grenade. There's a flash there as well. It's doable, no doubt about it here, but you can see Existence and Maniac probably try and work together here. And if they can start fighting one of these VP players, isolate them before the crossfire can come into effect from the poles. Oh, a nice little peek from Pasha. That's going to put the pressure on Existence. He's going to come forward. He's going to challenge him, but he doesn't know who's off towards his left. He doesn't know where Neo is. He's hiding. He's low, but he's going to get the kill anyway, and VP keep themselves alive. They forced the round with 1 AK, a bunch of Tech9s, and some other... Wow, it's an assortment of very little, but they get the round back. That was the gambit. It pays off.
Well, it pays off for now. I'm not believing it yet. Again, a lot of these situations feel very individual when it actually starts working, but Alex there, maybe if he was a little cleaner, able to land the shots a little quicker towards the end, those last 2. Maybe if you had a couple more bullets in the chamber, you could have seen something happening. But Mr.'s one of the only players with a gun. Oh my god. But look at the damage they did. You can kind of see the intention behind it. But the problem is, it's just a bloodbath. VP don't care. They run through. Taz plows them down. And now Twanu and Maniac in awkward, uncomfortable spots.
For Twanu, I mean, he might have had a chance if he'd caught Virtus.pro as they crossed over. But that was a lights-out round from VP, to use one of Henry's expressions. This was very hard for LDLC. And to be fair, they put themselves in that position. Dragged themselves down the aisle and kicked themselves off that aircraft. And the problem was that they ran headlong into that. It was going to be a big play. Reference game is so sick, Lauren. But they ran straight down Banana. That's the issue there. Really high-level analysis, but...
I like it. I like it a lot. I'm on your side, Mitch. Twanu on no one's at this point as he's in the ground. So Maniac going to save hold of that delightful UMP, and we might see Virtus.pro bringing us a bit more of a game. But so far, again, I'm not thoroughly impressed with how VP are winning rounds yet.
All the money that you can build off a round win like that, Lauren, though, this is a good omen. VP only have to really replenish that utility. So that's, yeah, some of them only spending $600 in this round. And that's big at this stage of the game. You don't want to be caught in a nasty economic situation, which, can I just say, LDLC are. So, theory crafting for a moment here. Virtus.pro win this round cleanly again. They're going to have 5-6K to work with. That's great. That's very, very good. And it gives them that buffer. Even if LDLC do sneak the 15th in, they can still get themselves on overtime here. And this is all back off the gambit of that 1 AK and a bunch of pistols in the force.
Love a bit of OT, I do.
We don't.
Overtime is always good fun.
Don't we? Love a bit of VP overtime on Inferno.
They can't help it. They can't help themselves. This is a nice stack, though, from LDLC. They have very limited amounts. They're barely upgraded pistols. So much damage towards Taz and Snacks and Bialy, but it doesn't matter. Kills equate to the round wins.
That clean round, Lauren. The money.
Stop
the
it,
Johnsons, the green bills.
I need a coffee, Mitch. Stop it.
I have some solid coffee here if you want it.
That's an old cup that someone's left here from last week.
It's like
gross.
solidified on the bottom. I could do science experiments on this. I was that kid in school. Oh, listen
don't.
to it. Listen to it.
Stop it. Stop it. Put it away. Oh my God, I'm going to take the headset off. I hate you so much. I'm so sorry, people. But yeah. No, this is certainly a window of opportunity for VP. I want to see if they can stabilize into a full buy round. They broke the economy of LDLC pretty handily. The last 2 rounds back-to-back, going to string it together now to the third. So looking okay. LDLC went on pretty much a very clean eco in this. And any damage done is good. You can see why Existence played it out quite seriously then. He didn't just run in haphazardly. He knew how low they were. So any damage done was always going to be beneficial. But to this point, it's going to be surely buy time. So now pause comes in. It's time to consider. If you're LDLC, you've got to talk this one through. There's been a turnaround for VP. They've brought back, 3 rounds, I think, on the trot now. And prior to that, you were in control. So what's been changing? What's been happening? How do we stop this from beginning? Now, an easy answer, because VP looking quite aggressive in how they're approaching a lot of these rounds, especially that banana play. But outside of that is utility, of course. Utilize it, put it down to play, but do they have the money for it? That's the next question. And so far, I can imagine no.
To be fair, when they were pressured, VP made their own brand of blunder on the CT side in a very similar fashion to what we saw from LDLC a couple of rounds ago. LDLC pushed 2 players aggressively in towards Banana, hoping to, exercise control of that part of the map. We see it quite often, an early double player peak. They might get a 2v1 if there's only 1 player playing Banana on the T side. Then they smoke deep Banana, then they're pretty. One of the players in Banana will rotate back to A. They have 4-man there, 1 at B, and they're looking pretty good. But the entirety of Virtus.pro was in Banana, with good weapons, ready for the push. Grenades were there for early damage as well. I mean, but VP did the same thing, though. They pushed down mid in that one weird CT round. So both these guys are trying to do it. They're trying to exercise control. They're trying to assert themselves here. But that buffer for that kind of play to come out from LDLC is dwindling. And it's an unfortunate coincidence that the closer VP get in score, as the more the LDLC are trying for this aggressive stuff. This is maybe stuff you weave in elsewhere. Now you need to start thinking about just playing a little bit more safe because the buffer's gone. VP brought it back, 14-13.
Yeah, they certainly have. The start was definitely a rocky one, but recovery was always key, and they've definitely worked it out. So VP so far have a little bit of momentum. Pasha's been having a very good game as well. I think a bit of a name that we haven't credited enough yet is Pasha, and if I'm not mistaken, it is his birthday today. So individually, having a good one. Not he's got to feel good.
I feel like there should be Pasha's birthday, and the day before and the day after should be for each of his biceps as well.
Yeah?
I think we could do that.
Doesn't the Queen have like 20 birthdays, so why not?
I don't know. I think we just make up holidays in Australia and call them the Queen's birthday so we can all go to the park and play cricket and have a beer, so...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just get drunk as well. She's
April
almost 90.
21st. Yeah, she is 90. She was born in 1926.
Bloody hell.
Elizabeth II, for those wondering.
Good old Lizzie.
Congrats.
She does have 2 birthdays.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
She's Queen, she does what she wants more gifts. Why not?
I love that the tradition of having 2 birthdays for the holiday is linked to unreliable British weather. So they want to make sure they actually have good weather on the day they have off, bank holiday for the Queen's birthday.
Excuses, she just wants a sick party, so she can have a hangover and then do the family day. You know what it's like.
Get the bangers out.
You know what it's like, though. You've got to do your birthday, and you still got to see your family, but you also go out with your mates. Your mates, you get absolutely blasted. And
on waters, of course.
On
the waters. You get water blast.
Of course. And then you have to deal with a hangover, so you've got to separate out the days so you don't feel like a complete degenerate child.
A party like a Londoner.
Just, hate yourself afterwards. That's always the precursor of it.
Talk to Henry about it. Anyway, Virtus.pro have a couple players here in control of Banana. They're actually not pressuring here. And look, LDLC, no early aggression, Lauren. Switched up the tempo of their play, and they want to. This is now they're moving into okay. Let's hunker down. Let's get ready for the the warfare that's going to come. Let's see if we can stall these guys out with some of these smokes.
VP faking out there doing the A hit. Now Snacks is there to sell it further. He's going to just do this. If he gets kills, if he does work, brilliant, even better. But this is all to turn attention, keep eyes closed. But what I like is this crossfire from Existence and Maniac. It's very nice. It's very passive though.
Where's the mollies to break this?
No, there's none left with VP. That's the next issue. There's the bomb down. There's the crossfire now kicking in. Maniac could have done more there, but it was Pasha to turn it around, picking up 2. And now it's the 3v2 retake. Now it's possible because they have some utility left to play. Alex right through the smoke finds Pasha. And now Taz, you've got to do it all.
what was that? Was that pre-fire from a VP player hoping to catch somebody at easy damage and then giving himself away with the tracer? I mean, that happens. You don't have a silenced weapon available to you on the T side. You can give yourself away with your positioning. But now Taz, it's a 1v3. He gets the first. Alex is there looking for a bit of extra damage, but no, LDLC. They're going to push it to that 15th round. Virtus.pro had made such big inroads, and then it's a switch in tempo, change of pace. Cadence gets flipped, and LDLC slow it right on down.
And the one thing I've got to say is LDLC aren't falling for the fakes, which is very, very impressive. Now, these are the rounds I want to look at.
VP's calling card.
Exactly. And the things with VP, when they've been aggressive and just, hitting these sites pretty hard, people like Pasha have been landing their shots a lot. You can look at, I guess, Snacks as well, another bit of a hitter. And what is this response? We lose the round. What do we do? Double AWP on T-side. T-side double AWP. I guess they're against match point, right? So you got to try and do something. It doesn't really matter about budget at this point. But double AWP T-side Inferno. It feels like they're just desperately clawing for answers.
Snacks just got decked by a nade, actually. I think it landed straight at his feet, almost full damage from that one. And okay, look, double AWP's fine, but there's not going to be too many early peaks from LDLC if they play this round out anything like the prior. VP have got to push into these well-held sites, and an AWP is not actually what you want for a close site take or a retake scenario.
This is, you look at just the last round, that crossfire that Existence and Maniac had on the back of B. Very, very passive, very deep, very hard.
Can't pick that with an AWP.
No, it's very, very tough. So again, maybe, they could easily get picks and prove us wrong very quickly, but we'll see if they do. That's a big factor here. LDLC are sitting back so passive here as well. 20's gone for, okay, readjusting those smoke down. I was wondering why he was so out there, but...
You saw the feet.
Definitely able to see that one. So he knows that there's a bit of a wrap towards B here, a bit of a pinch possibly coming through. He's got to be careful. And Neo's got the angle already, and now he's out in the open, and now support is arriving. Oh, but Alex and Twanu, Alex then coming through to save the day. That is so important. And now the rest of LDLC know the plan. They know what's up. Alex, Twanu are here, and there's still that double crossfire hitting the way through on that B site. So Taz does get picked up. Existence is there, adjusting accordingly. Maniac, different spot. And the final blow comes from Existence there towards Snacks. And what a way to close it out. Lovely change up from LDLC.
VP pronated, hands to the sky, hoping for a Hail Mary and hoping to deliver it on the end of 2 AWPs, but they get very little with them. And it's a 2-0 to LDLC over this series. I'm a little bit surprised, in case you can't tell by the tone of my voice, because this is maybe not expected, but VP continue their slump off the back of Kiev. When will they recover? That's a big question, but LDLC flying high, and we'll see if they can maintain that trajectory into the end of the season. But let's pass over the desk, Lauren. Let's get it done. Let's see what Moses and the boys have to say with this turn of events.
Yes, we are just as shocked as everyone. 2-0 for LDLC over Virtus.pro. That is crazy. We knew they were in rough shape recently with 2 group stage exits the past 2 tournaments, but this is a whole new level, boys. This is, I mean, not to disparage LDLC, but these teams aren't even in the same realm.
Absolutely. Virtus.pro considered one of the world's very best, ranked number 2 in the world right now. LDLC like floating just inside the top 20. This shouldn't be happening.
Number 3 now, Hank. Phaser number 2.
Since when?
Yesterday.
Okay. Well,
sorry. Mate. I live on Reddit. I don't miss anything.
Okay.
Anyway, this is your job, Henry.
The point still stands. There is a disparity between the 2 teams, right?
Indeed.
And LDLC, to be fair, once again, decent game from them with Virtus.pro, more the same problems. At least they got up to double digits this time, 16-13.
Silver linings.
Yeah. You'd think that's that game, right? They were 7-1 up. I think maybe even at one point the score was like 8-2. And it's kind of like you blinked and you missed it. And it's like LDLC got control of the economy. It really hurt VP. They had to have quite a few ecos there, and then they just got on top of the game. And from that point, it looked like they were in charge. Then we saw the comeback coming in from Virtus.pro late. Pasha with some heroics, a couple of good entry frags onto bomb sites, and just wasn't to be.
Yeah, I mean, where does this... So here's this question I could pose. In Kiev, at Starladder, Yanko talked about, in terms of world rankings, Virtus.pro being essentially in like a group of their own. Like, put them over here, because at any one point they can be the best team in the world, and at any one point they can lose to anyone in the world. But this is now consistent. Like, if you agree, you probably agree with his sentiment, but this is now a consistent streak in the past month.
We've seen these slumps before, though. Yeah. Let's be honest. At the beginning of 2016, we saw the same thing happening. It's almost identical. We've almost the exact same time of year, same slump coming in. It's Pasha's birthday today. Do we take anything into consideration there? Is that something? Maybe he's having he had a family day.
You want to give him some wins?
No. Well, I mean, he had no practice. He was celebrating and then just came on directly for the games. Maybe something there. I'm just trying to clutch at straws, I
always went to work when it was my birthday.
Yeah, he's still at work right now. He did the game, didn't he?
Yeah, I guess. I think you're spot on, though. We can't really read too much into it in the sense of we have seen this kind of VP before, and I wouldn't be super negative for them in the future. Just obviously this is just the immediate impact here is it's going to really hurt them if they want to get to the EPL finals.
The good news is, though, most teams, after having 2 months of this sort of slump, they would just change a player,
Yeah.
they'd give up or change a code to change something, right? You know that's not going to happen with Virtus.pro. They've all signed contracts for 2021. And this recipe of players definitely can work. We've seen it work plenty of times, even recently this year. So a bit of a slump, and I'm sure they'll come out of it. It was like, obviously...
But let's not look too much into it.
Yeah, I think like they won Vegas, right? And then obviously these guys want to go home, take some break after that, some R&R, and maybe it's just a case of that, and we'll see them bounce back. Probably before the major, they'll probably start peaking again, I think, and I think they'll probably make the semis, maybe in a final once again.
I love these baseless claims you and I have been making the last couple of weeks. We just say things like, I was like, Navi will get top 3 at Kiev the other week, and they came top 4.
Yeah, my point is they certainly have the potential to do so, and they'll be trying a lot harder, practicing a lot more before the major. That's going to be like the stepping stone, getting to that event and making sure they're in form for that one.
Two big wins for LDLC though, right? Like that's the thing. That's the big takeaway. That VP, you know, that's really going to hurt them if they want to make it to the finals. And for LDLC, wins like that could potentially save them from relegation, because I really don't see them making that top 6. But this could stop, like, keep them in the
the Giant Slayers sort of thing, you know. You're talking about LDLC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, they're not going to make the finals, but they're getting big results against teams and sabotaging other people, right?
Oh, no, I didn't. I just meant for their own well-being of not getting eliminated or not having to go play Premier.
The automatic relegation is
with Gambit, who lost to Big in the...
Yes, update on that. Gambit did lose to Big.
Yeah, you told me that. I don't know, for some reason, Google Chrome's not working.
Take it away. No, it's fine.
No, that's all I got. That's all I got. I'm done.
Yeah, Gambit, as good as they've looked as well. I mean, some of these teams are having, you know, major downturns, but for as good as Gambit's looked over like ever since the major, essentially, or ever since DreamHack Winter, I guess, they have now failed to qualify essentially for Mountain Dew League, so they have no chance of qualifying for Pro League. So that's a team that I think is actually in the top 10 of HLTV's rankings.
I'm pretty sure,
they cannot be in Pro League next season, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, well, Pro League's a crazy place.
Pro League is a crazy place. It is a very crazy place. And with that, we're going to go to a very crazy break. And when we return, we'll have the second match of the evening, so stay tuned.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw LDLC take on Virtus.pro. Now, if you're interested in seeing some more great CSGO action and even some of the up-and-coming teams, this weekend saw Splice winning the ESEA Premier League by beating Enigma 6 2-0 and managed to claim their spot in the ESL Pro League for NA. This team is now also invited to the ESEA Season 24 Global Challenge alongside Enigma 6 and B's Money crew. In the meantime, over in the European League, the quarterfinals are currently underway to see what teams will be going into the ESL Pro League next season. With German hopefuls Big have left the online season with 13 wins. They're closely followed by Rogue and Epsilon. The Mountain Dew League is giving these teams a direct path into the ESL Pro League. If you want to find out more, head over to esea.net/MDL for more information on how exactly it all works. And now, we just saw Inferno, and Rush has got a hot. hot, 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 hot,
Hey Future Pros, today we traveled to Inferno to give you a hot smoke. This smoke will land in Arch. You are visible to mid when throwing this smoke, so make sure you already have mid control before lining it up. To do this smoke, get in front of this broom. Then aim to this window and move your crosshair up to the highlighted area and then throw. This will block off anyone playing in or outside of Arch, but be careful as they might try to re-peek from Library.
Yes, that was a very, very hot smoke. Yeah, that was good stuff. Still got more good stuff coming your way here at ESL Pro League. It's going to be Fnatic taking on Heroic next. Fnatic, the legends, we're no strangers to them. Numerous tournament wins, and now they're starting to look back to themselves. And then on the other hand, you got Heroic, the third best team in Denmark, who's causing upsets left and right.
Are we going to Copenhagen Games?
Are they? I don't know. I heard Energy. Energy apparently is going to Copenhagen
Really?
Games. Yeah, yeah.
Huh.
Daps just tweeted that out.
It's kind of cool.
Wow.
I don't think they are. Wasn't there a big thing about like no Danish team, like the bigger Danish teams were going? Yeah. So maybe they're not going there. I'm not 100% sure though, but yeah, it'd be kind of weird without them. It is surely quite close to
I know that Valdi and Snappy went on a holiday together somewhere.
Oh, that's quite
well,
nice.
they had the week off. They went somewhere sunny.
Lovely.
Yeah, I'm not sure where exactly.
Well, because if you look at like Heroic's
Providing
games,
in-depth analysis of
like
vacations.
Heroic haven't been particularly anywhere recently, right? It's like they
Katowice.
did Katowice and then Pro League pretty much, and maybe a couple of other online events. So
Unless you're like in the top 10 consistently, or you're one of the big names, you know, it's hard to constantly get invites to events, or you know, always qualify because it's so highly contested. But these guys, you know, they've impressed ever since I think it was summer last year, where they came off the player break, or that break that we had, and these guys had cracked through it and they came out on fire. They were quite a decent team, and they've been stable, even though they've had quite a few roster changes. You know, now we see Nico on the team, we see Yugi in the team. These guys are actually becoming some of the stars.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had a lot of hype around them back when Glaive was on the team, right? And then Glaive goes to Astralis, obviously. So that was where some hype kind of died. But yeah, I mean, this is just the Danish scene having so much depth to it. They just keep picking people up.
yeah, and I think if you look at them currently in the Pro League, you probably wouldn't expect. You got to look into the results that they've had, right? They're not sitting in the best position, but they've lost out to North, of course, Astralis, and then Hellraisers. Now, you kind of expect the North and Astralis results to a degree. You know, it's the Danish derby and all that jazz, whatever you want to look at it like. But this is when Hellraisers were on that weird, like, okay, they're starting to be good and no one understood why. And now it's like, oh, they actually stabilized, converted it at the Starlander event. So Heroic haven't had easy games recently. I wouldn't say this is going to be an easy one. This is Fnatic's most played map either as well. So it's not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because, I mean, especially obviously the names on this Fnatic thing just jump off the screen at you. And we saw from Starladder, Olaf starting to get back into it, JW starting to get back into it, Crims is certainly back into it. Now 2 tournaments in a row where he's looked great. One like quietest player on the team is almost Flusha, which is pretty interesting to say because he's always been pretty consistent with his LAN performances. But this Fnatic roster, I mean, with the level they're improving at, are they close to getting it back to where they used to be?
They're definitely on the right path, right? I think everyone else around them has gotten better, and the brand of Counter-Strike that's being played doesn't lend to their strengths. You know, where the meta's at from the SK, the Astralis, maybe even the VPs. So they're kind of going through that learning curve at the moment of bringing more structure into their gameplay, and I think the more we see that, you're actually going to see the players develop and be more consistent, it being the star performance. Because in the past, it was just run around, headshot things, use good communication, and that fantastic chemistry they had to quickly close in and win rounds. Now it's, okay, we need a bit of structure, we need to have some set strategies, we've got Jumpy behind us, you know, helping with the in-game leading side of things, because no one's a natural in-game leader in that team, and they're definitely on the right path to be a dominant squad again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it?
Cool.
Good stuff, Chad.
Are they ready yet?
Wrap it up. We'll see you guys later. Yeah, no, I mean, we saw this. It's actually kind of interesting because Train is a map that, like I think it was Lauren just said that this is a map that they like to play frequently. This is starting to become popular. The old Fnatic, like this was all on Olafmeister. They weren't particularly strong on this, so it actually is kind of funny seeing them incorporate this a little bit more. Just in case you guys were all wondering, Train is going to be the first map that these two teams play on.
I think they did the flyover.
Yeah.
So hopefully people at home are watching. And
listen, we're all working ourselves back into shape. We're all getting there.
Maybe, you know, they're doing audio only. They're listening to us on driving home.
Yeah.
You know,
you have to do the thing you used to count down so you could sync it up properly as well.
That was a long time ago.
That was a very long time ago, yeah.
I'm old.
That was like from
you can tell.
That was from like the Winamp radio.
Yeah, exactly.
A weird thing with Fnatic, especially on this map that I see, is they don't seem to like The way that they peek corners is they kind of assume no one's there and they get punished by AWPers, especially at Ivy.
Okay.
I don't think they flash properly for it, or they're not expecting an AWPer to re-peek or something like that, which could be difficult when you have players like Nico and Yugi. Nico, when this guy first joined the team, I thought he was going to be an AWPer for some reason. I was completely wrong.
Yep.
I don't know. I'd never heard of the guy before.
He looks like an AWPer.
He seems like an AWPer.
That's an AWPer's name, isn't it? Yeah, that's definitely an AWPer's name.
But Yugi, you know, like he's a player who's not afraid to re-peek and go for those crazy plays, and I think you can get punished, especially at Ivy, if you're not throwing the correct pop flashes and stuff. Because there's that weird thing where you throw the early utility, you force them off the line, and then as you're creeping up, checking the angles, that AWPer sometimes sneaks his way back in. I think Fnatic can get picked off in those instances. The same thing with like low ramp, the AWPer picking up there. I don't think they pop flash for each other properly, or I haven't seen them. I've seen them get punished by that in the past, maybe against different teams, maybe under different circumstances, but that's just something that I noted. So it'd be interesting to see if they've fixed that kind of approach.
Saying they're a little lackadaisical at times.
Yeah, well, they just normally go and shoot people in the head, right? But sometimes you do need those flashbangs to assist.
And I'm actually going to look a little bit towards how Flusher plays this on the CT side specifically. You know, he's actually very good at playing that B side on his own on occasion. And we've seen the games where he's had poorer in-game performances. The team suffered because they don't have that rock holding it down anymore. It's something they have to actively consider. And Olaf Meister had to pull himself over, started to play a little bit more aggressively towards the Baron Hall. So and if you're heroic, what else have you got? Like obviously they've got other things going on, but you have time. Your main thing you play is Pro League, so you can put time into actually watching over how Fnatic plays. You can put into a little bit more hours individually into it as well, so you can maybe get that into your head. And hopefully we get to see a good game between them, because this is a great map for heroic as well. This is one that they've had great results on in the past. So if there's any time, it's now. They actually have a decent map pool to play in this.
You got something?
I was going to say that to build on Lauren's point about the way Flusher holds inside, that's a thing that they can counter, because Flusher is very passive in that regard. You know, they like to play retake. We've touched on this many times, that Fnatic could just have that uncanny ability to do those inside retakes. But you can exploit that. If you know that they're going to be, letting you have that area, first of all, you can either like take the site and then save a lot of utility, because you don't need a lot to take the site. One smoke and maybe a couple of flashes just so you don't get picked off. Get that bomb down, get a couple of players back in brown walls, and just start expending all of your utility to keep them back. That's one approach to it. Or pushing right up, knowing they're going to be passive, and then get late flashes and that kind of stuff to get them while they're setting up for that retake. So it's just something to look out for.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're heroic, you still got to be careful.
I think I just broke the chair.
Okay.
Been eating some snacks.
I did just break the chair.
It's a little bit more
how bad is it? Are
wobbly,
you going to topple over?
No, I'm okay for now.
If we nudge it, do you reckon it would go?
Kick it as hard as you can.
I don't think that's fair. There's no point in this. But no, Fnatic still like that kind of like pick style on their T-sides, right? They're super aggressive. They still like to play like it. Oh Christ! Don't lean towards me.
Think of the GIF that would come from that if you just like.
GIF?
Is it GIF? I'm pretty sure it's GIF.
Whatever.
GIF?
Why are we still having this debate?
Why are you still getting it wrong?
Who cares? You all know what I meant.
Hey Lauren, how do you say that sports brand starts with an A?
Adidas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Sweet.
So what are we waiting on right now? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I can't get in the Go TV.
I'm waiting for Chad to fall off the chair.
It's
waiting
the top
for that
part of the
entire
chair
situation to just topple over. That'd be good.
This is really bad. It's come undone. What do you think about Heroic, Jason? Where do you think they're going to end up? Do you think they're the kind of team that's going to be stable within? I'd say they're in the top 15, wouldn't you?
Yeah, they're probably.
Do you see any development, coming out of these guys, them getting further up the rankings, or do you think they're just going to end up being a feeder team when North or Australis need a new player?
I think they'll hover closer to feeder team. The issue is I can't see Australis or North making any kind of roster changes anytime soon. I think the only real chance, obviously, that Heroic has of climbing the ranks and increasing that ceiling is someone like Yugi has to develop very nicely. Like they have to have some kind of individual spike, and I think Yugi is the likeliest candidate as we see him kind of develop. So I mean, it all depends from there, right? And the good thing is they have a good end game leader who's bringing some good structure. They have a good end game leader who has them playing the right way. And that's going to help accelerate that kind of a process.
Okay. Good one. See how I did there? I turned the tables.
Oh, yeah. I don't like having you on a desk when you do that. This is like my relaxation period. I'm usually in your seat. Like, let me just chill. Let me ask the questions.
Yeah. You don't like being put on the spot?
No. I like a break from time to time.
I enjoy how conversational the desk is with Jason.
Are you saying you don't miss Alex?
No, of course I miss Alex.
We all miss Alex.
It's me.
Matt does not miss
Matt
Alex.
doesn't.
Yeah, well,
Matt needs his bubble bath, so...
Listen, let's stay away from that conversation. That one doesn't need to happen.
This is when Alex WhatsApp me going, why have you done this again? Why is this back around? I need another break.
So, yeah, just to give everyone an update, so it's not
We're waiting for players
three
to join
idiots
the server.
sitting on a desk talking about nothing.
Yeah.
There are only 4 Heroic players currently in the server, and only 2 from Fnatic. So there's a bit of a hold up.
It's not us.
Get Twitter
It
out.
isn't us.
Just start tweeting at these guys.
Yeah.
We might be early, might be ahead of schedule.
Are we?
Ooh, let's not push it.
It's 9:20.
Probably not. Yeah.
What could we talk about? Let's talk about CSGO in China.
CSGO in China, that's actually not bad.
I've got it. That's a good one.
No, here's the difficulty of it, because we've had a lot of misinformation
Multiple
going around. We have a lot,
reports,
we have a lot of different issues going on. They just had, what was it, a press conference? Was that yesterday, this morning?
Yeah, Perfect World, I believe.
Yeah,
that they're
Perfect
the one.
World announced some things about Counter-Strike coming to China. It's been a big, big topic of debate and speculation.
Yeah, I am one who's definitely all for this because it has to happen. And I think what it'll do is potentially unlock the Southeast Asian and then Oceanic regions. I think if we can get like a stable league, even if it is this Chinese league, I hope it's not China exclusive. Like I hope that other teams could get involved. And then you're going to see more sponsors get involved in the region as a whole. More money in that region means it's going to be able to develop a lot better. You can even start pulling in teams from, I guess, the Middle East. That's relatively close when you're talking about the scheme of the world. And have that as the region for the others. I call the North American region, you know, the others. Because at the moment, we've got the Australian teams there. We've got the New Zealand team there. We've got three
Brazilian teams. The region that kind of brings everyone else in, just when, because, you know, Australia doesn't have a thriving enough scene to have their own pro league, and neither does Brazil. But put them all together.
Yeah, there's a couple like ignorant people.
Bring me, you're tired, you're sick, you're poor.
But this is the thing, right? People on Reddit don't quite understand that the reason that teams from like Australia and New Zealand and other parts of the world have to go to North America to compete in these leagues is we can't have a professional scene in our own backyard.
Yeah.
We don't have the sponsorship budgets. We don't have the kind of money, you know, that other people are looking at. It's not considered a possibility to be like a, I guess it is to be a profession, but it's not considered in the same way as we're at in Europe right now, as we are in North America. So it's difficult for regions like Australia to really cope with that.
And even turning it to, I hate to say it, League of Legends, right?
Bless.
Now, you know, the Korean scene was known for having the best teams, the best players. The Chinese scene was certainly not far away, but the Korean players eventually, a couple of them went over to the Chinese scene just because they paid so well. It was such a thriving scene for esports. Once it got established and kind of blew up out there, it was kind of insane. You know, the numbers that were thrown around, I think it was Faker got asked, you know, a quote of like this obscene number for signing contracts. So it'd be, it's not a bad thing. And the anti-cheat approach that's been theorized out there, if you attach it to almost like the social ID number.
I think that's awesome.
That is
that's
really cool,
insane.
You actually get like hurt on your credit score.
I'm pretty sure in Korea, right, it's already like that because with League of Legends, when teams go over there to boot camp, you have to be like a resident to sign up. And that's the issue that teams have going over to boot camp over there. Even with like certain accounts, like I assume like Facebook and stuff like that, you have to do the same thing. So if you're slandering someone on the internet over in Korea, you can actually be sued and stuff for it because it's all tied to you. It's crazy in a good way. I like it. Let's make the internet an accountable place.
now we're starting to tread into dangerous waters.
Okay, let's not do that.
Just,
let's not do that.
Point.
That's certainly there's a lot of truth to that. The Chinese region unlocking that is going to be huge for all of Counter-Strike, and obviously, you know, we've seen what Asian teams can do in other games.
Apparently, there's 128 servers as well.
Yeah, I think like
that's like specialized
real?
community servers. So matchmaking is still 64 tick, but there's additional servers.
Good. I'm glad everyone suffers the same.
Well, here's the thing though, right? Like,
all right, Lauren.
in the presentation, there was things coming up on the screen about the Source 2 engine and things like that. But we already heard that they were going to do the new UI at some point, right? For the game, hopefully, like that coincides.
Didn't you theorize and just tweet about it and get on the front page of Reddit?
No, it was in an AMA they had with Gabe. They did an AMA with Gabe, and he was like talking about a new UI. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm
but if that happens with the release of it in China, like we get it at the same time, that'd be pretty cool because like everybody wants an update, right? Like there's so many cool things that we know Valve can do, and it's not that they're lazy by any
stun
means.
Guns,
no,
tethering.
but like
tethering.
Imagine like just a new UI. It's nothing going to change the game, but just it's going to be sick. It might bring in new players.
Imagine weapons being balanced.
All right, guys.
Is it too far? Did I
trying
ask
to be
too much?
positive about my best friends at Valve.
They don't care about you. They never have, Chad.
She's so jaded. She's so jaded. I don't know what Matt said. Something about a childhood.
Yeah.
Let's stay away from that one, shall we?
Let's stay away from childhood.
Yeah, so I guess Lauren wants to transition to this into the conversation about UMPs. Jason, you made a very interesting tweet while we were...
some spicy stats.
Actually, while I was snowboarding.
Paying attention to my Twitter feed on while you're snowboarding.
Who doesn't?
I can't get off the Twitter. I'm addicted. Follow me at Sponge, SPUNJ. No, but
what's happened to you?
What was the impact like? Because I didn't actually get to see a lot of the event. Like I said, I was away.
It's just most of what we're seeing online. I mean, the issue now is that so many...
It was a LAN event.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same kind of stuff. It's just, you know, the gun's like super cheap with the UMP, obviously. The kill reward is doubled, so it's 600. So it's just, we've essentially gotten to the point where between pistols and between the UMP, the economy of this game, which has always been like the unique feature for a shooter that's made it so compelling as a competitive game, just doesn't really matter all that much anymore. I mean, what was the series? It was FaZe versus G2? No. FaZe's quarterfinal matchup with someone, I believe it was, or semi-matchup.
Jason, I don't want to take this away from you, mate, but the players are ready to start.
Oh, we can come back
I
to
haven't
this.
gotten the word yet.
Oh,
Well,
we
I got the word.
Oh, I just, okay, that's brilliant.
I'm going to throw it on over. Let's see
Take it
the
away.
impact of the UMP in this game.
That was awful.
It was indeed FaZe. It was indeed a quarterfinal, and oddly enough, I don't remember who it was either, even though we casted it.
Yeah, I didn't really hear the question. What were we
It was
talking
the round with all the pistols, the game with all the pistols.
All of the pistols, all right.
All of the pistols.
Well,
G2,
we'll look into it. I'll get it ready for the next
G2.
segment.
It was G2.
Yeah.
It was G2.
Cool.
It was G2.
Well, we're not watching G2
And it was
today.
G2 that lost all their pistols and still had all the gun wins. That's who it was.
Cool. Yeah, you're right. There. Well, they'll prepare that for the next segment. They have it all ready to go. It'll be much tighter, I think.
Yeah, it's
but
true.
it's Heroic versus Fnatic. Heroic, we haven't seen them in a while since Katowice, where they had that deep run, of course, got to the semi-finals.
Yep.
Albeit through the round-robin format, it's a little bit difficult to gauge what that actually means for them going forward as a top team, you know? It's
true.
But still very impressive to see a team like that make it and top their group at an event like that. That was quite awesome. So going up against Fnatic as well, I do feel like Fnatic get blown out of the water here. Fnatic now getting back to their old former selves, you know, like actually showing that Olofmeister can actually frag at a top level once again. JW's look great. Dennis has always been good. He hasn't really dropped off at all, to be fair. I don't think he has either. But Flusher, this is one of his more stable maps, but he has been relatively quiet for them in terms of what we're used to seeing from him. But let's see what Heroic can bring to the table here. T-side for Fnatic. 4 sets of armor. And Flusher, he's got the smoke grenade. Looks like the initial default will come in. Nothing too aggressive in the Ts or the CTs. Flusher's got control of the brown hole zone. Nico's watching that area, and a little bit of exchange gives his position away, but we have got a Superman buy for Olofmeister. Tech 9 and armor for him.
Tech 9 and armor. I don't mind it. If my throat sounds a little weird tonight, it's because of, well, I can't say Henry, but you know. JW. People are probably reading that all wrong.
Yeah, right. You couldn't have worded that the worst way.
Snappy, good shot, though, takes down JW. Dennis did start it out. We got a 4 versus 4, and it's Dennis above the ladder. For Fnatic, who's normally very, very good with a USP, but how is he when he fancies an alternate weapon, when he fancies the Glock on the T-side pistol?
Well, they will be heading towards inside. They've still got that smoke that we used towards connected by the looks of things here. They're not going to be down the lower ramp like I assumed. And there's only one player there at the moment. It's going to be Nico. So the smoke comes in. Like we said, deploys towards connect. Nico has to adjust himself. Still has vision. Down they go on the lower ramp. He needs to hit at least one of the kills here to stand a real chance. Get the headshot in. That will do. Crim's down to 1 HP. That's unlucky. Didn't find the frag.
Unlucky, but bomb gets planted. Yugi, I thought was going to hit both in that shot. Didn't quite land Flusher, but did snap to get Crims. Brings us to 2 remaining as Yugi continues to try and fire down the lane. He gets Flusher. Finally gets Flusher as well, considering the battle started here and transpired by wrapping around the bomb train. But Olaf, he's got 2 back. And Monty's got to try and get to him. Olaf gets 4 in the round with the Tech 9.
That shouldn't be going on. Fnatic out of position with the bomb.
I want to point out that he's on my fantasy team.
Who, Olofmeister? He's on mine as well.
Oh, wow. Finally, you're doing something.
Yeah, stepping up. That was a round for Heroic all day long. Modi be kicking himself a bit there. Easy shot. Olaf wasn't looking at him. Low HP as well. Whiffs about 6 bullets. All he had in the magazine. Had to reload. Then gets taken down by that Superman. It really did work out for them. And 1-0 for Fnatic. And Heroic, they had such an advantage. Being thrown away. They'll be forced by into the second round. 2 players won't be committing as much. Yugi, obviously, he's the AWPer. And Modi probably wants to have a bit more money going forward after that. A little bit of a whiff session from him. Fnatic with 2 AKs, 3 UMPs, pretty standard buy for them. Default once again, all off towards Ivy. And Dennis will be patrolling above the pop dog area. Modi has a chance at the deagle, though. Comes down to the timing. He's not going to fund the 1 dig, but Snappy in towards that pop dog room. This will just be a case of holding up in a default Fnatic, seeing if they can bait out an utility. If they do have it, there's 2 flashbangs remaining for the CTs. They've actually got Snappy on the UMP as well, so see if anything can get done here.
Nico will wait with the deagle in hand. Smoke to go down, cover off the sidewalk on immediate entry for Fnatic. Snappy, the UMP, to try and hold them off. It's Valda, however, they confront first and push him back away from the site. Nico goes down immediately behind him, and it's Crims onto the bomb plant. Snappy may consider just backing off of this early. They're down 2 men already. He's far from the B site, so the rest will try and do economic damage, and Snappy will commit to the save early on the UMP.
Yeah, did some considerable damage there, but only finding 1 frag. Not really going to be enough, especially with Snappy trying to save up with the UMP as well. He'll be towards T-spawn. Olofmeister going on a bit of a hunt here. He's got the AK. It's a bit of a risk on his stairs as well. Snappy will see him before he has a chance to take him down. There he is, shooting his toes, and if he had a fall back on 30 HP, probably stay alive as well. Snappy won't really be able to commit to this. Smoked out. Yugi finds a kill towards Crims. He's actually towards CT spawn. He might be able to pick up another SMG. He does indeed. 2 UMP saved the next round. So he might as well save those now and try and challenge and farm some cash if they get a couple of kills with those weapons. That's $600 a piece as the desk was kind of bringing up. And what do you thought about the weapon at whole? Obviously, did you see that graphic Jason posted about the UMP had the second amount of frags compared next to the AK, right? But
Did you ask me what I think of the desk?
No. What do you think about that graphic Jason posted? I'm not sure if you saw it. It was like basically the AK had the most amount of kills, then followed by the UMP. But to be fair, you can buy the UMP on both sides. So it's difficult to take that as a real stat, right?
That actually is the fair point, because you would have expected the M4 to be second, obviously, and then maybe the AWP. But
because the AK, if you're T or CT, CTs will always try and get the AKs as well. So obviously that's going to be #1 weapon. The UMP can buy it on both sides. You can buy it on the second rounds against eco players as well, right? So it does kind of make sense. Obviously, it makes a bit of a point, but the fact you can buy it on both sides kind of does make that a little bit the grey area, you know. Anyway, this is a pause.
Tis pause.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is a bit of a gray area. I still think the EMP needs some nerve. I mean, look, if you're going to make the P90 have only a lesser kill reward, why not do the same for the EMP at the very least? That seems like a simple fix to, like...
In terms of the economy situation?
Yeah, it would discourage people to use it from using it so much. Like, right now, it's, like, highly effective and a huge reward.
Yeah, I think if it is...
I don't think that's the solution I go for. I would nerf the weapon, but I think that's one way to look at it.
I think getting rid of the kill reward, that would at least sort some of the issues out. It wouldn't make it so viable every single time, right? Anyway, they've got 2 of them this round, Snappy and Yugi. 2-0, really much you can do in terms of a force pipe. JW can feel this push coming in towards main, though. They won't take too much damage from that grenade whatsoever. And that was their chance to pounce. Didn't find anything for it yet, but we'll have a look where the UMPs lie. Both outside by the bomb train. Modi backing them up as well with the Desert Eagle. That's a nice boost there. Might be able to get a kill. Yep, definitely does. Takes down Olofmeister. He's by himself, strangely enough, pushing out towards that Ivy position. Gives his frag away for free, and potentially a weapon as well. I'm not sure what he had. Probably a UMP. Oh, he had an AK in the previous round, so that would make sense.
Aldous trying to get the shot all the way down long toward T-spawn. It's Dennis, however. That comes out on top as JW starts to probe out spots as well at control. And good control at that to take down Yugi. With none other than the UMP.
There it is. So, bomb down, no kids, still with that UMP in hand. Snappy, if he can find a kill and save that weapon, that's the most ideal situation for him. Doesn't look like much for coming in. JW is kind of sniffing around towards the connector position. Nico waiting for him, and JW doesn't really fancy it right now. Flashbang comes in, it's a little smoke to protect himself. He gets in a decent position. We've seen some good things of him recently, especially at Katowice himself. Like, he looked great, to be honest. Like, one of the players we haven't really watched or cast that much. And Trey, especially, he would remember how good he was in that inside area. Like, single-handedly finding 2 or 3 frags most of the time they came there. It's pretty cool.
That was very cool. JW still searching and hunting down for Nico, but he'll get the kill instead. Tries to get the UMP. Don't think he did. He did. Okay, yep. Yeah. Looked like he was stuck up on top of the train stop. The rail bump.
Well, he gets a gun.
Non-technical term.
Yeah, he gets a gun for free going into this round. So it is 3-0 for Fnatic. Their money's kept fairly modest. So you can see Fnatic, 2 players on sub 2,000, and JW even less than that with the AW purchased. We'll see whether they can pick up the first gun run here. I predict they're going to run away with this game. Just from what I've seen the form, it seems like they're looking very confident at the moment. This will be a fast tactic towards Popdog by the looks of things as well. Dennis going in first and might get taken down by a nice shot to neutralise the Snappy there, and they're going to commit towards the outside bomb site.
Olaf will push and continue. Oh, look at Valda. He's actually made contact with 2, and he'll kill both of them. Flusha and Dennis go down. It's Crims and JW to get the response. Bomb planted and all of that, thankfully.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's a problem. JW missing a shot, but Olaf able to respond. Continuing in the form that he is. Crims will walk out and get Yugi, and it's now a 4th round for Fnatic.
So that's a very common strategy for the T side. You've heard me talk about this a million times. The fact is, when you have a force 5 on the CT side on the second round, you know they won't be necessarily fully equipped in terms of incendiaries, maybe not even the full array of smokes. You know, it's good to be throwing in a fast round there, maybe stop some SMGs the CTs might have, and try and take the risk. They won't have the AWP. They did have the AWP, but decent set-piece smokes coming in from Fnatic. Fast play towards that popped up position when that first kill comes in as well. It's going to be a bit of a snowball effect. The CT's trying to rotate back into the bomb site where the smokes are down as well. They got to be segregated, and Fnatic just overwhelming them. Valdo tried to do what he could with the M4A4, found 2 frags, just wasn't enough. The AWP coming into clutch as well had no kit, so it was always going to be a rough round for them overall. 4-0 for Fnatic, and the CZs and PT50s coming out for Heroic in round number 5. In terms of a stack, they have 2 players towards Ivy, and Olofmeister, they're waiting patiently on the right-hand side, and they might be able to get a refrag on him. Decent flashbang, and actually take him down clean, as about to say. He gets one fully blind somehow. Modi, there it is. The refrag comes in, so they've got something to work with here at least. But Crims, he's made his way inside and opened that bomb site up, and the bomb will be planted indeed. AK probably is prepared to the next round, I would imagine.
I would imagine as well, but strange things have happened where Valda goes for a challenge in this point in time. You can't necessarily say that it's a foregone conclusion that AK will be grabbed. Snappy will go lead the charge in from CT and the opposite approach. This should allow him to at least give information to his teammate trying to back away. Oh, Valda wants more, Henry.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
Pop shot doesn't land. Crims knows where he is. Nade. That's going to make this all too easy for Crims. You expect. There it is. AK down.
Yeah, nice shot to find the AK. Snappy to try and pick that up, of course. Might just do that. There it is. So not all is lost. It is 5-0 Fnatic on the T side. That's a rough start for Heroic, but they should have enough money here. The maximum loss bonus coming in with the AK saved as well. The AWP can be dropped by Nico, and this is where the game really begins now. They'll have a full buy coming in, and I'm sure the pace will be kind of slowed down to a point where it's not going to be full-on rushes from Fnatic here. You'll give it the AWP, and we're excited to see whether Nico can step it like he did in Katowice with its inside play. He was very good at it. So he normally plays that position completely by himself, no backup at all. And he's actually very good at moving around and predicting whether they'll be coming from upper or lower and finding multiple frags. He might just be challenged this time. He goes towards the lower ramp, and Crims and Flusher trying to hunt him out here. They'll be smoked out for now, but he'll fall back.
Well, indeed, Nico. To Taz. That's the spot. That's what I'm calling it.
The Taz spot.
Taz spot. Penetration through the wall from a few bullets.
Did it hit Crims? Was he there for it? Yeah, must have done.
Yeah, put him at 52, so I would assume that's 100% accurate. It did indeed hit Crims, Henry G.
Well, Snappy's rotated over. This will be a full inside execution with Snappy finding the first frag. Nico, we said he's so good here. Can he find multiple frags? He can. 2 for him. It's going to be the man advantage for the first time. Quite a while for Heroic here. Incendiary to slow down the bomb plant, but it hasn't reached quite far enough. And it's up to JW and Flush now to defend against the ensuing CTs.
JW will look down the lane, pre-scope, no noise to reveal, but needs to make sure he's considering the right side. Can't flick fast enough, excuse me, as Modi take him down and leave Flusher remaining with a Molotov already in front. Can't bounce one himself because he doesn't have it, so that, you're right, should be indeed the round. All 3 staying alive would be massively beneficial as well. 2 Heroic. Get 2.
Yeah, still an expensive round for Heroic. A lot of reset potential here. Can't see Nico and Snappy though. More than enough to buy. They didn't carry over an AWP as well, so they're going to have to reinvest in that. So this will be a rough round if they lose this one. We'll see what happens. Round number 7. Heroic do manage to hold off the inside execution. And like we said, Nico normally stepping up. They found 2 frags and gave his team at least a decent chance to retake there with the man advantage. So Heroic have finally arrived on the scoreboard. Need to win this round, though. Could mean 2 in a row. Let's see how much money they've got left over. So Valdo's got 3K. It still would be a double eco situation, I think, if they lost this. So need to win it with a clean round of that. A change of pace for Fnatic, and Flusher once again finds a kill towards the inside area. We said Nico likes to play that by himself, and he pushed aggressively towards the lower ramp, got taken down. Flusher, as you can see now, didn't have to commit whatsoever, and that's going to spread the defense a little bit thinner. Snappy is forced to go to inside and leaves Yuggy and Modi patrolling towards Ivy. Modi with decent lineup, but Crims, he goes one step better, and he manages to find a 5-on-3. Yuggy now really got his work cut out for him. I'm sure we'll get Sam back momentarily. I'm sure it's fine.
Well, Snappy will sit back, fall away to the B site. And he's just going to try and keep this, but it's going to be problematic in doing so. You can see it on the mini-map. You can see it on the X-ray as well. Immediate right, already occupied. Going to be a confrontation with Olaf. Who's going to get the kill? Snappy.
He does. Fast run there from Fnatic, almost gifted the kills though. They have 3 players towards Ivy, Flush is watching inside. Nico pushes in, gives his kill away, and then at that point, CTs have to react, have to face a bit more, try and find a pick, and it was up to Modi to try and find it at the Ivy position. They had a boost going towards that server area. He was looking to it, it was a bit of a one-way smoke. He was actually watching it, but the gap not quite big enough for him. That kill fell away from him, and they won't be saving a weapon at all. 6-1, heavy reset now for the Danes. 2 players on sub $2,000. Has to be pretty much full eco. They might be able to force into the next one. I said it'd be double eco. They can certainly buy next round with the 99 they get. It'll just be a very kind of average buy. Probably would have Mad Valda can drop an AWP over, but that hasn't exactly been working amazingly for them. 6-1. This is getting to the danger zone. We'll see what happens. 4 players towards outside, and a fast play from Crimson getting into Olof's position. We'll see whether he can find anything here to open things up.
Snappy starts to look in behind the E-box. Crims has the angle instead. Crims is going to look down the lane as well as he swaps sides, but they're going to get a lot closer. Takes a significant amount of damage from the first play. Doesn't know Yugi is above him, but Olof does get one. He goes down now as well. Kills Favor at this point in time on the way through to the site. Heroic as JW with an AWP has to be very careful not to get pushed. As Nico as well is going to try and flank them out. This could be costly. Is anyone looking in that direction? May not matter now. JW though gets a shot, but Nico's able to get Dennis and back away. Fakes the ladder, but now realizes he's alone. He's going to go for the long rotation instead.
Yeah, if he gets a weapon in that scenario, maybe he's got a chance of winning this, but still on the default pistol, so far removed, no kit, there's not really a chance of him doing anything with this. Maybe he gets in a sneaky position, gets one more frag out of it. That's probably best case scenario at this point. He's getting towards CT spawn. That could be something, but the amount of time it's taking him, I'm sure Fnatic will be away and see Flusher on the minimap now, just checking it out, and JW is as well. They're actually both going to be looking in that area. So Nico, his days are numbered. We'll see whether he can do anything with this. Sneaks by, might be able to find an AK in all the confusion, but apparently not. Gets another ding towards Flusher, but unfortunately that weapon not too good at the real range. Your Simon's USP. So 7-1. It's better the situation than I thought. I said it might be a double eco, but they've kind of balanced things out with a Famus and Nico on a UMP. Have managed to bring out an AWP for Yugi, who's had a quiet game so far. I can't really remember any impact from him so far. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard on 4 kills, 7 deaths. Let's see whether he can get rolling here at all. Nico, like we said, normally playing inside by himself, just down to that SMG as well. Might have to push that lower ramp once again. Good nade from Nico. Look at the damage he's inflicted there.
Yeah, it's huge. Such a great spot to nade, isn't it?
Yeah.
If I could throw a little hand grenade into any spot, that would be it. JW's going to back off after a little pop flash down the ladder. They choose not to push. And Olaf gives up Ivy, so what's the play here? 2 round halls, bomb near it. But no one really prodding at anywhere else on the map. Straight contact onto A, try and force rotations. Bomb heading back the ladder at the least, but it's going to be a very frontal approach to the site. They won't have anyone to try and draw the CTs back toward the Ivy position. Makes you wonder, Henry G.
Yeah, it's another rough round for Heroic here. Haven't really found too much apart from that initial HE grenade. Yugi wanting to step up, but there's only 1 kit available as well. Nico goes down, he's towards inside. They've one planted out, so this could be a nightmare for Heroic to hold off. They lose the first frag once again. Olaf, who looked amazing over in Kiev, finds 1, goes down to the hands of Snappy in the end. 4 on 4, still the advantage towards the CTs. Technically in terms of the HP, but JW hitting more and more shots here. Same story for Crims, 4 on 2. Nico coming in with the SMG, now the AWP. It's going to be a real rough round, but just find a frag back. Make that only 1 and down he goes.
Yeah, and that's going to be it. Fnatic is rolling, looking like they did in the group stages.
Exactly. They looked really hot there, right? They actually were playing as good fundamental CS, and Jumpy's actually incorporated some strategy in there as well. He's got some nice executions going along with it, and they're finding form in terms of that was always the thing with Fnatic. The individuals, right there. Olaf Meister says for a long time the world's best player, like inarguably. It was actually so good to watch him, and now we saw some of that kind of old form returning over in Kiev. It was like amazing to see some of the shots he was hitting. I was like blown away. Some of the one taps he's getting with the AK-47. And JW as well. He seems to be finding some great form once again. Finding that kind of old play style of being not even so much a dynamic AWP, like in the sense like someone like Device is just the crazy AWP, but does the stuff that doesn't make any sense and makes it work. That's what we want to see from him, and he's starting to do that once again. Another eco for Heroic here. 8-1, lost the half on the CT side. Still one of the most CT-sided maps we have in the pool. And this is not looking good. PT50s, Deagles, CZs, Yugi just down to the USP. Third stage loss bonus, they'll get $2,100 on top of this if they lose this one, which is very likely. But a headshot comes in, flush it down to 12 HP. It's a full set outside commitment from Fnatic here, though. Very unlucky they'll give his round away. Lots of damage across the board here. Yugi should be dealt with momentarily. There he is.
Burn away, Yugi, indeed. Olaf will go down immediately after. Dennis gets another kill with Flames, so finally Crims uses the good old-fashioned bullets. No chemical warfare here.
Back to the politics.
Well, you had to bring it to politics. I just memed it, Henry. Dennis gets snappy.
9-1.
Maybe some people didn't know the reference.
Possibly. 9-1. Heroic now with a buy. Maybe a double orb set up. I think that would be the call I'd make at this point. Nothing's working. Let's get 2 turrets set up. They're not going to try that. We'll see whether they can hold off for another few rounds at 9-1. And Fnatic, still the AWP. Tons of cash starting to build up at this point. Obviously on the CT side as well, you have many different options. You can go for the first pick if you want. If you're getting overwhelmed everywhere, maybe push towards Ivy. Get something rolling in your favor. Just get anything that's holding in default. If you're losing every single duel, you might as well give it a go. Dennis outside once again. Let's get tagged for the extra box this time. Down to 14 HP. Hoping the AWP faces again, which he does, but he'll also get the better of him. First 2 frags coming in for Heroic this time.
Yeah, it certainly will, Yugi, though. Oof, good shot. Finds JW. Backs off, though. It's Nico to get Olaf.
You can see Fnatic getting very cavalier with their approach at this point. No smokes down lower ramp, just walking down there and hoping for the best. Like, getting a bit carried away with their victory so far, perhaps. That's not really how you play train, to be honest. Like, running down lower ramp, absolutely nothing, and just hoping for the best. But still, they have a huge lead, so not the end of the world. So plenty of money to buy into this round as well. 9-2, and Heroic finding 1 for first time in 4. Need to start converting these into strings of round, though. You can't just keep winning 1 round and again reset. Otherwise, you're going to end up a scoreline like 13-2. Did manage to keep 3 players alive in the previous round, so that's better. Orb towards inside this time. This is what we wanted to see. A bit of mix-up. Leading towards that lower ramp, trying to find the first pick. JW's waiting for him, though. Through the wall with headshot. Good night, Yugi. Good lord, that was a nice shot from him. Honestly, have from his POV if we can.
You're not allowed.
I'm going to request it anyway.
Well, you're not allowed. Good shot from Volda will get Dennis. He's going to take over A main as a result of this, so Heroic. Strike back early, Volda taking the initiative to try and get some map control back, or at least level it and then fall away, so decent job done. Had to make a play. Flash will go in. They may make a secondary play, but it goes a little bit deep, so JW keeps full vision. Tunnel vision at that through the AWP scope. It's a little optic tunnel. You get it?
I did get it.
Okay, cool. Just checking. His Flush is going to try and work his way into B instead, but a Molotov goes down and tick onto him. He backs off. A very minor amount of damage. Significant amount of damage there from Nico, though. Crims.
He's good.
Gets hit. JW, we did see it in the top right, or maybe you didn't, but I'll let you know. He did find a kill on the A side, though, and therefore they're going to take the bomb back that direction. It's Maudie. Back green train toward Ivy that has to shut it down. Bomb dropper, 42 seconds to work with, and he turns around. Good awareness to find Olaf. Coming in from Ivy late. Going to try and hold this position toward the hitch as well as JW continues to push. Dodges yet another flash.
Here he comes.
Shotgun AWP. Maudie's ready for this. Oh, what a shot!
How has he done that?
That is ridiculous from JW, but he's overlooked the position where Nico is. So Heroic will finally string back-to-back rounds together.
Just about. JW, what a shot that was. Let's have a look. I wanted to see if we could actually see him now. How fast is that? How has he done that?
What is this man made of?
Is there a slow motion play? No. Oh my God.
What?
I need to see him like 10% speed. How has he done that?
Those are 2 of the sickest shots ever.
Yeah. I think that looks more like a pre-fire. Like, there's no way you get that sort of accuracy in the headshot as well. You must know that that's a possibility in coming in pre-fire. I'm not sure.
Yeah, if you don't see anyone, you might as well shoot it, I guess.
Yeah,
like,
that was
every
so
shot
fast.
you don't
There's no
take.
way you can react like that. That's insane.
That's ridiculous.
Anyway, they have managed to actually break down the money here. Slightly a Fnatic. They are going to be... It's a full... It's no, okay, so a partial buy for them. So this Tech-9's a smoke. This will be down lower ramp. Here it comes. Flash going to drop that. 1 flash in. They know that Nico plays it by himself. In fact, Yugi did some with the AWP. He might be... Oh, goodness. So the fact they're going down before the smoke balloon, that was a bit risky, but it's going to be Nico to mow them down. He gets 2.5 frags. Dennis to finally get one in return. The bomb should be planted here, I think. No HP on the planter. Does go down. And we'll see whether Olaf can step up at this point from lower ramp. I doubt he can.
Shot through. Snappy will manage to collect onto Olaf. And a defuse comes in, so Heroic with life late will get a 3rd round. This starts to reap the rewards of economic benefits. However, the problem is that Fnatic had enough money built up they can buy yet again, and they're already onto a 3rd round bonus, meaning, all right, even if they start to lose, they're still going to buy. So it's pretty much impossible for Heroic to get a smooth sailing end of the half. It is possible, though, to get 9-6, which would impress me at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. They get 9-6. It's actually not too bad. It's the way this thing kicked off. Well, we'll get into it. No all for JW this time. That has been a thorn in their side. JW is going to be very quick out main entrance. A lot of Fnatic players opting for this position. Not really that much consistency to it. It's spawn-based play by the looks of things, which is absolutely fine. Valde, though, might overlook this. He'll push in, and JW just about spots him.
Yeah, he did that.
Oh, he's going to knife him.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, okay, thankfully. I was very scared, but JW shows me that I should not be scared and just accept that he is a master. Madi will walk out, try to get 2 lined up, but Olaf gets the shot instead. A little bit too snappy on his aim as he panics to the right, can't find the man on the inside of the smoke. JW with the assist, Olaf with the kill, Crims to follow up, and Yugi the only one remaining.
Yeah, finding that kill doesn't really help him out, I'm afraid, because it just gives away his position. It was a 5-on-1 regardless, the bomb will be planted. And going into the next round, round number 15, the reason I'm pointing out, they should have some money to work with. They're only get 1,400 on top of this. So if he saves the orb, they'll have a decent buy. If he doesn't, it could be a bit of a problem. Finds another kill. Olafmeister drops 3-on-1 now. Might as well hunt him down, Fnatic. We'll see where they can do it. It's going to be Crims getting his way towards CT spawn, trying to block him in. Actually not interested in the kill. They just want to smoke him up by the looks of things. They're not really committing towards it. He's just holding strong in CT spawn, and what a standard Fnatic round that is. Spread out across the map, everyone trying to find a pick. Whoever's got a good spawn, make the way out main, and just try and knife people, of course. Still get away with it. Ace, though, for Yogi, potentially. Oh, just can't find that no-scope. Yogi takes him down. Well, Flusher takes Yogi down, as you say. So have a look at the money. Yeah, so 2 players can certainly buy, and 2 cannot, and then one's completely broke. Here's the replay of the knife attempt. Oh, God, it's so scary. He didn't get that kill. He'd been kicking himself, but he did get it. Double digits for Fnatic. And in terms of the final buy, 1 orb, a CZ for Modi, a UMP for Nika, and then 2 M4s, and lacking utility across the board as well. Final round of the first half. JW hits one once again through the wall. Why not? Nade might take him down as well. This would be such an alley-oop. Oh, it doesn't happen. He's at the Valde trying to make something happen towards inside. He also cannot get rolling at all. So Yogi legs, and a huge advantage for Fnatic at this point.
Nico gets inside of the smoke and fires a bullet. That'll give away his position, and therefore it takes down Flusha. That's who actually might give away the position. I was speaking from Nico's perspective. Listen, guys, it's all part of the meta of casting, all right? Just to mess with who you're talking about. Nico will turn around to find Crims as well. He's done very, very well in that position. He'll swap over the gun to a rifle now, and it's all heroic in this particular round until Dennis is able to cover off the lane, get behind the train. Take down Madi with a shot to the brain. Dennis will get back in front, though, and find Snappy. They're suddenly pulling this round back. It's 2 versus 2 again all of a sudden.
Bomb's still down. They've got some smokes to hold it off for a little longer here, and you'll get with the AWP. That's going to help them out somewhat. Up against Dennis and Olafmeister. Quite the formidable tag team duo. We'll see where they can pull it off. 40 seconds to go. One ending towards T-Spawn, and the CTs haven't exactly capitalized and maybe pushed towards above Pop Dog. Oh, they have. Nico's there. I beg your pardon. This happens. This is what they should be doing. Got this area completely locked down, a huge advantage, and he's been spotted though, Nico. Now he's in a bit of trouble. He's on low HP already from that initial tag from JW, and Dennis, oh, he gets absolutely wrecked. Molotov on his left, has to face on the right. Low HP, Yuki now, dead. 11-4 in favour of Fnatic. Heroic there, starting to come back with 3 rounds in a row towards the latter stages of the first half, but ultimately, Fnatic, as I said, going into this one, in great form right now, individually, and looking like they're hitting every single shot. Nothing too flashy in terms of the executions, but enough in there to find us some decent rounds. We'll take a quick break and see whether Heroic can come back here on train. Do not go anywhere.
When we get back into things, it's been Fnatic controlling the pace of the game. In fact, despite a small resurgence, that's the word. Not a renaissance period.
I was going to say, that's a bit much.
Yeah, that's a little bit dramatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little resurgence. It goes to 11-4 for Fnatic.
It does, and they've looked dominant throughout. Some decent rounds of Heroic to get them 4 on the board, but that's just not going to be enough against the force that is Fnatic at the moment. They're looking so good. Overall, kind of getting back to their former glory, and we'll see whether they can continue that. It's nice to see them on an upward trajectory right now, and they're going to be deadly at one point. It's like the same thing I'm saying about G2. It's not a matter of if, it's when it's coming. When are they going to be dominant once again?
Yep.
And they seem to be making light work of Heroic, and the problem is they're on the CT side, and it's the scoreboards for you. Olaf Meister in the charge of JW. JW hit some nuts shots there in that first half, like some ungodly stuff that was kind of sick. Anyway, Matthew, pistol round going to mean a lot here. I'm sure you agree.
Yeah.
It's going to mean an awful lot of Heroic.
Yeah, traditionally speaking.
Lose that one, you're in a bit of trouble there, especially with Fnatic on CT side. Yeah. So they're just getting ready now. A bit of warm-up in the second half. Heroic didn't really impress me as much as I was hoping for. This is one of their kind of staple maps at Katowice, so they did some very good work there. But here we go. All resets, and we'll see whether Dennis, possibly the best USP user on the entire planet, can step up here and find Fnatic get another pistol. It's been a while since you have one of those absolutely insane rounds from him, like the one we casted on Cash. I can't remember if that was against, but do you remember that from like the events he came? Got like all 5 in the rush. Those are the kind of rounds we like to see from Dennis.
Yeah, I don't mind those. I mean, that's the rounds that Fnatic fans like to see.
Inside rush, all 5 players, let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4 down the ramp. And 1 going to the upper corner. Madi, the one that's up there. Olaf starts it with a headshot onto Snappy, however. So it's Volda to take charge to try and get near CT spawn. Olaf going to bait back out some shots. Volda and Nico, though, hit them. And it's low HP for Flusha, so Crims bails him. Thankfully, JW gets Nico. Still a chance at it for Heroic, and the fact that Flusha has gone low, but they've opened up access back toward the bomb. Smoke gonna go down, and they spot out Yugi already, so no element of surprise for him to spray into the smoke. Good shot above to find JW, though. His movement was reasonable. Better shot from Crims on the bomb immediately with the kits. Flusha gets the kill on Madi with 1 HP, and they pick up the round on the Fnatic side.
Even when they lose the first couple of picks as well, you think, okay, Heroic definitely gonna win this round. All of a sudden, these crazy 1 bullets come in, and Fnatic's overwhelmed. They look like a lot of them are jumping around in full movement speed as well. Still hitting, of course. And it's going to be 12-4. Straight away, I think Heroic, yeah, I was going to say, they probably need to force buy here. Most teams would force buy in the 3rd round and try and build up the money, but at this point, with this far behind, you probably need to make something happen right here, right now. It will be UMP and a mixture of upgraded pistols as well. Desert Eagles, PT50s, Tech 9s. They've got some armor to work with, and 4 smokes. It's a relatively good buy. Probably want to do a full outside execution at this point, which they will be setting up for. Idea is get the bomb down, push through with those Tech 9s, and see whether you can get anything going at all. Pretty unlikely they'll win the round, but maybe they can just get that plant in, and it won't be the end of the game necessarily if they lose a round. They get the bomb plant in. If they don't, that could be the GG straight away. Need to get the plant. That's the first objective there.
Smokes go down, complete wall. Crims sprays through them, however. You said bomb needs to go down. Madi's going to try and do so right now, and he should get away with this inside of the smoke. Does. He'll back up as well with the UMP's body, and aggressively, of course. My favorite way, my favorite motto in life.
Very true.
Aggressive, of course. Yugi, ooh, hello. Gets the first shot, but Olaf does strike back with an immediate effect on the FAMAS. It's going to go to 13 rounds for Fnatic, and Heroic stuck and limited onto 4 still.
That was quite disciplined from Fnatic, though. They got the first pick, and they knew the bomb plant was possible, but instead of running through the smoke 1 by 1, they waited for the rotations to come in. They knew they were going to win that round as long as they wait and make sure they go in together, which is fine. The bomb got planted, but it still has to be a full eco here for Heroic. They'll buy some upgraded pistols. They have no armor, though, presumably. 14-4, very likely at this point. As we get into round number 3, this might be quite a quick game. Heroic. I don't know why I felt like Fnatic would blow them out of the water. I just feel like it was the right night for it after what I saw.
I had the same feeling. It's why I picked Olaf.
Yeah, and do you know what? I got the exact same team as Jason, right? And then for some reason, wouldn't let me hit. I said he got it 5 seconds before me. Then I went to get it. So you can't afford that. You can't have Jason's team.
Oh, because you're too far. I know that's the one system that I don't know if I agree or disagree with. So the better you do, the more money you have to spend.
Is it really?
I feel
that's why I'm getting stitched up.
Yep. I feel like it should almost be the other way around, because that way it gives you a chance to equalize.
Well, everyone should have the same money. How about that?
that's the easy way. But yeah, the more you earn, it's like there's a percentage of return based on the players that
Yeah, okay.
Get points based
so
on what they're worth.
So if you get a G player, they do really well, you get more money?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. It's like an ROI. I don't know the algorithm for it.
I'm so bad at fantasy. This is the first time I've ever done it. And actually, we did it in PGL years ago. Like when we first started, when we did that.
That's true, yeah.
I was sucked in it
Years
then.
ago.
Oh, 2 years ago.
It is true. It's true. I've been going to Star Ladder events now for a 3rd year. Olaf tries to hit the shot on Volduck. Manages to get 2. But yes, that is true. It is years ago.
I sucked at it then, I suck at it now. So I need to work on my strategies.
You're better at predictions than I am, though. We determined that.
Yeah. But this round was quite a clean cut affair. Fnatic will find 14-4. Just Nico now with a bomb. He's towards inside, but locked in from either side. You can see he should be a matter of time before he's taken down. He might get a cheeky 1 DK. He's very good with the Deagle from what we've seen. But JW, he bests him with the Mag 7. And 14-4 comes in. And here's the replay of some famous work towards Valda and co. And Snappy it is. Taken down by Olaf Meister. And it's round number 4 at the second half. One more full match point for Fnatic. I think we have Cobblestone next, which is another good map for Heroic, but haven't really arrived here on train so far. Maybe it'll be more of the same.
Yeah, more of the same. JW, more of the same. The shotgun's going to get in below the ladder one more time.
Look at Crims.
And Dennis.
Oh, God, the timing's so perfect as well.
Get ready. Oh, but they get JW down the sandwich.
It might be.
It has no top bun. The lettuce can run free. And Crims is going to run into the flames. That's a problem.
You're out of your mind.
Have been my whole life, mate. As Volda gets the shot back into Olaf, Madi will do the same. It's going to be a great round for Heroic this time around.
Yeah, it was looking so like potentially deadly for them as well. That perfect push from the CTs inside. The timing was down to T, but they had awareness of it and they Molotov the backtrack to manage to avoid danger there. So a big round for Heroic. Unfortunately, doesn't really do much in terms of the money for Fnatic. They got tons of it. They can even get an AWP if they want to as well. So no further away in danger than they were before. But we'll see where they can string a few rounds together, maybe whittle down the Fnatic economy and give themselves at least a chance of making the scoreline a little bit more competitive as we get into round number 5. Olaf Meister with the AWP. That's the weird thing about this team. Doesn't seem to be clear of the main opposite. Obviously JW, but every game it seems to change up in terms of who fancies on the CT side. Like Dennis can do it, Olaf can do it, Flush at JW, they'll chime in at some point. Not normally Crims, to be fair, but we'll see whether this works out for Olaf. Outside execution. This looks like a fake to me. As the smokes go in, trying to bait out some rotations. Actually has worked. There's actually no one towards inside right now. Just Flusher at the connector with an M4. That's not going to be the most effective weapon, but he makes it work. Gets a single kill. Does some damage to a second player as well. And Olaf rotates in with the AWP. No armor on him as well. Needs to be careful. I think this is the first shot.
So bomb planted as JW wants closer. Flash over, lets Madi peek, however. And he'll go down an immediate effect. Nico in behind the train as a flash hit the sky. Dennis gets caught as Nico peeks the other direction. This is good in the post plants from Heroic in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, they've looked decent.
And look at this from Volda as well. Down goes Crims in front of him. May not even matter that he flanked them all out. As Olaf tries to escape, needs to hit the one on the op. To do so, he does. Volda goes down.
So Operation try and save the AWP at this point. Another good round for Heroic there. They said they'd string some rounds together. Making a good case to do so far. This will be the money gone for Fnatic as well. But Olaf Meister trying to save the AWP. He's in CD spawn. They would have assumed he went towards Ivy. That's where they're trying to check out towards, but they won't find him. So AWP saved, and Fnatic could force it if they really wanted to. It's not really worth it when you're this close to winning the game. I'm sure they'll go for the more conservative option, but he's get some PT50s and Deagles to go along with it. That's exactly what they'll do. And Olaf, he can single-handedly win this round if he wants to. If he goes towards upper platform, maybe gets that first pick, rotates towards connector, just trying to find picks all over the place. I'll have a look where he goes to at the start of the round. He's in the connector for now, probably watching main entrance, and gets flashed. And let's take another inside play from Heroic once again. Modi trying to show some presence in that area. Flushes alone. He's only got a PT50, so not really much easier to do about it.
Madi will pop a flash down the ramp into the ward Flusha, who only has the PT50 to work with, as you made mention of. You always make such good mention of the economic situation. It's like you're an accountant.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing. But unfortunately, the way CSGO is going, it might not matter soon. I might be out of the job.
Yeah, why? Why do you say that? We just went to China. We're about to take over the world now. We're finally going to beat League of Legends in the Asian market.
It's true. Maybe this is what we need. I just mean in the sense of like the economy doesn't seem to be that much of a factor anymore in CSGO with the UMP
I see.
stuff.
That was a good joke, and I missed it.
Yeah, right?
it was good.
Yeah.
You did well there, Henry. I'm proud of you. That, ooh, okay, I thought that was an HE. That was a Molotov. If that was an HE, it would have been enough to get the kill, but Monty goes down either way. Trying to push up to find Dennis, and Valda locked off by said Molotov. May not even make it to CT in time to catch Dennis, but he's posted and ready with the AWP.
Yeah, just trying to stay alive and hope people start to push him at this point.
Oh, this is an interesting push, though. Dennis has to read this and get it right. Okay, I thought he was going to swing in from behind him.
Yeah, he's fine. They've lost track of him. So he will save the AWP. So good work in that respect. The AWP didn't really have that much impact. I think Olaf must have got 1 kill with it, but didn't really affect the outcome of the round, did it? And the AWP is going to be saved. Down it goes, and a buy comes in Fnatic once again. Like we said, Heroic making the scoreline more competitive at this point. Just kind of very little chance of winning the game considering Fnatic on the CT side, but still haven't found match point yet. So there's always a chance. Might as well keep on tracking and see whether you can keep breaking the economy and potentially find yourself, when it gets to double digits, you start believing at that point. So we'll take it round by round. Number 7 this time. Molotov towards main entrance. The AWP watching that position once again will be in the hands of JW this time. Full buy, of course, for Heroic. AWP in the hands of Yogi. Money's still pretty poor for now. You can see Dennis with no utility whatsoever. 1 minute 30. Flashbangs and smoke start to come out as well. Molotov on some key positions of the bomb site. And they're going towards inside. This is another fake, and Flush is alone.
Flush in the smoke. Yeah, this is very interesting. Especially because it would have been easy to run into him going down the ramp, so I think they would have figured that out pretty quickly. And he's going to try and swing. Oh, good shot from Maudie. This isn't done, Henry.
Yeah, Maudie's clotheslined him, and double kill from Valda as well. Triple kill. It's not too bad. He catches all the rotating players as well. They actually did an outside fake, a very successful one. Considering all the smokes they put down there, fine flush by themselves. All the CTs rotate from outside bomb side towards inner. Valda, he's waiting for them, locks it down. And now we might have a game on our hands.
Yeah, I think we do. They're also pushing down Ivy, which means Snappy could be in a position to find Olaf. He's going to get there in time, definitely. This gun goes down in 3, 2, 1. Got that perfect, didn't I, Henry?
You did.
It's like I had a mini-map to look at.
Yeah. Let's have a look at this from Valda. So this is going, he's trying to find the rotating players, and that doesn't get much better than that. Lined up in that horrible tight angle, a straight line. Don't even have to aim at that point. Just fire some bullets down there. You got to find some kills. Valda, 16 kills, 17 deaths. Decent ADR as well. We'll see whether they continue this. This is another eco for Fnatic as we get deeper into the second half. Deeper than I anticipated, but the Eagles, a PT50, aggressive push towards Ivy. JW leading the charge. See whether we can get anything going here. He actually gets to the end. Doesn't find any confrontation, but there is a player rotating back in. That's going to be Snappy trying to take him down. I think he got tagged up a bit there. That's 84. Very unlikely JW can finally kill that. There it is, unarmored. Dealt with relative ease. And back towards inside we go, from what I can see on the minimap so far.
Here we go. Gonna go down the stairwell. Crims backs off down toward Ivy. He'll hold position. Olaf trying to get in a deagle shot quickly toward Volda, but it's going to be 14-9, Henry. Oh, Hank the Tank.
Now. Hank the Tank. Haven't been called that since uni.
Doubt you got called that then.
Oh, trust me. By certain people.
Guy roommates. Guy spelled with an A. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, there you go. Nico Snappy gonna pick up kills. Flusher does get one back onto Nico, but it's a 1 versus 4, and that means we are going to get the 9th round.
We are. Fnatic now should be able to buy this. Actually, maximum loss bonus after winning the pistol, getting the 3-0 after 11-4 half as well. We thought that was it. The 14 mark scoreline came in, but Olaf might just to know as well. 25 kills. He looked great in Katowice, and looks like he's continuing that form. But a double AWP set up from Fnatic. Didn't see this from Heroic in the first half. I thought that would be the adjustment from them to maybe get a few more rounds on the board. Never saw it. Olaf Meister and JW this time with the sniper rifles. Olaf watching main entrance, and in terms of the CT presence, the AWP for Yagi is going to be watching passively towards main entrance, as you can see there. Just waiting for any pushes to come through. Does not be happening. Will just be Fnatic on a pretty standard hold. This time Flush has got some backup though. Olaf Meister with him inside. The idea is Flush is getting overwhelmed a few times now. Most people know he plays that inside area by himself. As you can see.
Dennis will clear. No enemies near. They are back toward T-spawn, though. They'll sit and wait. Nico holding the tighter angle. I believe his teammate is over his shoulder watching long, so he's got to be careful not to get spotted out by that. Actually, Vault is there as well, so all things should go well in this situation if Fnatic were to overextend. No need to do so. Finally, guns back up. There you go. There's the other angle. Vault would see first. Smokes go in. Fnatic's going to be ready. Forward. No. They hear them. They see them and get ready for it. Dennis gets all three. Perfect timing. He'll switch over to the AWP. It forces Snappy and Madi over toward the B site.
Doesn't get much better than that for Dennis. Sees the nades coming over. Strikes at the right time. 3-man spray down. We still have a chance in this round, though. Madi planting the bomb. Getting a bit aggressive towards Connector as well. Believe it or not, they actually have a chance here. With that smoke down, Madi can find a frag. Just one makes it a winnable situation. Might not happen now. Unfortunately for him, he is in a decent spot. There's the first kill with the spray a bit and dealt with. Dennis, let's have a look how he did that. And before the next round starts, that looked great. It seemed like there's that argument, obviously, the fact you can hear grenades being pulled at some surfaces. Maybe that happened. You could hear them coming.
It was just, yeah. If you didn't hear it, then it was just perfect timing. But something seems to me that that gave it away because he was instantly on it. I didn't see the setup inside B or inside A. Maybe someone called this saw smoke high in the sky. And he instantly pushed.
They take so long to bloom, right? So as soon as he sees anything, he's just pushing and taking a strike.
Yeah,
and
but my point is, if someone saw them like right above the wall, then he could have timed it because they wouldn't have been ready with guns at that point. Sure. So I didn't see who was inside of A itself.
Well, there it is, match point for Fnatic after the comeback. Looked like it had a small possibility for Heroic. It's just been shut down a little bit further. 6 rounds in a row now just to get overtime. Unlikely, but we'll see whether they can get anything going here. This is the round to reset Fnatic as well. If they win this one, there is a chance going forward. If they go towards outside, you'll be with the AWP watching towards Ivy. Smoked out for now is going to be the first. 2 kills coming for Crims. Lovely stuff from him, but a couple in return for Heroic as well. Still a chance in this one. Next frag's huge. Dennis gets it. Adding to the total of 3 for Fnatic so far. They have the advantage. Bomb yet to be planted, but Nico still finding frags.
Good indeed from Nico. Finds Flusha and Dennis all off, trying to get shots back in a 1 versus 2. Reset pending. Bomb planted. Knows Nico, therefore has to, or one or the other. He doesn't know who it is. Let's be real. I know who it is, but knows one of them has to be up close to the bomb. Checks it. Drops down silently. In behind the E-box, though, becomes a real problem, especially when he's on op this close. Nico wants to peek it. Hasn't yet. Knows he hasn't tapped it. Scope in, though, and out. That's Q for Nico to go.
Yep. As soon as you hear the scope right next to you, you can kind of almost assume exactly where he's going to be and takes him down. So well played by Heroic. You can see Olofmeister, if he hits that shot, he actually did hit it. He legs him slowly through the wall there. If he finds that frag, he denies the plant for a little bit longer. He can reposition himself and have a real chance of winning that round. But well done by Nico and Co to actually find those frags. It looked like Fnatic would run away with it. They get the first 2 kills and all of a sudden Heroic respond. And that was a big one for them. As I said, it's a full reset round. So this could be a couple more before Fnatic can buy. Deagles, PT50s, JW on the full eco at this point. Pushing towards inside as Olofmeister. Deagle in hand. Every chance Fnatic can still win these rounds. I always get too hyped up and the ego is going to work in their favour, and then all of a sudden a team like Fnatic just wins it with pistols. When you build up this huge storyline that the comeback's on.
Yeah, why would you be so dramatic? Don't write fiction, Henry. Olaf getting the first kill onto Madi. Snappy, though, does hold his ground and refuse to give it up. Olaf will eventually take it from him. Dennis could do better. We know he's good on pistols. That was awkward for a moment.
Yeah, if he gets a double kill there, probably going to happen, but not meant to be. 15-11. Now it is a decent game, and the money is available for Fnatic, but only 4 now for overtime. It's not standing outside of the realms of possibility at this point. Round number 12. Double up setup once again for Fnatic. 1 player down to the SMG. Deferred is Flusha, and he's actually pretty godlike with the UMP, so not maybe a huge deal for him. Bomb towards inner for now. Could be the fast pop dog push there. We'll see what they decide to do. 3 players going towards brown holes. Just Flusha there alone with the UMP. That would be the place to go at the moment. Olofmeister in the connector, so can back him up relatively quickly.
Flusha will circulate and make his way back in behind the train to watch the entrance. He's in a decent position. Continues to circumvent the inside of the site. All of the trains, all of the positions, all of the things. He's actually going to play top ladder as well with the smoke down. This could be interesting.
Well, Dennis has pretty much just funneled them to go towards inside. They have no choice now. They have no idea where he's coming from. So
the smoke behind him as well. This one dissipates. He's going to be on their backs. He's going to push through immediately to the corner. No, not quite. He's sitting on the inside of it still, but they're down the ramp. He could be hot on their heels or back in their face. He's going to go in their face instead. Thankfully, he does because Crim's gone. Flusha getting one. JW with the other. Is this the end, Henry? Maudie doesn't want it to be. As they go back the other direction, though, look where Dennis is. Bombs down inside of the site. Flush has found another. And it's all on to Snappy in a 1 versus 2. Peek, spot. Don't need to fight. Wait for his teammate to arrive in Dennis, because if he starts going back the other direction, a call needs to be made, but he's going to try and bait out the plans. Flush is desperate to try and find him.
Dicey, but there it is. GG comes in. Fnatic, after a considerable lead in the first half, 11-4. A bit of a comeback coming in there from Heroic. Made it a possibility at least. They had match point for quite a while, but they kept their heads above water. But Fnatic finishing things off with the inside bomb. So it's Dennis, they're flanked all the way from Ivy and made things look very easy. At that point, he finds 1 kill. And this is to reiterate, the fact is they can't actually do anything about that. He's watching towards the pop dog area. They've already got 4 players locked in towards Brown Halls. They have to go towards that area. Flush up, they choose to get on lower ramp. He's in the upper, manages to spray a few of them down and guarantee the round with that UMP. So good work from him. Good work from you, Matt, as well. I've enjoyed the cast.
Oh, thanks, man.
Let's have another one.
Appreciate it. I think it's because in these 2 chairs, we are united.
Exactly. And I guess we'll throw it up to our lineup of dolls over at the analyst desk.
I don't know what any of that was from those two. It's a little weird. 16-11 is the final score between Fnatic and Heroic. It was off the T side that Fnatic got going. They had a big first half. Just closing it out in style there at the end. It did get a little dicey, but all's good.
Yeah, I love the way on that on any Fnatic T side, when they are able to find that opening, how well they can collapse on the rest of the map as a unit and just swarm territory and make those, follow-up frags. It seems like when they have that number advantage, they're almost unbeatable because they all know how to react off each other. It doesn't seem like a lot of mid-round calls are being made. Everyone just kind of knows their part and knows what they can get away with, in a sense, like how much territory they can take off that opening frag, how they can really exploit how the CTs are forced to move around, and it's a beauty to watch.
No, it is, and it's a rarity, right? You can see people who've had to kind of script it into teams and kind of drill it into them time and time again, and it may not be a natural kind of occurrence. It's like a step-by-step of, okay, well, when this happens, we respond accordingly, and eventually maybe it does become second nature, but with Fnatic, you can still see it being fluid, and it's impressive to watch, and it's especially impressive when you see people like Olofmeister being at the helm of doing it very well.
It's Matt just doing his pterodactyl impression.
It's good. Yeah. But no, yeah, Olofmeister having a good game there. Double Op seems to be working well with them again. Something we saw on the CT side specifically time and time again.
You're not a big fan of the double ops, Lauren.
I don't mind it. It's just, the problem is, right, and it's not a problem when you're Fnatic. For me, it's like, okay, if they lose the round, they're probably going to be on a pistol. But then knowing Fnatic, they probably win the pistol anyway. So really, it doesn't actually matter.
So you think it's good that they have double ops because even if they lose, they get to use pistols?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good reason.
It's a
I can
Fnatic
see,
reason,
like,
right?
but I guess, right, with the AWPs, because they have, I guess, 3 people who they can move it around between, and even Flusher picks it up sometimes, which I'm not a huge fan of.
No.
But if he can use it strategically, that's fine. The thing that's exciting about it is once that AWP appears somewhere on the CT side of the map, it can be so influential because you can find that opening pick and then things just cascade out of control for the Ts from that point. It's just when it doesn't work for them, which I know is your critique, it hurts their economy, it weakens other rounds for them, right?
Yeah,
it's hard to force into that too.
And as well, I think the fact is that you saw when they kind of introduced this initially into their game plan, and at least in the gameplay earlier in the season, let's say, if they weren't able to get to double up that quickly, they suffered massively. It was like, well, they could be down 10 rounds until we see anything happening. So again, it's high risk, high reward though. So
I have a reason for that, I think. You can be aggressive with the AWP without needing teammates. Like, obviously, teammates help, but you can just go for an aggressive pick with the AWP, get that 1 kill and fall back because you have the range advantage, obviously the 1 bullet making the frag. Whereas rifles to do aggressive moves, you need a pop flash from a teammate or you need a set kind of play. So maybe that is why the double AWPs helps them, because it's not that they don't have teamwork, they definitely do, but they don't it doesn't seem like they have a lot of predetermined CT moves like other teams may have up their sleeve.
They've got the players to facilitate it, so why not do it?
Yeah, sure.
Why not do it? Summarizing that game all in just, what, a couple words? Not bad. That's going to be the first map. Fnatic takes it 16-11. When we return, we're going to see these 2 teams face off on Cobble.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. Final map of the evening, and we're all having fun up here on the analyst desk. Always good times reading the internet. It is going to be Fnatic and Heroic on Cobble.
Yeah, they're not going into the desert for 40 years.
The internet is a wild place, isn't it?
It's a little
You just
unique,
expect
isn't
the
it?
American to do it without some kind of a compass, right?
Yeah. No brain. Anyhow.
Anywho.
You know, on this cobblestone map, this is quite a good one for the lads from Heroic.
Yeah.
They're fundamentally sound, and I like their CT side approach. They have a lot of good crossfires set up. They're always helping each other. Voldy has an awesome one-way smoke that I made a YouTube video of.
He was quite unhappy with you for that.
Yeah, I saw Hobbit try and use it.
I did too, yeah.
He messed it up big time and got his head taken off.
Yeah, he did. He got ripped off.
He didn't try that one again.
That wasn't bad.
So I think this team on this map are going to have a much better chance. That map was still close, 16-11. That's not a bad scoreline on Train, but this is where I think a team like Fnatic, they can't find as many openings, and it's harder to kind of just swarm. I know we think that Train is a CT map, but Cobble is one where if you can't get that platform control as a terrorist, or you can't get into drop without taking too many casualties or using too many utilities, the CTs can set up really good crossfires and punish you, and it makes it harder to get out. Like, there's different phases of taking territory on this map, and if you can't, get the initial territory, you need executes to back it up, and that's something we know that Fnatic have lacked. But in more recent times, seeing them play it, they actually have something they've brought into their game, which I think in this instance will help them out a lot.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Not gonna lie though, Heroic, the thing is that you can rate these guys on this map, but the results don't back it recently. They've only won a couple of games against teams that they probably should be beating. They lost
Bloody
to
hell,
Big and
Heroic.
people like that. So I don't know, and that's no discredit to Big because they did pretty well in their qualifiers or whatever it was.
They beat Gambit.
They've beaten Gambit.
Which is impressive,
That's
right?
not bad.
That's good for them. But it's like back then they weren't in the condition they are in now. So again, it's like I know Heroic do in theory have a very good cobble. They have a nice mental approach to it. I know that people enjoy watching them play it, but it's the practicality of can they actually beat Fnatic when Fnatic are looking quite explosive. When Olaf Might is having a good game, let's bear in mind that Cobble was the map he used to be, the god on, right?
Yeah,
he
platform
used to be
was
amazing. His den to play in, right? Yeah. So I don't know. It's all good and well having the theory down, but if you can't contain someone like that or any of the other Fnatic guys, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. How do you get platform control against a guy like Olaf, who just seemingly can walk out and get headshots no matter what's happening?
It's much harder for him. I think that died off. Teams learn how to counter it with nades and stuff. And now with the new stairs, well, they're not new anymore.
Yeah.
But the stairs make it even harder as a terrorist because there's the extra angle that you have to worry about. If you use the smoke to block off the broken wall and then the Molotov, you need to take that territory quite quickly. But there's no reason that CTs can't pop flash and take that back, quite swiftly.
That first map, it was a big lead for Fnatic and on Train, and then they came back in the second half. Was that a case of, was that actually an impressive from Heroic, or was that a case of taking your foot off the gas, coasting a little bit as Fnatic and letting them back into it? I mean, was it really that close to where we can look at Cobble and say this can be a contested map?
Add in the way Fnatic play, right? It's the double AWPs, it's up and down, it's pistol rounds, it's here, there, and everywhere. It's always gonna be a little bit volatile, right? So
How do you like double ops on Cobble? I know a lot of people, specifically on Cobble, actually hate the double ops.
Henry G is not a fan.
Henry G is a notorious hater of the double op setup on Cobble.
I don't care. I don't mind it. Honestly, I actually don't mind it, especially in these two hands. I don't mind them playing it. They like it on any map. Why does it change when it comes to Cobble?
I think you kind of have to use it a little bit different on this map. You have to have one aggressive and one a bit more passive.
Well, listen,
But
we
they're
don't
both
have to
aggressive
talk
players.
about this so much because we can find out.
Thank God.
Because the players are ready, and we're going to be sending it over to Henry G and Staticist.
Hey, thanks, love ya. Good to be back here. It's a good thing we didn't overbook these seats, though, Henry, or one of us would get dragged out. However, we are going to be united again for this cast, and as such, it's Fnatic and Heroic on Cobblestone.
It is indeed on Cobblestone, and I like Heroic's playstyle on Cobblestone. To be fair, most of the Danish teams have a very similar style on the T side. It's very good. It's very good at gaining map control. But to be fair, Fnatic have looked extremely good in terms of their one-on-one duels tonight. So whether they have enough to actually go toe-to-toe with them is yet to be seen. They did start to come back on the CT side of Train, it has to be said. But overall, Fnatic looked like the much stronger unit. And I think we may have done the knives. Not 100% sure. It'd be interesting to see whether Heroic on that CT side first. Here's some stats for you.
Stats. I like stats.
You love a good stat.
I like stats, man. Bruno.
Yeah. Don't we all?
Yeah. What are the stats? Oh, you weren't going to read them. I had to look.
No. I wasn't going to
I can't read.
Well, we'll teach you that for next week. But for now, it is going to be the 9th round for looks of things. No, it's not. It's live.
It's
Matt,
live,
what are you talking about?
They bought...
I was Yeah, I know. We don't even do 9th rounds, and you're suggesting they're going to do them? That's really weird.
It's all right. Nothing beats my fail in the finals on Inferno that we just don't speak about ever again, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
You're just like, that's good on Reddit.
Yeah,
there it is.
And instantly tried to downvote. God, no, don't put that into controversial.
Well, 4 sets of armor for Heroic and Modi. He's got the smoke and the Molotov there. Aggressive play from JW towards... Long A, what a shot that was. Snappy goes down, 5 on 4, just like that. And it's going to be even more for Flush. A double kill, triple kill. What God's name is that?
Unreal.
That was like that clip from Edward on Tuscan. Have you seen that on 1.6? And he pushes down short. It's like that.
Yeah, definitely haven't seen that, but yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. That's like one of the most legendary pistol clips in 1.6. And he's just basically done it again. And maybe you should have been casting it. You could have made a real sick moment out of that.
Could have. Maybe I should have been casting that one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I meant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, way to ruin that. No, I'm just kidding. You did swell, son. That was pretty nuts. I'm not going to lie. Good start for Flusha. As if they needed a good start after winning the last map. Not necessarily convincing in the end, remind you. There was a bit of a comeback, but JW hears them marching, stampeding toward his position at long, and he just barely gets away with his life as well. Won't quite get trampled like Simba's father, who I can't name right now. Mufasa, that's his name, Henry. Would have made the joke better if I could have named him.
Well, we've all got things to work on here. It's going to be round number 2, forced by, of course, from Heroic after getting completely wrecked in the pistol. I haven't seen anything like that silent USB at that range in quite a long time. That was very impressive indeed. Full spam as well, why not? So, round number 2 coming in. Armor, Tech 9s, PG50s. Yugi just on the Deagle, no armor, of course, trying to get that orb nice and early, but that sets the tone for the game, does it not? It's going to be quite the clean sweep. JW's been hit for 97 damage, Famous in hand. They'll be heading towards B. And no... Oh, they've got a flash. They can use that towards drop down, or the upper platform.
Well, it's a weight above the drop room. You know what they're going to drop, Henry?
The hottest album in 2017?
The bass.
Okay.
This is when Rushley just goes nuts on the camera and some crazy music swings in and we all have a good time. But Crims is going to have a bad time at the window, so he'll try and find somewhere a little happier. Problem is, by getting him out of the way, they rotate back around and catch off Dennis. This can become problematic quite quickly. Flusha, remember, only has the 3 HP, but he's got a kill onto Modi. Rather, excuse me, Flusha has 100. It's JW that was hurt. Now he's got less than 3, which is how you make a heart if you're playing along at home. Snappy's going to get forward. Good find. Crims was low enough as well. This becomes even more problematic because bomb now planted. They have found JW is all on Olaf. Back turned, he'll strike upon the first, and no Snappy was in toward the balcony, but where's he gone? In front of the van, spots him. More damage dealt to Snappy than which he receives in return, but not that time. Good response from the Tech 9.
Good shot from Snappy. Olaf Meister looked like he was locking him down. Here's the replay of that pistol. Good lord, that was so sick from Flusha. But Heroic do fight back straight away. That was actually very good from Snappy. Taking Olaf Meister, who comes from long, 2v1 against him. Finds the first kill relative ease, then gets his head blown off with the Tech 9. Round 3, forced by and return there from Fnatic. UMPs and an AK for Heroic. They've got all the nades to work with here. Molotovs, smoke grenades. They won't be rushing here. There's no need to. Just hold up together. Wait to see if any CT pushes come in at the start. And at that point, get the first pick and push out reaction.
JW all the way out toward the statue of the boy and the fish. Modi will get down JW. For pushing that far, gets punished, and then the smokes and Molotovs go down immediately. Because of that, they lock out the CTs who stacked up over toward B. Good shot through the smoke, hits Valda, dinks him up, he has to back away. Not even sure that they'll be able to capitalize upon that at this point in the round because they may just want to save, considering they haven't done any damage and the bomb is planted, and that's going to be the call.
Yeah, well, they did force buy into this round. Obviously can't win at this point. They've got a kit to work with. And there's advantage. This will be a full crossfire setup for Heroic. You might as well save your armor and your upgraded pistols and the SMG as well for Crims. So it makes sense. And Heroic, who batting the pistol, are taking the lead at this point as well. Should be keeping 5 players alive here as well. We have got Crims towards top and middle. Looks like he's behind the fountain area from what I can see. Olaf Meister waiting in the halls as well. And Crims could find himself a couple of kills if he plays his cards right.
If it's possible, I agree with you.
But they won't be extending any further. They just want to keep all 5 alive. They've got nothing to really gain by making the kills. Yeah, they might find a kill who's got a CZ in hand, but there's nothing for them to really get out of it. I guess the $600 kill reward could be something, but for now, playing the safe game. 2-1 in favor of Heroic. If you're just joining us, Fnatic ran away with the first half of train, 11-4, then won the pistol as well. It was, I think, 14-4 at one point, and then Heroic came back into it somewhat, finished off with 16-11. Almost had a chance, but couldn't finish it off. Dennis shut them down in the last round. And now Heroic find himself with a lead. As we always say, though, Fnatic with Deagles and CZs, anything can and will happen.
That's an excellent point, Henry. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Well, need to make sure everyone is on the same page, you know?
The educator, that's what they call you. Was the accountant, now it's the educator. The jack of all trades. Modi takes down JW. Snappy will get Flusha. And the rotations begin.
Ooh,
Lots of flames in there.
That's real nice.
Yeah, that's toasty.
It shuts you off from the vent rim and getting towards balcony as well. You can't even push through. That's actually very effective. 1 minute remaining. I did say Heroic's T-side was going to be good. They take the nice 3-1 lead at this point. Olaf Meister, 5 versus 1. He's towards drop down. He's hoping they make a mistake and give him something to work with here. He's got armor as well. He'll be looking to take that into the next round where Fnatic will be buying once again. They've got almost exactly 2K per player. They're going to get 2,400 on top of that in the next round. So Orb's not going to be a possibility unless Olaf finds 2 kills right here, which is unlikely. He'll be able to buy a glass cannon, but doesn't look like that'll be happening anytime soon. Once again, Heroic keeping 5 players alive. They're going to have a bonus round and then some into the next round. Almost a full Jaden round, Matt.
Almost.
You hate to see it not happen, but it could have been the case. But it's going to be 4 SMGs and 1 AK.
Almost. Came so close, yet so far. What's the matter, Henry?
Nothing.
You seem to find something amusing. Would you like to share it with the rest of the class?
Well, it sounded like you're trying to start some Linkin Park lyrics up there, but I was going to finish it off. I thought, let's just leave that.
Thank you for sharing.
Well,
now go sit down.
I am set down.
And raise your hand when you want to talk.
That won't really work in this particular setup.
It will, actually, because I'll just ignore you and it'll be perfect.
Yeah, but I'm just going to talk anyway.
Well, detention for you. See me after class.
Okay.
It won't be one of those cliche ones that you see after internet, Henry. Don't get your...
God. We're all thinking it. No one has to say it.
Olaf backing away from the tree. The flames will go down over top of them, so as he relocates, he'll be found. Good find as well from Volta, getting there very quickly. They had no idea. Volta's got 2 before a response comes through. Smoke in, Flusha. Locked off inside of it. Body running through the flames. Takes a ton of damage, and it brings it to 2 versus 2 because they are able to find him.
Yeah, well, this is the bonus round for sure. They tried to push through that smoke and make something happen. Valda certainly did, but the kill's coming back in favor of Fnatic now. Flusha brings into an advantage as well, and what an advantage it is, but Nico doing well. Brings it to the 1v1. UMP versus UMP. Who wins? You decide.
I do. Nico might, because he's got the jump on Flusha, who is already weak. Tags him down to 15. Bomb's still ticking. Flusha's got it all to do. And Nico's going to slip up in behind the flower pot. The trusty flower pot of doom. And he makes it work. Poison Ivy planted in there.
Yeah, apparently so. Flusha definitely on the back foot. As soon as Nico dings him, all he has to do is just kind of pretend. Doesn't make any noise, just crouch and hold a position. And Flusha's going to make a mistake at one point. He's going to assume he's going to be going around and trying to circumnavigate him. But there it is. 4-1 in favor of Heroic. And that was a big round for them as well. Another reset for Fnatic. Deagle's PT50s. They have got a CZ in the hands of Flusha. He's got Incendiary. Interesting enough. That's cost him $600 to bring that to the table. Not sure that's really worth it, all things considered, but he fancied it. I guess he did get 3 kills with the UMP in the previous round, so he had a bit more extra cash than his teammates.
Olaf's going to play Hobbit. It is confusing that we call it Hobbit, because I actually call it Hobbit, like a Hobbit would hide there. But there's a player named Hobbit, so it sounds like one of those MVK-named spots.
He was a player who actually did really well from there, so that kind of works as well. You have plenty of
true.
Positions named after players.
No, I know, but I didn't intend it to be 100% named after him, but it is true. He does play there quite a bit.
And you're a fan of his, so that's why
he's the best player in the world.
See? It all works. He just lost a big, by the way.
Don't worry about it. It's not a big. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, true.
JW burning, had to move when he does. Gets found out by the weapons. But who shot the Sheriff? Did not shoot the Deputy. Dennis almost doesn't shoot anyone. Tries to get the headshot onto Snappy. Olaf on 30 will back away and, well, maybe not quite fast enough, Henry. He gone.
Still a chance in this, though. This is a big kill. Snappy out of position. I have no idea why he's there by himself, to be fair.
I think he thought Dennis wrapped back around long corner. He lost track of him entirely.
They've got a shout winning this one now. They've got 2 AKs and Yugi, low HP. He's got the orb, to be fair, though. If he gets a plant down nice and early, but it looks like the CTs might just beat in there. Dennis will be pushing for the door before the smoke blooms as well. Might have shut down his kill straight away. They haven't planted yet, but a boost towards a tree. I like this. Maybe they've still got a shout in this round, and apparently not. Dennis finds one. Yugi now 1v1 against Crims with the low HP. Does elude him. It's going to take it to 4-2 now. Fnatic with a bit of a desperate round in terms of just having pistols there, but they managed to make it work. I think that kill from Snappy towards Long A was what tipped it in Fnatic's favour. Round number 7. They do have a nice full buy this time after, of course, winning that eco round. All for JW, but still after winning the bonus as well. Heroic still with plenty of money going forward into the next round if required. So 4-2, and I'm interested to see where JW decides to go. He's going towards Long A. Doesn't fully commit. But at least watching that tight angle. A lot of AWPers play this. You wait to get flashed, pull the trigger. It seems a lot of them find kills in this position, but let's see if it works out this time.
JW's got an angle. Flash goes over, tries to time it, smoke off. Oh, fully blind. He's lost himself inside of the smoke, has to check radar in that case, and manages to find his way out. A little bit of sonar, perhaps. Flusha as well will try and support his teammate, but doesn't need to get caught in the open as well at top of mid. So gets in the van and then the hut and then elsewhere perhaps as he tries to initially get further information. He may have to go support over toward B because they've got a player down and toward drop. They get the boost for Olaf, but Crims playing Rock will allow Olaf to make pick his own fights, pick his own battles. But that's where I say that they may have to get the rotation back down from the 5th player, Flusha, to cover this position. Nice thought with the flashbang. Doesn't go through the window, though, and JW is able to find Nico.
He does. 5-4 now.
But that's the sales pitch. This is where they go from E-Box. Aldo wants to strike, but doesn't want to go too soon. His teammate's still limited. Dennis, good position. What is that shot? I'm sure he was not even on the ground by then. Crims manages to line up 2, however, take the bomb down. As Valdo was inside of E, he snapped around the other direction, and that means, therefore, he can cover off the bomb and hold it in their possession. I think Yugi's going to bail. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, only got the orb. Low HP as well. Half HP, no nades, and up against 3 players. Bomb really out of reach for him as well. So here we were saving the AWP. One player trying to sell something towards A, like he said, but didn't really work out for him. He got taken down. But what a shot that was from Yuki. You're absolutely right. That Dennis had him locked down in terms of out-positioning him on top of the box with a smoke to work with as well. But it must have been a no-scope with that sort of reaction. I'll have a look here. I'm sure it's the shot we'll see. Let's have a look. It must have been a no-scope. Yeah, there it is. Sometimes a little bit lucky with that range. It's difficult to miss, I guess. You just get it in his general direction. It's going to hit most of the time. 4-3 now. Fnatic claw on back, and with the saved orb, they can still buy here. Heroic, not the best to buy. See Nico down to the UMP, lacking certain utility as well. Only 3 smokes in this round. JW is going aggressive in middle, but no one there at all, so won't equate to too much for him. B rush potentially here. Flashbang comes in. Molly going in first. Molotov doesn't actually land, and Molly to find the first kill. Crims fighting back at the same time.
Crims getting closer, trying to find Nico, manages that with relative ease, all things considered, as Crims lines up toward KFC, but taken down. Heroic definitely starting to take command of this game. After winning round 2 and 4 in a row, they may have lost 2 in the bounce, but in this one, they look composed enough to even distort JW. Was that intentional to go behind the door? I don't think so. Nifty if it was.
Well, it's a big round for Heroic to pick up, all things considered. It's been a back-and-forth game in terms of the money so far, but Heroic there with the force by that. Say AWP and a couple of AKs there, rushing B straight up, and the incendiary didn't land from the CTs. If that does go down, it actually isolates some of the T players who are fully committing towards the steps. They might have actually won the round. It landed in the smoke. That's actually a huge problem for Fnatic at that point, getting overwhelmed. Molly gets the opening frag. Crims found a couple, but that's all he got after he got taken down. It was an equal situation, and some decent frags towards the end of the round. PT50 towards middle. Crims might get a couple of kills there. JW stepping up, and it's a bit of a brawl here. 3 CTs were waiting for them as well, but that might just decide it as Molly goes down to 2 HP, but they have got the advantage. Dennis unable to find a weapon as of yet, and he's all the way in towards the B side, but still, he's been heralded as one of the world's best pistol players. Maybe he can find something here.
Marty, Snappy. Snappy, oh well, and good. Marty not so much, 2 HP. And he's the one with the bomb sitting way back to make sure there's going to be no flank. As his teammate will go on the hunt, you would think that even though he's only got the 2 HP, he'd go with his teammate and just look for a trade. It's Dennis alone, hasn't picked up a gun. Peculiar. Bit peculiar, especially where Dennis looks like he may start pushing in toward B now. And if he does and catches them off, I don't think he will, actually. The timing is such that he's not going to chance it, but he could have easily caught them off.
Yeah, it's a little bit tense now. You can see Heroic potentially overthinking this situation. They've got Modi, who's 2 HP. Looks like he's setting himself up to just run across. They've got a smoke still, so I'd say it still heavily favours them. The fact that Dennis is still in B now, he probably had to act a bit faster, maybe push towards B, try and get something going. We'll do that now. But he has no kit, no armour, and no nades. It's going to take some great shots here. Obviously, Modi, 1 bullet will do, but then Snappy with a full amount of utility as well. I don't see this happening for Dennis at this stage. Too far away, really.
Yeah, he's going to get gun. That's why he rotates this direction. Ops, good and bad. If he misses the shot, Monty 2 HP can still strike, and it's yeah, probably wise. Let's see if he can take anyone down with. He's still going to fancy his chances. Snappy back. Ooh, back hut. Seen above the smoke. If he'd hit that shot right away, I would have been very happy to see him try and push on with that. But it will go Heroic. It'll be their 6th. An op grabbed by Dennis, however.
Yeah, a bit of a dicey round there for Heroic. Went towards middle. Flash swing was decent, but 3 CTs waiting for them in PT50s. Made it a bit less comfortable than they anticipated, perhaps, as they do. Well, it was an equal exchange for the first 3 frags. Comes down to the 2-on-2. Modi getting another 2 HP as well, but Dennis couldn't get it done. Is the replay, I'd imagine, of what was going down. Spray that from Modi to get 2, and then just about gets this frag as well. A dink coming in right at the end from Flusher, taking down to that 2 HP. But still, Heroic 6-3 now. Modi's stats 9 for 5, 81 ADR, headshot percentage rating of 55% as well. All AK-47 kills. Not bad. Let's go. Round number 10. Double up setup now for Dennis and JW. It's certainly a setup they like to run on Cobble. It's just, it's very situational sort of buy. If you're playing against a team that does lots of set pieces, let's say someone like North, you're going to struggle with the double AWP setup. It's a bit looser like this, and maybe be absolutely fine. That's the flash run we're talking about. AWPers will always shoot at that point, and they have enough time to fall back. JW with no armor, though. He needs to be very careful with this close range setup he's going for here. Nades taking down low HP, and an AK pushes through. The aim punch is going to be so difficult to handle.
JW still fancies his chances of going aggressive.
Of course.
This has been a renaissance. Can I use that word here?
For him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's still a bit of exaggeration, but still, yeah, it's appropriate.
It's hyperbole.
Yeah.
Not hyperbole. That's not a word.
Who says it like that?
Alex did. Carmack does. Carmack, I don't blame. It's second language.
A bit more forgivable, to be fair.
I've heard a number of people say it that way lately. It's actually not correct. JW certainly is correct. He'll find Yugi, start to back away as Flusha will support. Interesting. Cover off the corner, can't jump over Flusha, gets snappy, but Monty found JW on retreat inside of the site. He's going to find more than that. No, it's Nico instead, but it does open up A in a general. Monty to cover rotations, bomb down to his left. They have to go back to grab that at some point in time, and he's definitely opened up a possibility of doing so, but Olaf still exists, and they don't realize it until now. Good find from Nico. That should secure the round.
Yeah, it will, and extend Heroic's lead as well to 7-3. They got completely wrecked in the first map in the first half, 11-4. They could do similar treatment to Fnatic as well. I think this has to be an eco for the Swedish side. It looks like it will be indeed. 4K for Olaf. The rest of the team hovering around the 2K mark as well. Can't really do much about this. And Heroic will be buying the Mac 10 as well. I suggest they are tracking the economy just as well as we are. And Snappy can get himself in towards drop down and farm some cash against his unarmored players. Olaf has got body armor, but that's not going to protect his head at all. One player towards middle, that's Modi, watching for any pushes coming in potentially. As I said, the Mac 10 will be aiming to go towards a close range position, maybe jumping out the upper platform, okay, like Snappy's trying to do. And Crims should be on that box once again, but Snappy will be checking this, down he goes. And should be quite a clean round for them now. Good nade.
Good nade indeed. Oh, Nico and Modi trying to get shots. A Snappy will take down Flusha. Dennis, Deagle in hand, tries to open up toward the connector to save himself, but can't do it, and therefore it's going to be Heroic. I said they looked like they were going to take control, Henry. Well, they have now. They certainly have now.
Certainly. Heroic, A3. No double orb setup available for Fnatic this time. Just a single orb, and Olof might still be the one to pick it up. It's been JW who's been orbing primarily towards the A-bomb side. Looks like Olof will be taking this weapon to B for now. In terms of the rest of his teammates, no kits. That's a bit of an issue, especially with Heroic, who have the full execute available to them as well. Be a bit of a rough ride, and that Molotov, I don't think Fnatic expected it to hit so much, but here comes the full execution. This is when the lack of kits becomes a real problem. The bomb can go down before you've even got a chance to really get rolling. Olofmeister to defend, flashed off for now, but still finds some room to work with, but the flashbang comes in once again, and he will be locked down for now. Frag's about to be coming in, and double hit from Olofmeister. Doesn't get the second kill, but does a lot of damage towards Yugi.
Olaf looking for the shot through the box. Doesn't need to. Gets an opening, but that's a big miss, especially when they're up close. Good reaction by Volda. And potentially more. Oversteps the marks ever so slightly. If he was patient, he may have found one toward the stair. Instead, goes hunting for Nico, and that'll cost him in the end. But it is Yugi left against JW, who...
Spoke to...
Really? Bomb not planted. He's going to try and flank B and surprise Yugi. He's going to think he's still toward connector. Does he really think he's bought the time? No kid. Imagine Yugi just goes, nah, I'm going to run to A. No likeliness that he will, because does not have the information. Still searching for him. This could work wonders. He's not going to anticipate JW to be here in the post plant. May head this direction without looking at all. This beautiful. Is so smart. Sees him, nearly fired, I thought, too soon and lost sight of him, but makes it work. That is lovely.
Yeah, Yugi almost outplaying himself at that point as well. JW takes a massive risk, they're absolutely right. With no kid as well, runs all the way around the map, but he kind of showed so much presence, already found 2 kills there. You just assume him to be waiting towards connector or drop down at that point. Not meant to be. It's a bit of a long con, but it works out almost perfectly there. He arrives, silently left the platform, gets that down to perfection, and then just as Yugi's walking off and maybe anticipating that play coming in, he's already dead. It's a good way to post another round there for Fnatic. It's going to be JW doing a good job. So, from a 13, 8-4. Still struggling there. Comes down to a 1v1 for Fnatic. Yes, they saved the AWP, but 3 players on SMGs. Lose this round. It'll be 9-4 and potentially 11-4 considering the money situation going forward. So the CT's going to be boosting up towards drop down here. Trying to maybe get a stab in the back. It will be Olofmeister to go up. Fumbles to jump slightly here. And there's no smoke to protect him really. And yeah, that's not really going to work out for him. Nico finds a quick kill, and that might be their cue to just commit towards B now.
No bueno. Valda in the side. He'll find Dennis. Yeah, I thought that was a kill. I saw the X-ray disappear behind him. It was actually Crims getting one instead, though. Flusha will find, and Crims back to find Modi in the corner. Has done very well. JW picks up that one, not to be misled. And it leaves Yugi the last alive. Bomb down as well, but good shot. He finds JW, puts a lot of pressure onto Crims. Low HP, should favor the AK. But he is on an op if he gets the shot right away.
Does he run round away again? Do it again?
No. Okay. Definitely something they have to consider, but bomb is down on the site. They should know that. Yeah, I expected that tap to come in. I was going to say, does he tap at the right time, though, with Yugi? Low HP. He's going to. He's going to get... Oh. Fnatic are just seemingly having fun in these clutch situations now.
Let the mind games begin.
Toy with your food. Yugi's got no idea what to expect.
Yeah, playing himself again.
Yeah, tapping the bomb, but that's not going to bait Crimson yet. 19 seconds, no need to be too panicked of it.
He really doesn't want to plan this, does he?
He's very scared. I thought he might have had the angle lined up if he was right about it, but Crims gets the jump. And it makes it 8-5, so Fnatic continuing to close the gap. They can't win the half, that's obvious. First 15, team already has 8. Maths. But they can close this back to 8-7 potentially.
Great round from Crims overall there. You can see him, like you're saying, like he's an absolute veteran in those sort of situations. He's always been renowned as one of the more intelligent players. Not necessarily like an amazing clutch like someone like Zipex, but someone who's in the 1v1s, he's always looking like he knows exactly what's going on and outplaying his opposition. Time and time again, we've seen that from him, and another example of how scared he can make his opponents in those sort of situations. We go into round number 14 here, 8-5. Fnatic clawing a couple of rounds back. Still with 1 SMG. They had 3 in the previous round, so suddenly an upgrade. Snap pushes through. Good flashbang and an even better shot. Takes down Dennis with ease. He gets out of there as well. That's a perfect start to round number 14 now.
Smoke off. Down over toward the window is Valda. Will flash his way in. Double flash at that with Nico to go with him, but Nico over peeking a little bit means that he's got to back off for a second where that flash was going in. And either way, they're down now. They're down and they're safe, Henry. That's the main thing. Safety first, kids.
It's always important. Safety Sato, they call him.
Yeah. Always wearing protection. JW works his way back in. Yugi, though, gets the shot as he can't quite get far enough down the ramp. Flusha. He'll fall to Volda. So now, Fnatic, after getting some momentum back, certainly have lost it in this round, and they may lose more than that because Nico's position we saw to the left was accurate. And it's on to Olaf, 1 versus 3 with half HP. He starts his way forward, but this will be limited.
Yeah, well, he's been incredibly sharp in terms of his aim so far, but that's not going to help him out here. Volda waiting in towards Connector, the smoke goes down. He spots Olaf Meister. That's a huge round for Heroic to pick up as well. It's looking very likely to be 10-5. As you can see, the money is almost non-existent for Fnatic here. CZ's, Deagles, that's going to be about it. They do get some armor and a small amount of utility. 3 smokes and an HE, that's about it. A little decoy there for Dennis as well. Let's see if we can do anything with that, I'm not so sure. But it's a full buy for Heroic, and this should be very convincing half for them, but not out the woods just yet. Fnatic known to be a very good T-sided side as well. We'll see whether they can do it, I think, after this round. Boost up from Olaf once again. This time the smoke is there. That's what they were looking for before, but the nades, they will land on Crimson's foot, and Olaf gets spammed through the smoke. Had to commit at that point.
Snappy will wait. Ooh, Dennis walks in, Shadow Shown. Easy shot enough for Snappy, who follows it up. They get 10-5. How's my draftee doing? Oh, Olaf, you're 6 for 12. Bro,
yeah,
you're going to hurt my team, man.
It's going to hurt my team as well.
God, I don't care about your team.
I don't really care about it either. It's dead now. But
it's easy to say that now that you've lost.
Oh, so you're allowed to say you don't care, but I'm not.
I didn't say I didn't care.
You said I don't care. I said neither do I.
I said I don't care about your team.
Right.
You said neither do I. But I care about my team.
Okay.
I don't care about your team.
I don't care about my team.
But you can only. But you would have cared if. Look, guys, let's take a break. We're gonna need one. We'll be right back. It's 10-5 for Heroic. We got the highlights, Henry. We got the good stuff because we got a good game for Heroic. 10-5 as they lead over Fnatic.
It's not looking too bad at all for them after a decent comeback on Train after what looked like an unlikely win for them. They're managing to put up a good convincing case. They can take Mammoth 2 and split the series here. So 10-5, they move into the CT side now. And we'll see whether Fnatic, they're going to be the ones that need the pistol this time. They didn't get it in the first half. We'll see where they can step up here as we get into half number 2. Heroic look pretty decent on that T-side, I have to say, winning some big clutches as well. But Crims, he wants some big ones as well to make the scoreline at least possible. We used to say that teams like Navi, as long as they got 5 rounds, absolutely fine. It's definitely still winnable. And that CT side, and it's still technically a T-sided map, but it's certainly more balanced than it used to be. Ever since that addition of the steps position, it took a little while, but teams started to realize how they can play that and suddenly not get run over so much. It couldn't just be a B-rush every single round like it used to be.
No, absolutely not. That would be Yeah, a bit of a problem. I think it's. I think those steps have been very, very smart. Very small addition to the map, but a very significant one.
I still have nightmares when this map first came out and they first remade it from that
like when they had the whole back courtyard area behind the B site.
If you can see on my screen, you could still go up in this part.
Yeah, the old Heaven at mid.
Oh god, it was such a mess. Map. I used to get like that used to be like one of my favorite maps in Source 1.6, and then they remade it. I was like, you've absolutely butchered this.
Yeah, the bridge that went across the archway at
Drop
Connector.
down was at like 4 different entrances. You could like a spaghetti junction. It's like what is going on?
And where the
there?
window is, there used to be a spiral staircase that went up across a bridge and then down the other side. Yeah, it was way too much.
Yeah. But now they found a nice little balance here. I still prefer the original cobble from Source they based the map on, but still, this will do for now. 5 sets of armor for Heroic. And in terms of the buy for Fnatic, that classic one smoke normally used for Connector might not matter as JW goes down as quick as out to the hands of Modi. He was actually positioned towards the window room, so that's getting a nice little kill. Presumably holding that tight angle, looking towards the top right corner. Smoke deployed towards Connector as usual. And Fnatic, can they recover?
Dennis dropping in quickly with the Glock. Will swing and get swung. Swing and a miss. Nico gets the shot in return. Finds Olaf as well, perhaps getting as he's staying alive so long. Nearly gets a third, but Flush has got 2 back. That'll open up Connector. Also calls for the fast rotations off of B that are trying to flank them out, but they'll sit to contain because there's no exit from Connector at this point in time, no matter which way they go, without a kill. This does have more room, I will say, on A. It's Snappy that's here. Sees them now. Dropping out from Juliet, but Romeo, not quite as romantic enough to die off with her this time. Yugi does get Flusher, though. It's Crims remaining. He's going to fight best he can. A valiant effort.
It was. But bomb plant, at least for Fnatic, after losing those first 2 frags. Looked like that wouldn't even be possible. They get themselves towards A, only 1 player there. Yeah, he did some damage, he was just trying to hold them off. Didn't want to give away his frag and make it a possibility for Fnatic there. So he stays alive, waits for his teammates. Here's the replay right now of Nico getting a couple of frags through the smoking Connector. I think he got 2 in total, wasn't? Oh, that was quite clean, I was going to say. I think it was a bit of a scrappy one. That was actually better than I thought. So, round of 1 goes in favour of Heroic, the pistol, of course, and 11-5. That was much needed by Fnatic there. I was going to speculate they might force buy in the second round, but they're going for AKs in the third. So, PT50's here. Maybe you call for a B rush at this point. They are a little bit separated. The bomb's down in B halls, and they're hunting for a kill towards long A. 3 players, in fact, as well. That will be Dennis, Flusher, and Crims. Snappy would have heard them at this point. You can probably watch him and try and pick up this first kill as they show themselves as well. They're just trying to sell that they're there, basically. Trying to say, look, there's loads of people over here. You should rotate a couple over, maybe, while he's trying to see the bomb towards B.
Snappy's waiting. No, you're hearing tons of noise. He won't be sold. He's not easily corrupt by money, Henry. Dennis trying, ooh, okay. Trying to get a shot from far, but Yugi M4, better weapon, no surprise, takes the shot back. Good nade from Modi. Good riddance to Olaf.
Yeah, well, that pretty much concludes it. Bomb down, 4 kills found, there's 1 more to go. Bit of damage there from Crims towards Yugi, but that's all I get. 3 kills for him in total, and this is where the AKs come in, almost certainly after the bomb was planted in the pistols. 12-5 there for Heroic. They're going to go in with 4 UMPs. They win this, that might just be enough to guarantee the victory at this stage. It'll be 13-5 and another eco for Fnatic, 14-5. They've got a huge comeback on their hands, but if there was a team to do it, this might be it. Fnatic, 5 AKs. Only 2 smokes to work with this. Has to be a bit of a loose around and try and just force some frags and go for some aim duels and Snappy and Yugi towards long A. Yugi's got the M4A4, might just trying to bait Snappy into a corner there, but that's using a smoke to hold off Fnatic for now. No boost or anything coming in. It's a crossfire towards the A site.
Good shot. Olaf. Down goes Nico on the opposite side of the smoke. JW starts to make his way in toward the drop room. High in the sky, waiting to die. Perhaps. Or will he get the entrance? Olaf's been tagged back through the smoke. Valda's the one to do so. Cheeky little corner flash to get his peek back out. Don't mind that one bit. Gonna try and throw it twice. Because if at first you don't succeed, Henry.
Go on.
Pick yourself up and try again.
Is that how the expression goes?
That's what TLC says. And if you ever listen to me cast in North America with Lex, you'll understand that TLC is God.
Okay.
And all of their songs and lyrics are actually prophecies by which you are to live your life. Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Right.
As Yugi will wait inside of the site. Molotov off disables means they've got to go wide or through it. And if they go wide, they'll be greeted by Maudie. And Maudie's done very well. Bomb now down, despite that they're down. Oh, he goes down. Down 2 men now. They do have the bomb to their name. Yugi's got an edge of a smoke. Crims has a kill inside of it. Good shot on the AK.
Well, it was a round of heroic for UMPs. It did some damage there, but the headline is Fnatic come out on top. Still be a buy available for them, so Fnatic needs to be very careful going into round number 4 here. 12-6. All power for Yugi. To be fair, hasn't really impressed me that much tonight. Haven't seen anything nuts from him. Normally one of those more flashy AWPers. When I was speaking to Valda over in Katowice, he said Yugi is like, quote, he said he's going to be one of the best AWPers one day in the scene. Like he thought what we saw in Katowice with him was a very good performance. He said like he's operating like 50% what we know he can do. So that's kind of
Is that in 2020 when no one plays CS anymore?
Yeah, right, maybe.
Is that one? No, I'm just
but
kidding. I'm sorry.
He meant in like practice, like he knows how sick he can be, and he thinks he hasn't really shown the world what he's capable of yet. That's like, the point he was trying to make. And I have seen some very good rounds from him, just not tonight.
J-Dub trying to get down toward window, get some pre-fire his way as his top of his head was shown for a moment. Oof. That's a good shot from Valda. Olaf, no chance to enter toward B this time and find the opening pick. 3 again toward long A, make that 2. Yugi takes Crims out of the equation, and the bomb is down toward B tunnel. So Fnatic spread very thin across the map. Snappy, bye-bye Flusha, surely. Bye-bye Dennis, maybe as well. Don't know that if Flusha will walk back out to danger. Snappy, I don't even think he's seen them yet. He's still waiting. He doesn't even know that they're in front of him. Will now. He will certainly now. Takes the shot immediately, though. He might have been better to wait. They'll face him down, one on either side, but it does call for the rotation. The information is valuable in itself. It can be sold for millions of dollars on the black market as Valda rotates in time to take down JW. And Flusha now left in a 1 versus 3.
More than something himself. Okay, he has full awareness as to where it landed. I thought he was going to jump straight into the fire there. That's absolutely fine, though. Flush is still challenging for this round. 20 seconds remaining. 3 kills to find and a bomb to plant as well. Gonna be spotting a couple, but that is buying as much time as they possibly can. They want to give him something to work with there, but pins it in by Modi. Finishes the round off. 13-6 now for Heroic, and that's a harsh reset for the Swedish side as well. They only won that previous round with 2 players surviving. So what do they do, Matt? Pick your poison time. Do you go for the full buy? Allow Heroic to potentially have enough to work with to close out the game, or do you take the more conservative approach and try and pull it back? When it's 14-6, looks like it's the former. They're going all in. CZ Tech 9s and a bit of utility to work with as well.
I may have indeed quoted Aaliyah and said that it was TLC.
Right. I don't know who.
Don't rock
really
the boat.
Well. I know TLC are like that one song they had. I think the one you were singing.
Yeah, they actually sang a song about you, and I know in one of them on your Counter-Strike team.
What's the one?
They don't want no scrubs.
Ah, okay.
As Madi backs off from the window. Scrub is the guy that can't get no Madi from JW will back off. Has to be careful though because Dennis gets extremely close on the Tech 9. Good headshot. And Valda left to hold off E-Box alone with a rotation perhaps to control Connector. Do they give it up to Fnatic? Low on weapons, but Tech 9's for Fnatic. We know it's possible.
Definitely possible.
Nico waits it long. Tagged. 9 HP. Valda. Shots in the back, nearly misses. Snaps around, though, to get Dennis, who did miss. Nice. And it's just Flusha remaining. Having just thrown an 8, they know exactly where he is. That it should now be 14-6 for Heroic. It's a max loss bonus. Tech 9's bot only. No bomb plant, but it'll be a buy in the next.
Yeah, be a rough buy. 2K per player. Not great. Here's a little replay now. The M4 work of Valda. A little 180 shot he got as well. It was pretty nice. It wasn't quite 180, but, you know, still impressive nonetheless. 14-6, another force buy from Fnatic. This pretty much decides it. Do they keep their heads above water, or do they give in to Heroic and allow them to split the series here? Do you know what week we're in a Pro League? We're over the halfway point.
Week 8.
Nice.
Maybe 7.
Yeah.
I think it's 8.
Time flies.
When you're having fun.
And we're having fun right now. As
some more than others.
Yes. Is Jason having fun over there?
Probably not.
He's always smiling.
Miserable. Valda's going to get inside of the archway. Gives it a chance to try and do exactly that. Gets 2 and looks for the 3rd. Nico beats him to it. Doesn't matter. Map point, Heroic. Quick and convincing, I have to say.
And that might be it. 15-6, 9 rounds in a row this time for Fnatic. The boots on the other foot. I'm sure it doesn't feel too great for Fnatic. UMP's Tech 9's finished things off. How easy was that for Valda? Didn't even get challenged there. I was hoping for the best. Didn't even check it. Rush B didn't really work out for them. And the sawed-off shotgun comes out. We haven't seen it yet.
No.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
This map, he used to completely wreck people on this. It's the only map you ever see the sawed-off shotgun really come out, but let's see what he can do with it. He doesn't go towards... Oh, he is towards drop down. He's getting ready for it.
Ooh, okay.
That's like a throwback to like 2015.
Yeah, it's
like
been a while.
Cologne 2015 is like when he first showed I'll stick this QP.
Was it that long ago?
Yeah, that's when he first started like using it. I remember I was on a first big event I was casting.
Yeah, but man, oh man. That seems more recent in my memory than that event.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
Well, Yugi, with 2 HP, has to hold off the sight shoulder bait out. Doesn't even matter. Volt is there to hold it up. Yugi goes out. And I would say you are correct in your supposition to assume, supposition does kind of assume,
yeah,
that it is going to be GG because Snappy gets down Olaf, and that indeed makes it an incredibly one-sided score of 16-6 in favor of Heroic.
Yeah, we always say Danish Counter-Strike lends itself to Cobble. It suits the playstyle, especially on the T side as well. Did a very good job there, looking much better in terms of the fragging unit than what we saw on Train, actually able to go toe-to-toe there. Fnatic's money got a bit wrecked, especially on the CT side. Couldn't really string rounds together. And overall, the set pieces with that B side, especially when they're trying to run the double orb setup as well, it's run away from them a bit, and a decent bounce back from Heroic after struggling on Train.
This is my throw, and we all know Jason's a good catcher.
Well, well, well. It seems the tables have turned. Heroic win the second map. Cobble, they win it 16-6. It's not bad. I mean, they struggled a little bit on Train, but this time it was Fnatic who never seemed to be able to find a foothold in that match.
Yeah, they just couldn't really get into that game. I did say Heroic were quite good on the map. I was correct. So that's my analysis for the
Listen, if we're gonna go in this route, we're gonna start doing predictions.
No, well, I was
let's calm it down.
I was just trying to be a smug idiot. I thought
keep the ego in check.
Thought it would be fun. Thought it would be a little bit fun. But
no fun allowed.
Modi had a good game.
Modi did have a good game.
He's one of those players, you know, who he's been playing for such a long period of time. He's the most experienced member on this team, probably alongside Snappy. Modi was playing at a much higher level than what Snappy was, but Snappy was always kind of, he was in that third-tier Danish 1.6 team as well, right? Yeah. Like, he was always kind of chugging along, whereas Modi, he actually got to play like the top echelons of Counter-Strike 1.6, and he's still going now, and he has all the experience and stuff. But he always has these games where he seems to pop up and just go quite large. It's few and far between, but, you know, you can count on him for it when he needs to get them.
Yeah, you know, he started to look pretty good. I think it was like on Mirage, he used to do like the lurking out of the apps and stuff like that. And it was quite fun to watch. But yeah, as you said, it's a rarity you see him towards the top. But the weirder thing for me was, where was Olafmeister? Where are these guys? You know, the normally kind of like equal out the balance for Fnatic. They seemed a little lackluster this time around. And you know, we've started to hype him up again. Just looking at individually, he started to look better and better. But just got kind of shut down on that map.
I mean, JW, Olaf, and Dennis all had 50 ADR below that game. So maybe that's the reason. Maybe you could just point to that and be like, well, not going to win many games like that.
They did run the double orbs and stuff on their CT side.
Didn't go very well.
It's just, it's one of those things where you're either going to get the multi-frags. Like we saw, it started with a big bang. Flusher got that 4K pistol round in mid, which was sick. But from there, they didn't really get a lot more going. Like I was saying, I think it's harder on this map for them on their T sides to be able to collapse. They didn't get a lot of T rounds. Right. The CT side, I think this map specifically requires a lot of teamwork. And a lot of predetermined holds, like a lot of pop flashes set for each other and stuff. I don't think you can just sit there and hold on your own and hope to multi-frag every single time, especially if you're getting executed on, like we did see Heroic throw in a couple. Yeah. Well-placed executes.
Those executes, just throw them into the works. What are we thinking of, guys like, I mean, obviously Valdi's kind of an up-and-coming star, but Yugi as well is like kind of a guy that there's a lot of future of this team invested in. Are we seeing improvement out of these guys as we go on?
I want to see them out of the context of just online CS. For me, right, it's I want to see him in an offline environment more often. You know, we saw how well he did when he went over to Katowice. We saw these sort of things happening. It's like, okay, that's a really good benchmark to see this improvement over time, even though it is a short time with this guy. But it's like online stuff I can't put too much value to. Yeah, he seems fine, right? But then I look at like players like Twanu as well, who've been starting to do a lot better, starting to look, you know, a little bit more competitive. We saw him just today for LDLC. And it's like, I want to see a little bit more for Yugi, a little bit, just because it's not like he's an underwhelming player at all. Like, everyone hyped him up quite a bit, but I want to see a little bit more of that kind of at the forefront of their gameplay.
I think we're seeing more consistency from Yugi. To be fair, from when he first started at this level and playing consistently, he's now more of a factor, right? I think he was hit and miss in the beginning. He would have one good game, one really bad game. Now he just seems more consistent. But there is a Swedish team that had a bit better luck this evening.
Who's that?
Godsent beat Spirit in the semi-finals, I believe, of the Mountain Dew League season 24 whatever it is.
Nice. So they're moving on.
They're going to go to the finals,
They're gonna be in the
believe.
playoffs.
I believe they will be in the playoffs.
And that's like a godsend mix or something, isn't it? Or they bring in like...
No, that's for Copenhagen Games.
Oh, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, it's Disco
They've actually got
Doppler, Lecro, Pronax,
That's
Schneider.
exactly
See, we were having this
Yeah.
conversation that it feels like there's not really a whole lot of events. There's plenty of events, Chad. Plenty of events going on.
Do you know there's a player called Nickelback for Team Spirit?
God bless. Let's move along. We'll show today's results if you guys are just tuning in at the end of the day. There were 4 total matches that were played, and we started with LDLC taking on Virtus.pro. And oh, these are the standings. These are the standings of the ESL Pro League at the end of today, at the end of those 4 matches I just spoke about. You can see Fnatic actually jumping spots. That's probably more of a benefit of Virtus.pro losing, who lost 3 spots. And then G2 also sliding down at no fault of their own, just other teams winning. But that is kind of an ugly place to be for G2.
Yeah, and you thought the potential that VP would have had if they just won those 2 games today that were very possible on paper for them, which just weren't to be. They could have jumped up right in towards that 4th and 5th spot up there with Hellraisers and Mouse Sports.
Yeah, I mean, and now even look at LDLC. This is them just fighting for their life because they won 2 games today and stayed down there at the bottom. This is the North American schedule if you guys are willing to stick around for tonight. We're going to have Cloud9, we're going to have Selfless, we're going to have Optic taking on Luminosity. Our boy Chad here has 2 players of Luminosity in his fantasy team.
What is Selfless called now?
I don't know. That's a really good question, and I have no idea. Misfits and Optic are going to go on the second stream for the first match, and then CLG versus Cloud9. This is tomorrow, and also including is the hot match of the week, which is going to be NV versus Mouse Sports. The reason why it's probably not G2 versus NIP is because Matt selected it, and we all know Matt has no idea what's going on. Kingwin versus Navi is going to be on the secondary stream. Hellraisers and Astralis is also going to be over there for the second match of the B stream. So that's what we have tomorrow. That's going to be a fun day.
Someone picked that hot match out of the garbage, I think.
Would you call it hot garbage?
Well, we haven't seen it yet, but in terms of... I'm not saying those teams are bad. I just think in the context of the matches we had at our disposal, we ended on...
garbage disposal?
On a pretty low one.
We could do this all day.
We could.
Could do it all day, but we can't. We're going to take off for the evening. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining us and welcoming back to the YouTube stream. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Stick around for the NA matches. Have a good one.
Peace.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.